Okay, it is 9 a.m. on Tuesday, July 26th, so I will call this meeting to order. And we'll start with our land acknowledgement. We respectfully, we're just having a little technical issue here, so just one sec. There we go. That's okay. We respectfully acknowledge that Dysart et al. Is located on the Treaty 20 Michi-Sagig territory and in the traditional territory of the Michi-Sagig and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which include Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. These ancestral homes are more than a place where the Anishinaabe hunted, fished, gathered, and grew their food long before the settlers' arrival. Indigenous peoples cared for these lands and waters and have welcomed us as their guest. We pay them respect by ensuring we continue to recognize their ongoing connection to the area and by supporting the health and integrity of the lands and community for generations to come. Okay, next I'll look for an adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. On July 26, 2022 be approved as presented. All in favor? So that's carried. I'm going to look to see if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we'll move along to adopt our minutes from May 24th and regular council and the May 24th public meeting. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the, their June. So I actually have a bit of an issue here, Lori. I'm just going to see that I am looking at the wrong agenda. So I'm just going to pass my iPad over to our tech support staff. I pulled it up first thing this morning and I saw a council meeting. I said, oh, it's here. Wait a second. There we go. Get it plugged in. Oh, I mean, all that first stuff's the same, so I didn't look down to the body of the meeting. So I'm going to look for people to move the minutes from June 28th. Okay, Councillor Smith and Councillor McKechnie. Be resolved, Council approves the minutes for following a meeting minutes of circulated regular council June 28, 2022 and public meeting June 28, 2022. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. Oh, it's good to laugh just a little bit as we start a long day. Mayor and Deputy Mayor update. Deputy Mayor Kennedy is on a well-deserved short vacation, so he's not with us today. And due to the fact that we have several delegations and many things going, I don't have anything to update on today. So, but as always, if you have any questions, what's happening at the county or out and about, let me know. So what we're going to do is go straight into our first presenters, which are John Matheson and Stacey Hushin of Strategy Core. We can bring them forward into the meeting. This is pretty exciting. Dysart process of having our first strategic plan. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Morning, Stacey. How are you?
Well, thank you. How are you all today?
I think we're all very well. So I just said this is quite exciting for Dysart to be at this stage in the strategic plan, and it was something that this term of council was committed to doing as an outgoing thing, if you will. But it was great. We all have, the 3.5 years when we started this project of knowledge, and some of us many more than that on council, I think really helped, and the staff input was key to this plan being a corporate plan. So I'm going to turn it over to you two and walk us through things.
Great. Can I share my screen? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Stacey, maybe I'll kick it off.
Yeah.
And I'll just make a couple of comments that are perhaps as much for the benefit of anyone who may be watching as well as council, but I'll keep that aspect of it very brief. And perhaps, Stacey, we could jump to slide 3. I totally agree with you, Madam Mayor. It is a really important thing to have completed a strategic plan. As much at the end of a term of council as at the start of a term of council, because it's a big stock taking of things that are real. And when I say things that are real, the thing that is perhaps most corrosive of our democratic system is when you have conversations about priorities of government that aren't really real. They're best wishes for something that might never happen, as opposed to a plan that you can actually follow, that brings together the aspirations of the elected representatives and the guidance of staff. Because as we all know, there's so many things that we would do if resources were unlimited or if jurisdiction was infinite and this kind of thing. And it's so important that we ground our work in things that are real and doable, and perhaps never more important than as we roll into an election cycle. So what's important about this document isn't only that it represents the cumulative thinking of the organization as we sit in July of 2022, but it's also really important to help inform the civic debate as you roll into the election and then as you come out of the election. Because if a municipality were a car, one of the big screeching of tires moments in a municipal life is when the new council comes back after an election and has to consider its budget. Just here's your foundational briefing, and oh, by the way, here's how we're going to approve what we're going to do for the next year. The washrooms are down the corridor. I mean, that is an immensely challenging thing that we expect our municipal councils to do every 4 years. And so having a plan is essential. And as you see the quotation from the MMAH Councillor's Guide, if a municipality doesn't know where it's going, how can you make sure that both council and staff are going in the same direction? And that's really important, not just in a general document like this, but as you inform your business plans and your budget. And then, as I know has been a big issue over this council, how you track progress. And see whether you're moving in the right direction and know whether you're moving the needle forward. So this document represents a real bridge between the elected representatives and the staff side about the to-do list, with a means of tracking it and a means of understanding how progress will move forward. So in that sense, it's very important. But like anything, it's about how you use it. And it's about how you refresh it, because if we had done this in the fall of 2019, you would have had to say, "Oops, we didn't anticipate COVID," and who knows what the big new thing is going to be that that the next council for the municipality is going to have to deal with. So a strategic plan is just that. It's a longer term guide for the things that need to be done that can then inform the detailed operational plans. But the detailed operational plans and the detailed budgets always have to be informed by the moment. I think every strategist who's ever written, whether it's Sun Tzu or von Clausewitz or whoever, always says no plan of battle survives the first 5 minutes of contact with the enemy. And a strategic plan isn't a battle plan, but it is a plan that has to deal with all sorts of adversities. I won't call them enemies, but also opportunities. And so it's about how you use it to guide what you're doing, but to inform the actual day-to-day choices that you've got to make. So that's why it's such an important document. And I would hope that it be something that you hear about frequently, in terms of staff reports that say, this gives effect to this priority, or annual reports that say, we're reporting on how we did in advancing these priorities, or in a budget that says, this budget was informed by these strategic priorities, because it's how you use it. The worst possible outcome would be if this were to wind up sitting on a shelf and never to be thought of again, because if that's all that happens, then it won't really have done you any good at all. But having a thing that does represent a consensus of both clear plans and also plans to have plans, because that's the other thing. There's some things in here that could only be described as plans to have plans, and that's okay, because public administration isn't a fairy tale. if you guys had a solution for how to get the right mix of affordable housing in Ontario in 2022, in a place that is trying to preserve what's essential about its extraordinary natural beauty, but that also has pressure to accommodate more residents, well, you'd be ahead of every other municipality in Ontario that's pretty much trying to deal with the same things. And so having plans to make plans is as important as knowing precisely what to do next Tuesday, because the challenges that Dysart et al. Face right now are not the same as the challenges that it faced 2 or 3 years ago. And so you didn't have on the shelf plans to deal with the particular patterns of growth pressure and affordability pressure and a couple of years ago that you have now. And so it's right and proper that you've said, yep, we got to get on that. And that's okay. It's not a failure that you don't have all those answers, but it'd be a failure to not identify that you need those answers. And it would be a failure to not have a plan to get them. So anyway, in that sense, I think it's a very optimistic document, but it's all in how you use it, like so many things. It's like buying a guitar. If you don't take it out, practice and play it, it doesn't do you much good. It just hangs on the wall. So if we jump to the next slide, as you can see, this sort of sets out from greater graphic detail kind of things that I was kind of getting at a minute ago. So I won't spend any great amount of time on this. But what you have here is something that's strategic, that's authentic to you. I mean, all of this came from you, and it shouldn't read exactly like other municipalities, although there are some common themes to all. The sit on the shelf piece that's actionable and it's got specifics, and that can actually have the confidence of those that work with it. I think those are all important themes that you've managed to do. If you jump to the next slide, you all lived through this process of interviews and workshops, an all-staff survey, and 3 council workshops. So there's clearly lots of involvement in this, and that's one of the reasons why I think that you have good reason to believe that it does reflect your realities. And if you jump to the next slide, the key insights from the consultation process that this plan is meant to address are, you've got a vibrant and welcoming community that is all about its pristine natural environment. And so there's no getting around the idea that that environment is an immense asset that must be protected and stewarded, but the municipality is evolving, and you've got to be proactive in addressing the changes that could undermine the quality of life if you don't. There was the idea that we heard that Dysart can and should grow, but it's got to grow on your terms. The growth's got to be balanced. It's got to preserve the natural environment in your small town feel. There's the general sense that your administration is on the right track, but there's always opportunities for innovation and continuous improvement. And I can tell you from the work that we do on operational and service delivery reviews, it's typically going to be technology that provides you with the biggest opportunities for breakthroughs in how you improve service or in how you deliver service more efficiently. Still takes one person to do a lot of physical tasks, but boy, can you ever leverage one person with some digital support. And so you really need to be open-minded to what technology can do for you. And to achieve the goals and aspirations, Dysart's going to need to leverage the resources of the county, neighboring municipalities, and other orders of government and community partners. You'll see things in the plan that are not so much things that you can do and control yourself, but things where you are going to show your role as leaders for the community by convening conversations that only you can convene, and by making asks that only you can ask from the right governments that do have the ability to deliver. And that's also a really important point to emphasize. I'd love to tell you that someone at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs at 77 Bay has a file folder that's called Everything That Dysart Needs in the Next 20 Years. And it's just a question of implementing that. However good they are at MMAH, they're not that good. They don't know what you know about Dysart. And if you don't tell them what they need to know, they won't hear it. They do a pretty good job thinking about what happens south of the 401 and maybe okay between what happens south of Highway 9. And frankly, it gets pretty dodgy once you get outside outside that in terms of their ability to have municipal act changes and funding changes that meet all the needs. And so it's in no way a improper use of ink in a plan like this when you say we will advocate for and we will convene to, try and get solutions with. That's, if Dysart doesn't speak for Dysart, no one else will. So that's a really important, that the intergovernmental affairs function of this council is absolutely critical. And so, you'll see things in the report that talk about that too, or in the plan that talk about that. And if you jump to the next one, I'll turn it over to Stacy, and she'll talk a bit about the vision and mission and strategic framework that are the result of all this hard work that you did with us.
Great, thank you. And I think I would just like to start by thanking all of you for your input and engagement throughout this process, because, as consultants, it was really our role here to facilitate the conversations, but every word, especially on this page, was drafted by all of you throughout those 3 workshops that we had. And I think one of the most powerful things is that, we started with a mock-up of a vision that then you refined over several sessions. And so I think you can feel comfortable that going into this is authentic to Dysart, because all of you in the room worked on crafting the right words and making sure that this felt right for your community. And so I think that's a pretty powerful process to be a part of. And I think, when you think about where we started with, there was no strategic plan. So you were doing some of the hardest work, which is creating something from, your experience in the community, where you think it should be going, where you think it is today, but you had nothing on the page to start from. And that is a very, very challenging exercise. So I think, you all deserve to be commended for your effort in really starting something from the ground up. The next process by which you'll update the strategic plan or review and adjust it to fit, changing trends or realities or community needs will be, I'd say, I don't know if you found this process painful, but the next process will be less painful if you did, because you're starting from something which is much easier. And so this vision outlines who you want to be in the future. And so Dysart et al. Is a culturally rich, welcoming, and diverse community that prioritizes our natural environment while promoting our local economy through sustainable growth. And I think you can see a lot of those elements that were just mentioned in terms of wanting to grow, but not without losing a focus on protecting, the wondrous natural landscape, which is why people want to go there, want to visit there and live there. And also making sure that you have your eye towards the local economy and promoting, economic development and business growth, attraction, and retention. The mission is a little bit different in that this is what you do each and every day. So this is intended to showcase, how you are today in terms of the services that you deliver in the community that you serve. And so our mission is to serve and engage with residents, businesses, and visitors by delivering excellent services and advancing innovative solutions that promote our community's priorities now and into the future. And again, even though this is a statement around what you're doing right now, it also has a future focus, mindful of the fact that that is what a strategic plan is intended to do, is set out your future directions. And so even the mission suggests, has that perspective as well. These are the core values that underpin everything the organization does, from your day-to-day operations to how you make decisions as a council. These are the foundation of Dysart et al., both the administration, but also the community that you currently represent, but also serve, and that you want to continue to promote. And so we have service excellence, environmental stewardship, financial sustainability, effective governance, strong communication and engagement, and equity, diversity, and inclusion. And these, again, are core to both what you're doing today in terms of how you operate and function, but also what you're going to be doing as you look towards implementing some of the priorities within this plan, that these will always ensure that you have your residents and key stakeholders, businesses, visitors top of mind as you plan for the future and start making choices and decisions about what that future looks like. And finally, you'll all remember this slide that we worked on over several sessions. And I think, the purpose of this strategic plan really provides a path forward to starting to define that future vision for Dysart. I think throughout our conversations, there was an understanding, I think, as was mentioned earlier, that, Dysart can and should grow, but how, where, and in what ways that growth should occur are still a bit up in the air. And so this strategic plan starts to provide some of the underpinning for having that conversation, as well as deciding on what that future looks like. And so within these 5 pillars are goals, as well as the key actions required to help the town deliver on those goals. And I'd say, there are kind of 3 areas, within this plan. So the plan identifies things that you're already doing well and you should continue to do. And you'll see verbs in here around continue to support the arts and culture sector, continuous improvement, and there are things that you're doing already that you should keep going. And so whether it's focusing on resident-centric services and providing great customer service, to ensuring good governance and financial sustainability, keep driving forward continuous improvement initiatives, those are all things that you'll never really be able to check mark as completed. Those are steady state. Those are things that will likely live on in each iteration of your strategic plan moving forward, because they're core to how the organization functions and governs itself. But there are also other things that are identified in this plan that, you must do or you should do to prepare for and meet the needs of a changing community. So when you look under strategic pillar 2, you see goals around the asset management plan, as well as infrastructure renewal and expansion, establishing the vision for growth under the first pillar, as well as aligning, that your services are being adjusted to accommodate those shifting community needs. And we heard a lot about that, right, with respect to winter operations and changing resident expectations. So this plan also provides for that, to make sure that, that your services and what you're doing fit the Dysart that is in that moment. Finally, as Matheson indicated, there are also things that fall outside the municipality's scope of control to deliver and fund, and will require collaboration, whether it's with your community partners, your business organizations, or other levels of government, or the county. And you can see these on the screen, right? Healthcare services would fall under one of the community priorities. Broadband expansion are just, is another example. Housing as well, that these are the big issues that Dysart won't be able to solve on its own. And so this plan really does provide you with that license, or what we might call a getaway car, to go off and start advocating for these things with other stakeholders, with other orders of government on behalf of your community. And so, in order to successfully implement the plan, it needs to be connected, as we said at the outset, with the key operational documents of the organization. And so you've seen this graphic before, but this is how the strategic plan cascades down into your operating plans, whether it be master plans, your asset management plans, other key strategies or documents that set out how you're going to go about your business. And this is really how you action a strategic plan and make sure that it doesn't sit on the shelf. And staff have already done a significant amount of work on this. Under each key activity within the strategic plan, staff have already gone ahead and identified a number of implementation actions to actually deliver on the key activity, which in turn delivers on the goals, and will help demonstrate progress on the priority. And so I think that's a really strong starting point, that your senior management team is already thinking about how best to put this into action, and that they can hit the ground running. Performance measurement is also key here. And I know we had a number of discussions over the last few months on performance measurement, and we do understand that there's a desire and a need really to understand and better measure whether we are doing what we set out to do. This is also key to accountability and transparency, making sure that the plan means something. And so through performance measurement, you're holding staff accountable, you're holding council accountable to the community. And this plan, as you can see in the PDF document, it does provide performance measures for each goal. And I think we'd say that this is really a starting point for the town. This can be refined and matured over time as the organization grows and becomes more comfortable with performance measurement. You know, one of the key actions in the plan is the development of an enterprise-wide performance measurement plan. And this is just one of the first steps towards that. And I think, you know, another way that we can support accountability to the plan and making sure that we are moving forward with it and being held accountable to it is to just realize that at the end of the day, this is a living document. And unsurprisingly, you know, many of the issues and the key actions within this plan that will have the most meaningful impact on your community do not fall neatly into 4-year terms of council. These will require sustained planning, investment, really commitment over time, and it'll cut across probably multiple terms of council, although I'm sure we'd all love to see, you know, housing affordability and supply addressed within 4 years. You know, is that a reality? I'm not so sure. And so I think that's something to think about here as well, that you're looking at a longer term horizon, but there are real things that you can move the dial forward on in a 4-year term of council. Further, the other point of a living document is that, as we know, issues and priorities can change over time. You know, as new realities, new dynamics emerge. I think, you know, you can see this within Dysart. The pandemic was a driver in some ways of growth as more people came looking for more affordable living, more space, but probably most importantly, to surround themselves in a stunning natural environment. And I think we're also seeing, you know, more people stay there for the full year as opposed to just seasonal residents. And so I think, you know, there is an opportunity here to do periodic reviews of the strategic plan, to update it, to make sure that it is aligned with the community's priorities at that moment in time, but also broader trends and issues that will better position you to prepare for a future, which I think we could probably all agree is constantly shifting. And I think that is it. So we're happy to.
I just make one last comment. A very common criticism that you hear of strategic plans for people who don't know much about municipal government is they say, well, I heard somewhere, or I read somewhere in corporate strategic planning for businesses that if you got more than three key strategies, you don't have any. Or if you got more than 3 key priorities, you don't have any. And it's just worth thinking about that criticism for a second, because then the next thing you'd hear is, oh my God, these guys have got 6 pillars and 18, which means they're not focused on anything, which means they don't have any priorities, and the whole thing's a big pile of nonsense. And what I would say is, as a connoisseur of strategic planning, is if you were fortunate enough to run Fred's Chicken Restaurant and your job was to sell chicken, then you would probably have 3 priorities. One about how you sourced the chicken, one about how you looked after your HR, and one about your customer service or something like that. And maybe an expansion plan about how you were going to sell more chicken in Quebec instead of just selling it in Ontario, and take on Saint-Hubert or something like that. And so you note that you'd have 3 or 4 priorities, or maybe a 5th one. Make your chicken tastier. Well, municipalities don't have one line of business. You've got, depending on how you keep score, you've either got 6 or you've got 50 or you've got 110, right? Depending on, you know, all the different services that you provide. And so it's not at all surprising if for each one of your lines of business, you've got about 3 to 5 specific things that you want to do. And so as Stacey was getting at, under each one of these 18 boxes, you typically have 3 to 5 specific things, which would be like the plan for our imaginary chicken restaurant. And so it's not a criticism of municipal strategic planning that there are so many priorities that you have none. it's actually a recognition of the incredible challenge of municipal service, that you have so many lines of business, each of which requires 3 to 5 things that you're going to do over the next period of time to improve them and realize them and make them better than ever before. So if you ever get that criticism, which is probably the most common criticism of municipal strategic planning, you can actually use it as a great opportunity to teach people about just what an enormous and extraordinary undertaking local government is. Doesn't have to be a fight about the strategic plan. It actually can become a learning opportunity about, do you have any idea how many lines of business that we have? So we absolutely agree, for any one of them, you couldn't do more than a couple of things. But hey, did you know that, our roads guys, they need a couple of goals, and our community services people, and so on and so on and so on. And so that's just an important way to understand this, because that is either it's not connected to the budget, so it'll never happen. And well, we've already addressed that. The other is the very learned, if you have 18 priorities, you don't have any, is the other criticism. And it's not that that's a faulty criticism of strategic planning generally. It's just based on a misapprehension about just how many darn lines of municipal business there are. And it's really just another reason to be in awe of municipal public administration every day, and just how much needs to get done and how much does get done, and how many different lines of activity there have to be in order to serve the place that we call Dysart. So anyway, turn it over to you for any questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you, John and Stacy, both of you. Really, it was an excellent process. And Stacy, you mentioned it, was our first plan. So we did it sort of start from the ground up, but because of your expertise and your familiarity with creating strategic plans, I mean, this is definitely our own. This is definitely Dysart's plan, but without your facilitation, I don't think we would have got to where we're at today. And when I read the plan, I really feel that this captured everything that was said. There was great collaboration with council, which was really nice to see, really creative thinking. And so I want to thank you both for this process. It's really satisfying to see, all the workshops and then see the document. And as Stacy said, it's a living document. This is meant to be something that you constantly are looking at, reflecting at, tweaking going forward. And hopefully in 4 years from now, a future council says, let's review that and see if that's still where we're at, but they'll have a building block of that first plan. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Clark for a question.
Yes, thank you, through Madam Mayor. Thanks, John and Stacy. It looks very good. It provides a nice framework and almost like a checklist to make sure that, as we're moving forward, we're touching all the points that need to be touched, and it deals with a lot of points of commonality between staff and council, as opposed to, as you're saying, it doesn't get into the weeds. So that's good. I guess my question to you is this probably needs to be updated, or at least reviewed on an annual basis, I would suggest. And perhaps somewhere in a month or two in advance of what I would imagine the annual budget process is, just to make sure that we are on track for capturing what we need to capture, or the things that we're doing are reflective of those higher strategic needs. And also, as you had identified, as a living document, our community changes. So we've got to make sure that there's some things may need to come out, some things may need to be added, but it provides a bit of a framework to ensure that we're doing the right steps to ensure the community is properly served, and we're doing the advanced planning. But what would you suggest, so that an annual review of this is in order, and somehow embed that into the management process? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would say exactly. And I think an annual review of progress, and it's very common in municipalities with a plan like this, say every 2 years, to just sort of do a refresh and prioritize. It's quite common as you're entering the 3rd year of term to say, okay, how are we doing? I did one for a municipality in Cobourg, and they had 4 categories. They had the ones which continue to be, hot priorities that require new and different effort on one end. And on the other end, it was, you know what, we've made enough progress on this for the next 4 years. We've got too many specific projects and we're not going to resource them. And then in the middle, there was stuff that was judged to be in the middle, either kind of, yes, keep going as a priority, but not quite as much as the hot ones, or keep going with the current level of effort. And that was a way of ground truthing these goals that are intended to be longer than a particular term of council or a particular annual budget, with the realities of budgeting. And you know what, like you get these unexpected things too. Like, you know, if you suddenly get 2 or 3 resignations of key senior people, that can easily knock you 6 months off plan. And that's, you know, that's life in the big city. You know, that's what you have to deal with when you have to deal with it. But that's why it's called a strategic plan and not what we're going to do next Tuesday. But the only thing I'd caution against is, now that this is framed for a couple of years, don't change it too often, because use your operating plans for that. Like every 2 years is enough to look at this as a, should we change it? It'd be more, look at it more frequently for, are we resourcing the individual things sufficiently to have the impact that we'd like it to have? But you know what, that's something that council will work out with the CAO and her team and find something that's comfortable. But I heard that of one municipality, which shall remain nameless, where 2 weeks after they finished a strategic plan, somebody wanted to reopen the strategic plan because there'd been an incident on the weekend, and that caused massive groans. So don't do that. But something in the middle that makes sense to you is what you should evolve to.
Okay, thank you, John, for that. And also you did say that on an ongoing basis, those staff reports can reflect things and how this meets the goal such and such and pillar such and such. Applying for grants can, you document the strategic plan and say, you know, item such and such, and as goals or priorities set out in the Dysart strategic plan. So it's, while the council doesn't need to be necessarily reviewing it, staff are always reflecting on it and commenting on it. So Councillor Smith had a question.
Thank you. Maybe first just a comment to follow on Councillor Clark in the response to him. It seems to me that I'll say this. I think the strategic plan is a great start. I've been through this sort of process too many times, probably in my professional life, and even with other community organizations. And it's challenging, as it was for us. But I really believe that there's a solid start here. This is something Dysart hasn't had before, and so I'd say congratulations to the mayor for making sure we got this done before the end of our term, because it is really a solid start. But it's only going to be useful if we try and build on this. And and although there's a number of metrics identified here, really as part of each year's operating plan or the budget process, it's going to be setting the goals associated with those metrics. So how much better are we going to get in this area? How much are we going to spend over there? What's improved? What improvements required over there, and that sort of thing. That's the critical thing to me in terms of next steps. And so this plan can serve as a framework to do those things for literally years to come, and it could be revisited 2 or 3 years from now. John, Stacey, I had a question related not to your presentation today, but to the plan document you gave us. And we hadn't seen all of the sentences, if you like, in that document prior to you distributing it. There's one on page 9 under the topic, growth must be managed appropriately and effectively. It says, to ensure that Dysart et al. Grows in the way the community and the administration desire, a clear vision and plan for this growth is required, blah, 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 blah. In the way the community and the administration desire was sort of a phrase that caught my attention. And I wondered what you meant by that when you said community and administration. Because I think as council, we're here to provide a voice to the community. We represent that community, and it's only through their decision in terms of how they vote that we stay here. And so I think that our job is to ensure that Dysart is growing in the way the community desires. I was troubled by and the administration. Where does that fit in here?
Well, two answers there. Firstly, you're absolutely right. And so I think what the meaning of the paragraph is, council's got to make decisions that are influenced by the input from the community and the administration. You know, under the Planning Act, your chief planner is a statutory officer and has to be guided by provincial rules, you know, policy statements, which must be followed. So I don't think council, like, certainly we meant no offense that the administration has a series of inputs into the decisions that council makes, because that's just objectively true. But similarly, the community's got to inform how they want it to play in Dysart. And the collectivity of those two streams of input is what council has to do in achieving the goal that both has to be managed appropriately and effectively, which is the heading for the section. I think we just meant to say you've got the reality that we have hierarchical planning in the province of Ontario, which the expression of the provincial will is through your chief planner. But that's kind of what we were getting at there.
Well, Mike, then just to kind of make sure I understand that, what you're really saying, the administration's role there is to make sure that we follow the laws of the land in terms of what the provincial government through its regulations demands of us. Is that fair?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that's just true. There's no way around that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the OLT will be all over you. And no one, that's not a good way to govern.
Okay, satisfied. Yeah, and just a note on the actual plan too, because I forgot, I looked at it when we first got our agendas, and I looked at the draft. Graphically, the photographs that were selected and like just the graphics and how you read it, I really liked the actual plan. Here we are talking, we went through your slide deck, but the actual plan is great. And you know, positive message from myself and from Tamara, and you know, I think that this will be a document that our community or someone that's interested in our community can look at, and clearly when you read this, it's like, oh, that captures Dysart well. So I know it's silly. I like the pretty pictures, but I did like the pictures. I think it makes sense. Some these documents used to just be text, and you just read it. This will live on our municipal website, I believe. I can check with Tamara, the clerk. They're both nodding. So once we pass this today, this will be easily accessible to the public on our municipal website under somewhere, whichever tab will let you know. Anyone else want to comment on the plan? Councillor Wood-Roberts.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. I just want to take a moment to express my incredible appreciation for all the staff who have put countless hours in on this, working toward this on top of their already full plates. So I just want to thank all the staff.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we do have a resolution to adopt this first strategic plan. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder to do that. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be it resolved that council adopts the Dysart et al. Strategic plan as prepared and presented by Strategy Corps. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you so much, John and Stacy. Much appreciated, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move along, and we are going to adjourn this council meeting to go into a public meeting. So I need a mover and a seconder for that if I can, and Councillor Smith and Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourn the regular meeting of council at 9:43 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment application D14-ZB-2022-008 lands of Pollard on Coagama Lake. All in favor? Okay, so that is carried. We will bring in our planning staff, and I believe Mr. Pollard is in, and I'm just going to read some information regarding public meetings. It is a public meeting to consider one proposed zoning amendment to the Dysart et al. Zoning bylaw 2005-120. During this public meeting, council will consider all information available regarding the proposed amendment, review the staff report, which includes any public comments received to date, and listen to all comments provided during the meeting. For the public participation outline, this meeting and future public meetings will be hosted via electronic participation format only until further notice. Any oral or written submissions received in advance of the meeting will be verbally read aloud at the time the application is considered. Information regarding live streaming of the public meeting is available on the Municipality of Dysart et al. Website, and all persons who have pre-registered will have an opportunity to present or ask questions about the proposal. Please direct all questions and comments via myself, the chair. No decisions are made at a public meeting on applications. A public meeting is held to gather public comments. All those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy of the decision, and you must make this request in writing to the municipality. The Planning Act specifies that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality of Dysart et al. Before the proposed bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality to the local appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to an appeal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our senior planner, Chris Orson, to go through the application.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. This is for file D14 ZB 2022-008 Lands of Pollard. Council may remember this application was deferred last month without discussion as the application did not meet the legislative circulation requirements. The application has now been appropriately circulated as per the requirements of the Planning Act. A brief outline of the application. The application was submitted in order to amend the existing waterfront residential type 4L WR4L zone to permit the development of for a maximum of one Quonset hut to be used as a shed within the waterfront residential zone. As per municipal zoning bylaw 2005-120, a Quonset hut is not permitted in the waterfront residential zone. Brief description of the property. The subject property is currently developed and well vegetated with access to Bear Lake Road. Subject property has frontage on Quagama Lake, which is a lake trout lake that is not at capacity. The proposed will be constructed within a cleared open area of the property and is not anticipated to have a negative impact on the shoreline or the ecological function of the lake or wetland feature on the property. The proposed is generally consistent with the provincial policy statement and generally conforms with the municipal official plan. And if council considers the application, the recommendation as provided may be appropriate. And that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you. And we have the applicant here. Would you like to speak to your application?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
Firstly, good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council and staff. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak, I guess, on my own behalf here, as I am the owner of the subject lands. And just by way of a little bit more description of it, it consists of 34 acres, densely forested, as Chris has indicated. And we have 330 feet of frontage on the what would be the Quagam East River, so the very far east end of the lake there. My application is, as indicated, to allow me to erect a Quonset style hut. And my property is a little bit unique in that it has, well, maybe not unique, but to me it seemed odd that I have two zoning areas in it. One being a WR4L, which is essentially the first 4 acres of the property closest to the Quagama Lake itself. And then the remaining 30 acres is actually zoned as RU1L. Now, staff are probably very familiar with the fact that in the RU1L area, I could in fact erect a Quonset style hut and it wouldn't require a minor variance. So I only found this out when I applied for the building permit and realized the distinction here, and that in this WR4L, while I could build a storage garage, I cannot build one with a Quonset style hut. And all I could think of at the time to understand this restriction is because in the area closest to the lake, I'm sure it was with the idea to protect the natural environment and not promote something that perhaps might be conceived as more of a commercial or industrial type look. And I can assure you that my goals and the township's goals certainly are in line with that. And if I could just outline a few reasons why that I think that this site that I have selected here is about the only site I can really do it that would make sense in many, many ways. Firstly, I suspected, like I said, the reasons for it, but I can assure you that this location is about 300 feet back from the lake where I am suggesting. To put it into perspective, my cottage that I built there, and I built this in the area that where there was when we purchased the property in 2005, there was an existing cottage there, and we built a new cottage in the exact same location. It's about a setback of about 75 feet from the water's edge there. Now, from the lakefront now, and it's a 6,000 square foot cottage, you can barely even see it. And that's 75-foot setback. This proposed area of this Quonset style garage is in fact, like I say, 300 feet or even an additional 200 feet in behind where the cottage is that is barely visible as it is from the lake. So I can assure you that in addition to that, I only have 3 other properties to the east. And again, it's all densely surrounded forest area, both to the north, to the east, to the south, and to the west here. So it would be absolutely impossible for any neighbor, anyone but myself actually, to know that this even exists. The difficulty I would have and I guess another important feature is, although I'm asking for this minor variance to build within this WR4L zone, I really am asking to build it in what would be the very north, almost the furthest part of the WR4L zone is actually almost ends. And where I'm looking to build this is at the very back portion of it, which butts essentially to the zoning, which would allow me to in fact build it. The reason you might say, well, why don't I just build it in that area then? What you cannot see from some of the pictures that are associated with this is the extreme elevations from that part. Essentially, my driveway goes up, has to be anywhere from 50 to 70 feet straight up to go there. And it's all hills beyond there. Although I have 30 acres, technically I could put this hut. Physically, I don't think it would be possible to put it anywhere else and have access to it. The terrain is just wouldn't allow that. And even if I could, it would be my suggestion that if I were to build in the I forget the numbers, what they called it, but the RU1L portion of my property, first of all, it would be counter to the Dysart plan and also to the fact that I have a managed forest plan on this property would prohibit the clear cutting of trees, which I would have to do to place it in that particular zone. And because of the elevation, and if I were to be forced to clear cut the area, I would suggest it would be visible from the lake at that point in time. So I guess for the reasons I've indicated, and perhaps one even on a more personal note, it is a storage facility that I tend to have all the toys that I've accumulated over the years. So I've got boats, snowmobiles, ATVs, all of these things that I would like to be able to access from leaving my cottage to get to these things. And that steep incline with my already one knee going out is just going to become more problematic as I continue the aging process here. This has become, I mentioned we built it in 2005. We bought the property. This is now going to be our permanent residence as I officially retire on Friday. And so it is my hope that, you know, for the reasons I am suggesting here, that there is no other real alternative position that I can put this. I am asking for, yes, a site specific, obviously, to allow just the one building within this, and I think it's the only logical place that it can go without the serious impact to the environment. And so I'm asking for this request to, and I see that staff, I've read the staff review and that they have provided an amendment to the bylaw. And I'm hoping that I'm seeking council's approval for the recommendations of staff. And I appreciate the time that you've given me to speak to the matter, and I'm certainly open to any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Pollard. And other than your bad knee issue, which isn't land use, but everything else makes sense. We do have the restriction of the Quonset hut in the waterfront area for the very reasons that you mentioned. And you said your property is unique to you, but it is unique that it is large, it is well treated, it is far back. The pictures certainly where you've done the excavating in that area show you can already see the steep incline if it goes beyond that. So based on all the planning justification, I think myself, I would support that. I'm going to look to see if there's any questions at this point to staff or to Mr. Pollard. I think Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Pollard. I appreciate the explanation and so forth. And I certainly had no real issue with this. As you note, it's a long way away from the waterfront, and even the Lake Association. I circle around with them, and they have no objection for the very reason it's not visible from the water. So why should anybody care about it? The only question I had, maybe more of a technical question for our staff. The zoning bylaw doesn't say anything about the size of a Quonset hut in terms of a maximum size, at least that I could find. And with this being a 34-acre property, we do limit the coverage to 15%. Short of getting an amendment, minor variance, or whatever, approved by the Committee of Adjustment. Is there anything to restrict the action of a future owner that might cause them to say, I'm going to put a giant Quonset hut on this property, setting aside the topography because I've never seen the property myself, just by the photographs here. Could a future owner say, great, I got this because once we approve this, it's in the bylaws, it lasts forever. So could a future owner build a Quonset hut of, say 3.5 acres in size, something that they could call a dome stadium if they wanted? And if there isn't a restriction, would it be appropriate for us to put a maximum size in this bylaw? Thank you.
Okay, so for staff, Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And if I may, the zoning bylaw does note that when lots are divided into two separate zones, the lot area and lot coverage provisions apply and are calculated as if each separate zone were its own lot. So the portion that's zoned WR4L in this instance, the lot coverage alone would apply just specifically to that area. So in that respect, that would prevent him from going too large. Other than that, setbacks and lot coverage, naturalized open space, those are the types of triggers that would prevent him from going too big, or a future owner, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so that's satisfied. Any further questions to staff or to Mr. Pollard on this application? And just for clarification for the public, it's not a minor variance. It's a zoning bylaw amendment, for that, which will and to staff. There were no public comments. No, none
that's
received.
correct. None.
Okay, so no further questions. Good. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
And so I will look for a mover and a seconder, Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Clark. Be resolved that the report for file number D14 ZB 2022-008 Lands of Pollard, which consists of part lot 14, concession 13, part 1, plan 19R-1206 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information. And the council directs a draft bylaw to be brought forward for consideration during its July 26, 2022 regular meeting. And the council recommends approval of proposed bylaw 2022-77. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. And that was the only file in today's public meeting. So I need a resolution to come to adjourn the public meeting. Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 9:59 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council. All in favor? Okay, that's carried as well. Thank you, everybody. Planning staff, Mr. Pollard, you can say goodbye. Here you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we are bang on time to receive our first delegation So we'll bring in Jason Farragon and Tori Ruck from JL Richards. I have been mentioning to Dysart Council that the short-term rental accommodation review is underway at the county, so I will let them speak to this until we just bring them in. Yes, yeah. There was a survey done there. I'll let Jason explain and Tori. There's been a few surveys with different things at the county lately, and I was rather proud of the representation of Dysart. I don't know if we do a good job in social media or how we promote it, but we certainly have an engaged community, and that's great to see. So hi, Jason.
Well, good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. How is everyone?
Great. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for having my colleague Tori and myself in this morning to chat with you about the work that we're doing on your behalf with Haliburton County Council around the issue of short-term rental accommodations. The intent of our presentation today is just to provide Council with a very brief update on the project that we're doing and the status of that project. And also we're hoping to get some feedback from Council on the issue around short-term rentals as it applies to Dysart. So while we're looking at this from a county-wide level, we want to make sure that the recommendations that we're providing to County Council are informed by the opinions of local councils as well. So it's a very important conversation for us, and we very much have our ears on this morning, if you will. So if it is okay with you, Madam Mayor, we have a very short presentation that we'll go through, and then we're happy to sort of turn it over to Council, and we're happy to take any questions or feedback that Council may have of us. So if that sounds fair, I will continue to proceed.
Yes, please.
Okay, Tori, do you mind bringing the presentation up, please? Thanks. That's awesome. And if we can go to the first slide, please, Tori. So as I mentioned, our intent is to sort of describe just generally the project, our sort of key findings to date, and importantly to get Council's feedback on this important subject. So Tori, we'll go to the next slide, please. So as Council is well aware, the issue of short-term rental accommodations is a very complex issue, and it touches on many aspects of community health, I would sort of say, be it sort of economic aspects around the economic opportunities that short-term rental can create for individual property owners and for communities themselves, balanced against things like affordability, as well as the community's sort of quality of life. So all of these considerations come into play when we're thinking about sort of short-term rentals, generally speaking, and thinking about creating frameworks to guide the evolution of short-term rentals in communities across Ontario and across the world. Tori, the next slide, please. So we were retained, I think it was earlier this year, by Haliburton Council and given a mandate to review short-term rental accommodations within the county and to come up with recommendations for County Council to consider creating a new framework for short-term rental accommodations. And by framework, what we mean is everything that spans from education to enforcement. As Council knows, when delivering a new service within the community, you will typically look at all of the options, service options that are available to you, from education to enforcement. And that's what we mean by the term framework. And what County Council has asked us to do very specifically is take a look at some of the scientific literature out there around short-term rentals to understand what that sort of body of work and body of evidence is kind of showing. They've also asked us to conduct a municipal best practice review, so to go out and look at what other municipalities are doing and to come back to them with sort of lessons learned, if you will. We've also undertaken a community survey, so overheard the mayor sort of referring to Dysart's participation in sort of some of the surveys that have been released by the county, and we have some results from the first community survey that we've sort of issued for this project. And County Council has asked us to go out, of course, and talk to members of the public and stakeholders as well. So this is an issue that affects many aspects of the community, and so we're talking to folks and trying to collect as many perspectives as we can in order to inform sort of the recommendations that we're going to provide to County Council. And it was interesting to listen to John in the earlier sort of presentation around your strategic plan, and he was sort of describing the role of planners and the role of the public and the information that Council will often receive prior to making a decision. And this is very much one of those opportunities where County Council has retained professionals to sort of assist them with sort of that decision making, very much informed by what we're sort of hearing from public and members of the stakeholders as well, So Tori, the next slide, please. So in terms of the process, really sort of we're proceeding in sort of 3 phases, which is sort of illustrated in this slide. So the images on the left are sort of describing the 3 study phases. So our startup, our understanding, direction, and our implementation phase. And then the boxes on the right are attempting to sort of illustrate the level of engagement and the touch points that we have with County Council. And as Council will sort of see, we're sort of firmly entrenched in the 2nd phase of the project. So we're in the understanding and the directions phase. We've presented back to County Council about 6 weeks ago, updating them on both the scientific literature review, the municipal best practice review, as well as the community survey, which I'll share with you in a moment. We got some really great feedback from them. We're in the midst of sort of our stakeholder engagement exercise, of which this meeting is a part of. And then we're currently scheduled to go back and talk to County Council again with sort of our recommendations or preliminary recommendations, I guess, and get some direction from them on key elements of that sort of framework. And that's going to occur on August 9th. Based on that feedback that we received from County Council at that time, we're going to go away, we're going to update sort of the directions and put sort of form to the framework, if you will, and come back and present that information at a future County Council sort of meeting. So Tori, we'll go to the next slide, please. So in terms of that sort of municipal best practice review, we did look at a host of municipalities. Some of them are sort of listed here along the top of the screen, and I won't go into sort of this chart in detail, but what it does is it focuses more on the sort of regulation and enforcement side of the short-term rental accommodation question. It doesn't really sort of talk about education and information and incentives, but it's more around policies and regulations and licensing bylaws. And what you'll sort of see here is we have looked at a wide array of municipal best practices. And it's interesting to sort of look at the patterns here, because what this image says many things to many people, but what it sort of says to me is that licensing is certainly something that a lot of municipalities are using to regulate short-term rental accommodations. Most municipalities will place occupancy restrictions on short-term rental accommodations in some form or fashion. And then other municipalities, or most municipalities, will also look at their land use planning frameworks to ensure that those land use planning frameworks are then aligned with whatever licensing system that they're sort of implementing for short-term rentals. So next slide, Tori, please. So, so thinking about that sort of research that we've done with the municipal best practices, as well as the scientific literature review, which I didn't cover in this presentation, when thinking about sort of creating short-term rental accommodation frameworks, as council knows, we have to give consideration to a number of different things, including where you would like short-term rental accommodations to exist in your community. Are you permitting them in the primary residence? Are you permitting them in an additional residential unit? As an example, how the framework then either supports the sort of the traditional hospitality industry within communities that are offering a similar product, but are regulated under a different system. So how do you bring equity into that sort of aspect of the existing hospitality and tourism industry? A lot of frameworks and a lot of councils give consideration to the duration of the stays that are allowed within short-term rental accommodation providers. What we sort of see in a lot of the examples that we're aware of is 28 days is generally sort of the rule of thumb that you can allow for a duration up to 28 days. Anything beyond that then sort of gets into Tenant Protection Act type of issues. There's usually a cap on the number of guests that are permitted within short-term rental accommodation dwelling, if you will. As I've mentioned, sort of zoning, some municipalities are using their zoning bylaws to regulate short-term rental accommodations as a land use, as a commercial land use, in particular within residential areas. Many municipalities obviously use fees and municipal accommodation tax to support their efforts as part of their short-term rental accommodation framework. So the fees relate to your application fees and your licensing fees, and municipal accommodation tax can be used to support service level provisions, or also sort of advertising and tourism promotion activities within the municipality. And of course, if we're thinking about any framework, enforcement is always a big question, and how do you ensure that whatever framework is put in place by council, that folks sort of adhere to the rules, and enforcement or compliance monitoring, as I've heard it described in other contexts, is a big part of that process as well. So Tori, we'll go to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we did conduct a survey to get a sense of kind of what folks were thinking about short-term rental accommodations. It's almost about 2 months ago now. And we had a really great response. Over 1,500 people responded to that survey, and to build on the mayor's comments, 52% of the respondents were from Dysart. So residents and Dysart for sort of taking the time to sort of provide their feedback to us. And the intent of the survey is really sort of to gather people's preliminary perspectives on the short-term rental accommodation issue, just to get a lay of the land, if you will. We didn't sort of really get into proposed solutions or elements of the framework in a great level of detail. That will come, and there will be opportunities to take feedback on that, but really sort of just trying to wrap our arms and our heads around, I guess what folks are thinking about the issue at that point in time. So Tori, we'll go to the next slide, please. And won't go through all of the results. It's quite a comprehensive survey. I think we had well over 15 questions. But interestingly, is when asking the question, are you supportive of folks in the community using either home or cottages as short-term rental? There was a broad support for the concept of the continued use of short-term rental accommodations within Haliburton County. So that's sort of was an interesting result to us. Tori, the next slide, please. And the other one was looking at sort of probing people's opinions as to whether or not they felt that short-term rentals had a positive impact on the community. A good number of people felt that it did. So if you look at those numbers, each one of those bars, the two highest bars, is getting up to about 700 respondents out of the 1,500 plus respondents that had answered. So many thought that short-term rentals, I think, provided additional revenue opportunities for property owners. And many folks also felt that it increased tourism opportunities within the county. So I'm sure from your perspective, this is feedback that you've heard already, but we think that it's interesting within the context of the overall survey. Tori, we'll go to the next slide, please. Now, the flip side to that is, while you think folks felt that short-term rentals had a positive impact on the community, folks also felt that short-term rentals presented a number of concerns as well. And so what this slide is attempting to demonstrate is the concerns that sort of people have identified and the level of responses associated with those concerns. So as council will sort of see, the leftmost bar there, which exceeds 900 responses out of the 1,500 responses, was loud noise and music. The second most frequently cited concern was septic system capacity. So we've heard lots from people about, folks using cottages, and those cottages have a lot of people in them, and there's concerns about that number of people using the septic system and what was the septic system, actually designed for. And then the third most quoted issue that people have sort of provided us with was their own personal use and enjoyment of their property. So that connects back to the first concern, which is the loud noise and the music, and that is beginning to have an impact on how people are enjoying and using their properties within the county. And that is an important concern. It has to be acknowledged, and it has to be addressed through the framework that we will work with County Council to create. So Tori, the next slide, please. So Madam Mayor, I think that concludes our sort of presentation. We're happy to sort of take the slides down and to get into a discussion with Council, to take any questions, and as well as receive any feedback or direction that Council may have for us this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jason and Tori, for that. Maybe you could just say the next steps. You are coming back to County Council, I believe it's August 10th. And currently you said
yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's August 10th it's going to be on. And also you have that you'll be reporting then on the consultations that you're having with stakeholders, of which the county had input, to make sure. We have a unique situation here where it isn't just Airbnb and VRBOs that those type of online platforms. We have several local rental agencies that are Haliburton only, Haliburton unique, Summary, Kinesis Lake unique. So, I think it was really important to make sure that the consultants had their information too. So I look forward to the August 10th presentation as well. So I'm going to open it up to the floor, and already Councillor Clark has a question.
Thank you to you, Madam Mayor. Interesting presentation. It's an area that I guess can be quite contentious, and we got very different schools of opinion. Zoning is normally how we protect our residential areas, and we have a contract with people. If you buy if you buy, whether it be a vacation or a permanent residence in a residential area, it's viewed as a residential area, not as a commercial tract. And we are very, we manage people even wanting to operate a home business. We've got very big restrictions on that. And yet with short-term rentals, you're saying, here you are, you can now compete with Pine Stone or any of the resorts or whatever going on, and with no consequence. What I did like to see is the fact that all the ones you represented all had licensing, which gave them at least some form of managing or controlling those properties, which was good. My question to you, with the survey that you did, it looks like it's very skewed towards those who support it. I think having that and that being your numbers, did you look at the people who actually have an interest, who actually own properties for the rental, or have got interest in properties for the rental, or have businesses that would benefit from short-term rentals? Because to me, the people I talk to, it should be the exact opposite. 70% against and maybe 20% for. So I have some concern about the numbers that you've put forward here. Can you speak to whether or not those types of surveys were done, or that kind of information was collected?
Jason, before you answer that, I just wanted to, if I can, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Jason. So the purpose of this review at the county level is we're not going to stop short-term rentals. We're not going to stop people listing their cottage for a week or 2 weeks or whatever. I just to clarify, this is about licensing so that we have regulations. So you may be talking to people that don't want it. That horse has left the barn. Like it's here. Do we want to regulate it? And if we want to regulate it, then how do we want to regulate it? So I just want to clarify that.
Well, I want to know the stats here.
You just
my concern is the stats. They don't look representative of what I'm experiencing with my townships. So that's all I'm
yeah, that's fair. I just want to know that the intent at the county level and the purpose and the scope of the project is to options for licensing, not stopping short-term rental. Jason, I'll turn it back over to you, or Tori.
Yeah, and certainly appreciate the question as well. It was interesting because some of the feedback-based. I'll step back one moment. So in our discussions with County Council today, County Council has expressed that their concern around short-term rental accommodations really relates to what I would sort of describe as the commercialization of residential areas, including residential waterfront areas. And prior to becoming a consultant 2 years ago, I worked for over 12 years in the municipal space, and 2 years before that in the provincial space. And so in looking at the survey and the difference in feedback and the difference in perspective that we're hearing, I don't want to sort of say that the survey results surprised us. They were different a little bit than what we were sort of expecting, but I think that that's normal as well, because my experience is that often you'll sort of hear from folks that have concerns in the municipal space, and you won't necessarily hear from folks that don't have concerns. So the other piece, with the survey that's important to remember is that the survey is not statistically representative of the community, right? It isn't a probability survey where we can sit here today and say, based on the survey, we are confident, 95% confident level around this, that this is truly representative of the opinions within Haliburton County. So this is a participatory survey. So people had to take the time to fill out the survey. So because of that, I don't want to position it as sort of a representative survey at all. So having said that, when you look, we've only presented 2 of the 17 questions. When you look through the survey itself, I think the broader 17 or 18 questions, I'm looking for Tori for confirmation on the number, it was about in that range, right? I think some of the concerns that you've expressed, Councillor, do come out in those survey results. And I would sort of say as well that the feedback that we're getting through our stakeholder interviews, including with the local cottage care industry and other stakeholders, we're getting a really good balanced perspective on the issue. And so for us, that's really important, because we want to make sure that we're bringing the best advice possible back to County Council for its consideration. So I think between the surveys and between the community surveys like we're getting and the stakeholder surveys, we're getting all of the information that we need to provide County Council with a balanced perspective on the issue.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Councillor Smith, did you have your hand up? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And just to provide another perspective, you know, cottage rental's been going on since the beginning of cottaging. And I've never rented my cottage out. Lots of people never rent their cottage out, but lots of people do. And actually the 30% number didn't particularly surprise me, because when I responded to the survey, I said I had no problem with rentals in terms of the concept of renting them out. Because it's an ongoing thing. And, you know, some people bought a family cottage 25, 30 years ago, realizing it was going to be a family retreat, but also recognizing that economically they were going to have to rent it out from time to time to be able to afford it. And that's okay. But the problem is that we've got today people, even businesses, that buy cottages purely as an investment, never intending to stay in them. They label them a lodge or a retreat. They promote them on their website. They promote them through various online platforms, and don't engage a local rental agency to ensure that there's appropriate communication and controls. And as a consequence, we get the kinds of problems that are identified on your chart, not only related to septic overload, but fireworks when they shouldn't be displayed, noise and rowdiness, no commitment to lake health, all kinds of problems that you know, get displayed on that one graphic. And so I think the direction you're going, I hope the direction you're going, is that you're going to get some controls or regulations identified. And as a result of the fees, those people who choose to rent their cottage out, you know, will have to pay. They'll be picking up the cost of the resources that we need to police these things, so that when there's fireworks going off on a Wednesday night, and it's not a holiday of July 1st, there's a bylaw officer to call to get out there and deal with it. When there's noise, when there's people sitting on a dock Saturday evening and they've obviously had too many adult beverages and they're cursing and swearing and disturbing the neighbors and playing the music loud, somebody get out there and deal with it then. People don't want to call the police, but they want it dealt with. And so we need a set of regulations and related fees for those who choose to benefit from renting their cottage where they're paying the freight. And the average person can simply do what they want, which is enjoy their property at the lake. And when they rent it out, if they're going to rent it out for 2 weeks to their Uncle Bob in August, probably the municipality doesn't care. But if you're going to rent it out weekend after weekend, then there needs to be some regulations that cause you to pay a fee associated with that. And if we can find a way to do that, then I believe that we will satisfy even those people who never rent a cottage out, because they'll say, I can accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's sort of the purpose of licensing. Councillor McKechnie is next.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the people that I've talked to, and I've had quite a few people come up to me and talk to me in regard to short-term rentals, have said that they are definitely are seeing a pattern, whether the people that rent them, rent their cottage out, or the ones that don't, that the people that use the local agencies seem to not have, they have less problems by far than, say, Airbnb. Because I know personally, you know, living here, I know people who rent their place all the time, and they have no issues because the agency has strict rules, and if you don't follow them, you probably will lose some of your deposit, things, different rules they have in place. So I think it's really important that, I don't know how you do this, but the message I'm getting told is they'd like to see, if you're going to rent your cottage in Dysart, you should have to use one of our local agencies, because I believe they do a very thorough job in checking out who is renting and who your guest is going to be beside you. We didn't buy our cottages, or cottage life to me has always been about family life. I know times have changed, but these people that are buying cottages and renting them out 40, 50 weeks a year, I'm definitely 100% against that. And I think a lot of people around here are also. We understand cottages have been rented in the past and they will be rented in the future, but we definitely need some controls in that area as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKechnie. Councillor Wood Roberts.
Just in relation to this, the conversation's been big on cottage rentals. I do have a bit of a valid concern about residential rentals that are used for short term, like in the dense residential area that's taking away from living space, or an area that is very short on housing. Will that be captured somewhere in these surveys or studies?
So through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it
Yes.
is being captured through the survey. And that's one of the reasons why we led with affordability being one of the key issues, because we recognize that short-term rental accommodations can have an impact both on local housing supply, both ownership and rental.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Good point. In the review findings and the comparables, this is just a little snapshot. You can get more information, and also more information on the full results of the survey on the county agenda. And I can find out the date for you. I can't remember when that was, what date that was on. It's not going to come to mind right now, but I can tell you, Councillor Clark, to find that. I also had sent Jason after you presented, because I had just been recently camping in the area of Lambton Shores, which is Grand Bend, and they just passed one. So it's in effect this year. And I went through, reviewed theirs. And again, a lot of them limit the number of people according to the number of bedrooms. They have right here, you can see in this review, there's so many parking spaces. So, you know, a 4-bedroom cottage, you're not going to get 20 people for a bachelorette party. And also what happens, besides a bylaw officer going out, a lot of these have, you start with a clean slate, similar to your driver's license. And there's a demerit point system of, you know, you've broken this regulation, and then so many that your license is revoked. So Jason, just before we conclude, do you want to just speak to the demerit system that several people use?
Yeah, for sure. And I think since the presentation, we've in fact dove into the Lambton Shores example. And if I'm not mistaken, when we sat, Tori did a stakeholder interview with Airbnb. And if I'm not mistaken, Tori, they referred to the Lambton Shores example when they spoke very highly of that regulatory framework as well. Tori, am I recalling that correctly?
Yeah, when I spoke to Airbnb, they sort of raved about the Lambton Shores example. Yeah. So then we went and talked to them as well.
Excellent. Yeah, I felt it really captured everything, like including like you know, that it had a liability insurance, that they have a fire inspections, making sure CO2 and fire detectors, and you know, it's really captured everything. So anyway, sorry, Jason, to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I'm really enjoying the discussion. No apologies necessary. The demerit point system is a very important feature of a licensing system, and it can act as a disincentive, right, for sort of bad behavior. And I think, you know, having talked to your cottage care rental providers, we had a great discussion with them about 3 or 4 weeks ago, where they walked us through their business model, and they highlighted the difference between the work that they do versus the work that a larger platform like Airbnb would provide. And what that came down to was the local accountability, if I could describe that word, which was the difference in sort of the outcome between those two providers, right? So with your local cottage care rental agencies, folks know who to call to deal with an issue before it gets to bylaw enforcement and before it gets to sort of police to sort of go investigate a complaint. And what we've heard from others is that's what they would hope to see in the system and the recommendations that we bring forward to county council. So regardless of the platform that's being used, there's somebody that is identified, a responsible person, if you will, which is the term that's sort of used, that folks know who to call to deal with an issue if an issue comes up, and it can be addressed, you know, sort of neighbor to neighbor, if you will, before escalating it to an enforcement or escalating it to sort of law enforcement for sort of resolution. So those two things, the demerit system, which we think is very effective both as an incentive and a disincentive, right? Especially as you're communicating that on a registry, for example, within a municipal space. So folks that are looking to come and do a short-term rental can go to the county's website, for example, and sort of see who's licensed, can see who the responsible person is, can see what their demerit system ranking is. That's all for sort of consumer choice and consumer awareness. So there's lots of tools that we can sort of use, I think, to result in a different outcome, if you will, for short-term rentals within Haliburton. So Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if that entirely gets at the point that you wanted me to get to, or...
Yeah, no, that's great. And honestly, we could talk lots. We do have another, just 1 second. We do have another delegation waiting in the wings. So and lots on the agenda. But I just want to say, so for Dysart councillors to follow along on the August 10th meeting, but as well, the reason that we're even discussing this today is because this came up at Dysart Service Delivery Review. And then fortunately at the county, there was an opportunity to do some sort of municipal roundtable because this wasn't identified in the county service delivery review, but I brought this forward. We have been struggling, grappling, talking about licensing that tax for, I don't know, Tamara, as long as I can remember, like I feel like 10 or 12 years. And so has every local municipality in the county. So this is something that I brought forward in a motion to the county table that really should be, something that's being addressed at the county table. So it's very, so I just want to say that's the process, as it was actually identified in our service delivery review as an opportunity. So I believe there was one more question then by Councillor Smith, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, just really two things. One related to your comment. I think, though, that the final decision about the implementation of a bylaw will happen here at this table. Is that correct? Not at the
Yes.
county council.
Very similar to the shoreline preservation bylaw. The talks are happening so that we can, hopefully all agree to whatever the final outcome is. But this council has to pass that.
Yeah, because we've asked the county to draft something for our consideration. Yeah, thank you. And Jason, just one other point that I want to make sure, I think I've heard it from you, but part of your consideration beyond licensing could involve zoning changes for some of these facilities that are classified as lodges and retreats are being rented out almost all of the time, such that they're commercial enterprises as opposed to seasonal residents where somebody chooses to rent it for 3 weeks a year or whatever. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay, great. Yep, more to come. So can I have a mover and a seconder to acknowledge receipt of this delegation? Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor Smith. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Jason Farragon and Tori Ruck from JL Richardson Associates Limited regarding the County of Haliburton short-term rental accommodation review. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. Thank you so much, Jason and Tori, and we look forward to seeing you on the 10th of August.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having us this morning. Appreciate the conversation, and our thanks as well to Tamara for her ongoing support and guidance. She's a really great resource and a wealth of knowledge, and I think you guys are super lucky to have her on your team. So thanks to Tamara too.
Well, thank you. We think so too.
Okay, bye guys.
So we have one more delegation at 10, was scheduled 10:20. We're just only 10 minutes behind. And then what I think we'll do is after that delegation, we'll take a quick recess, coffee break. So if we can bring in, and I see we have Mr. Butts on screen. So we have Mr. Butts on screen, but we also have the letter. And just so you know, for council, as we're bringing Michael Butts on screen, the resolution is to receive the delegation, but also the communication from Liz Laidlaw. So Michael, I'll turn it over to you. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors. My name is Michael Butts. My wife Susan and I own 3 properties on Glamorgan Road, all within a kilometer radius of this proposed tower. We have lived, raised our children, and operated our business, Windy Ridge Studio, here since 1980. I've spoken with each of you on this matter, and I'm so impressed that participatory democracy is alive and well in Dysart at all. Thank you. I would like to preface my comments by stating that in no way am I against progress, technology, cell towers in general, or the internet. I would not have been able to put forward these ideas without them. I'm here today to express the concerns of over 100, mostly very local residents, about a proposed cell tower in our community. I know that you have received numerous letters and a petition from our community. I will be focusing on 3 things: environmental concerns, planning concerns, and a potential solution. We feel that our environmental concerns are a good reason to take a second look at the report submitted by Rogers representatives. It seems to be either sloppy or misleading. The legend on Dysart's own map, Schedule B, which I emailed you under the heading of environmental concerns, specifies wetland on the exact site of the tower. It also shows a significant species of concern, which would be the great blue heron. They have a large nesting area on a neighboring property. This tower would be in the flight path of their feeding trips to Blue Hawk Lake. I've noticed that their numbers have dropped over the last 40 years and they certainly do not need any more disruptions. Neighboring properties have also had visits from the endangered Blandings turtle. We are all well aware of the declining number of turtles and the consequences of their demise. We offered to secure a wetlands assessment for the lands in question, but the landowner refused permission. I would ask that at the very least, you require Rogers or their representative to fulfill such an assessment. I suggest that the burden of the assessment costs are not disproportionate to the overall cost of the project. Next, I'm going to focus on Dysart policy number 38, a policy to establish a local protocol for the review of telecommunication tower proposals. I'm addressing the recommendation by Mr. Isles regarding the compliance with policy number 38. Number 1, location. In a significant natural area discouraged. It has a check mark, but not really. Dysart map Schedule B natural heritage areas and features specifies that exact location is wetland and is adjacent to a significant wildlife habitat, namely a blue heron nesting area. Number 2, location. 1 kilometer from residents encouraged. I would say that's a fail. Location is within 1 kilometer of 30 residences in Dysart and 10 in Highlands East, 15 of which are permanent residents, the balance seasonal. The nearest residences are within a distance barely double the height of the tower. Policy 38 actually says towers should generally be located a minimum of 1 kilometer from the nearest residence. This is a minimum standard. With 40 residences within the 1 kilometer radius, I would suggest an alternate site should be investigated. Number 3, location. At least 60 meters from a public road. Fail again. Not only is it not 60 meters from the road, it is at the bottom of a blind hill. If the tower were ever to be compromised and fall in the direction of the road, at a 90-meter height, it would not only fall across the township road, but also take out the hydro line servicing Minnecock Lake. Entrance permit. The entrance permit will actually fall under Highlands East jurisdiction. And lastly, requirement for public consultation. As most of you already know, the public consultation was neither public nor a consultation. This has been brought to the attention of EORN and hopefully will be addressed for future projects. These, as I see it, are the problems. So I will now try to put forward a solution. After speaking personally with all my representatives on Dysart Council, I reflected on the questions you asked me. A recurring one was, if not there, where? I mentioned that I was loath to simply move the problem to someone else's neighborhood, but was reminded of the demand for these services. So Susan and I set to work to find a site which would fill all requirements. I researched Crown land policy, which I included as a late addendum to each of you, and found that indeed they do have a protocol for leasing Crown land for communications towers. We scoured the Haliburton GIS maps for potential Crown land sites, and when we found a few potential spots, we drove all the roads in each area to ensure four-season accessibility and available hydro. We also checked for any nearby residences within a kilometer radius of potential sites. We noted potential sites with GPS coordinates so that we could double check placement on GIS maps to ensure they were over a kilometer from the nearest residences. One potential site was rejected due to poor winter access and the probable environmental disruption and cost of bringing power into such a remote site. Eventually, we found what we feel is an ideal site. It looks like it would provide good coverage for a poorly serviced portion of Glamorgan Road, as well as stormy Koshlong and Minnecock Lakes. Parts of Donald are even within 10 kilometers. This site at 399 meters elevation is 6 meters or 20 feet higher than the proposed site, has no one within more than a kilometer, and is less than 10 kilometers from the bell tower at Glamorgan Road and Highway 118, which Rogers shares. It has year-round road access, a large cleared area roadside that looks like an old logging landing where equipment could be staged during construction, and 3 phases of hydro within 200 meters. This site is on Telephone Bay Road at Glamorgan Road. The GPS coordinates are latitude 44.96140 and longitude 78.41330. This site is on Crown land, and all the administration will be dealt with by the province using long-established protocols. This seems to me to be a reasonable solution to a problem. As council, I would ask that you ensure that Rogers or any telecommunications company must fulfill the requirements of policy number 38, particularly regarding distance from residences. 40 residences within a 1 kilometer radius is not an insignificant issue. In conclusion, it's not cell towers in general that we are objecting to, but the lack of choice as to whether we have to live in their shadow. They should be placed in high, dry, undeveloped areas where new residents can decide whether or not such towers will affect their quality of life before investing in their dream property. Living here in Dysart has been our dream. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to elaborate on any points or answer any questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. I will turn it over to council to see if there's any questions. We are discussing the file, so it's really just questions to Mr. Butts for clarification. We'll be discussing it in planning, just with our planner. Right now, we don't have the planner on. This is just to receive the delegation. So if there's any questions to Mr. Butts for clarification on what he's just spoken to. So Councillor Clark first, then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, not so much a question, Mr. Butts, just to thank you. Very well researched, and it's good to see that you've done some homework on other options. So we seldom see that level of detail when somebody's dealing with an issue in the community. So thank you very much for your work on that.
Okay, then to Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, also my compliments, Michael, great job, and actually you put a lot of work into it. I had one question. Were you able to have this discussion with Rogers during the public meeting about their consideration of alternate sites, and including potentially the one that you've identified?
No, I was not. Actually, we hadn't identified that site by the public meeting, but there was very little discussion that I was able to have at all during the public meeting. In fact, we had probably 20 minutes maximum for 8 or 9 presenters, and only actually 4 of us got to present.
I do know, and we'll talk later today, but that Rogers was taking written comments as well. So I think that was a public information that they were putting on, but there was opportunity. So to Councillor Smith's question, have you been able to send this in written format to the Rogers representatives?
I have not sent it in written format. I've had a couple of correspondences with Rogers, and I basically was blown off.
Okay. Councillor Smith, did you, anything else?
Well, I look forward to discussing that with Rogers later today. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's been a real public consultation process, and certainly even the documentation they provided, they haven't fulfilled their responsibilities, in my opinion.
Okay. We also have some correspondence from Liz Laidlaw. I'm sorry, I've moved up my agenda because I wanted to follow something in the planning section. So that is there's correspondence there. So at this point, we'll just receive. Sorry, Mallory.
I just had a brief question. Mr. Butts, you mentioned a location at Telephone Bay Road in Glamorgan. This is in Highlands East, correct? I believe it's in Highlands East.
Yes, it is in Highlands.
Okay, and that was just a clarification point I wanted. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's identified.
Yes, there is no Crown land in Dysart as far as I could.
Yes. Yeah, you're correct. So, and then, like I said, the letter from Liz Laidlaw. So basically we have a resolution right now to receive your delegation. and also the communication from Liz Laidlaw. Can I have then a mover and a seconder to receive? So Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Michael Butts and the communication from Liz Laidlaw expressing opposition on behalf of concerned residents to the proposed Rogers cell tower on Minnecock Lake Road. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Butts. And as the other councillor said, you did an awful lot of research. You sound very reasonable. You're trying to look for an alternate solution, and we'll be having that discussion later. I can't tell you at this point. We've got lots on the agenda, but you can be listening in still on the watching our council meeting. Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to call for a 15-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 11 a.m. Okay, so we are back from our recess, and we'll go into section 5, which is reports and recommendations from local agencies, boards, and committees. So first up, we have the Harcourt Community Hall Board. So Councillor Donaldson, if you have anything to report, what's happening in Harcourt?
Nope, I don't have anything to report. They haven't had a meeting.
That's okay.
Mayor Roberts, yours
yes.
yours not on, so we can't see you. Just so you know, you're a distance.
Oh, I have no control over that.
Yeah,
there
no,
we go.
There we go. She's on now.
There we go. Thank you, Lori. Mind you, I with this tunnel vision, I mean, you can see the rest of the councillors. It's kind of funny. Okay, so you heard that though, so I'll continue on West Guildford Hall Board. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. We've not had a regular meeting, but we've had multiple special meetings in July, and the center continues to be very active. I'll highlight the drop zone, the kids-oriented program that's been running Friday nights since July the 8th, and some Saturday nights this coming weekend. It's going to be running both Friday and Saturday, and starts about 4 p.m. Great arcade games, movies, refreshments, and more. And if you've seen any of the pictures in the local papers, lots of smiles and laughter. So if you've got some young kids visiting or whatever, I encourage you to get out there. If you don't make it this weekend, follow them on the social media, and you'll see them there most Friday nights and many Saturday nights through August. Our basement tenant has decided to move, and so later this fall we'll be looking at some options in terms of how we might utilize that space. And we've had some recent difficulties with the AC there. Has caused a bit of damage in terms of the ceiling and floors with water leaking, but it's being dealt with. So that's all I got for West Guildford. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Is the drop zone supposed to be going, is it just for the summer, or is it going on through the fall?
Right now, as far as I know, the plan is July and August. And they'll kind of take a wait and see thereafter. I mean, longer term plan, they'd like to run a full day camp, next summer. But right now the commitment is July and August.
Okay, thank you. Sounds great. BIA, Councillor Wood Roberts, just microphone. Yep.
We don't meet in the summer months because it's very busy for all the merchants, but town has been reasonably busy at times, and they are really looking forward to Midnight Madness coming back. So that'll be a good event. Rotary is doing Beef on a Bun, I believe.
Yes, I've been voluntold.
Have fun with that, and we'll hope to see everyone there.
Great. Okay, thanks for that. Anything from Harvest Halliburton?
Rails End first.
Oh, sorry. By looking up, thank you.
Yeah, we had the Arts and Crafts Festival this past weekend, and in spite of the rain and the soggy ground. There's still informally 4,300 people attended.
That's
So it's-
fantastic. to
Yeah,
hear.
so very, very well attended, a little bit smaller format, but it was good, busy. They've got a summer exhibit that started on the 15th, that runs the 15th of July, runs until the 3rd of September, called In the Zone, and it's featuring 7 local artists. So that's well worth going and taking a look at. Harvest Alberton, we've got email discussions going back and forth in terms of kind of what it's going to look like going forward or in the future. There's a project in conjunction with agricultural sustainability through Trent that gets going in the fall, and that'll help provide some proper needs identification as to what the Harvest Halibut needs to do to support local food. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's great. And I apologize for skipping over that. And I was away on the weekend, so I was not able to attend, which was unfortunate because we left Friday morning, so it was over. But I did hear some great things about the Art and Craft Festival. So it's great that was returned. So I do have a resolution rather to receive their report. If I could, Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the July 2022 Rails and Gallery and Arts Center report. All in favor? That's carried. Source protection planning. I believe that's Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and I think he only meets on that once a year. Upper Trent Water Management Partnership Council. Yep. And so next is to you also, Councillor Smith, is the meeting minutes from the Community Climate Action Plan Advisory Group, of which we're both members.
Thank you. And yes, you're there representing the county council, and I represent Dysart Council. This is a group, just to remind you that we don't have any decision-making authority. We simply are there to serve as advisors to the county's climate coordinator, Corey Mackay, and so you've got there the minutes of our second meeting we've held. You've also seen the presentation material from the third meeting. One thing I'd highlight in the third meeting, as part of our package, there was quite a detailed report that had gone to County Council with respect to something called the Highlands Corridor, which is something just north of 100,000 hectares in terms of size. So that's a big chunk of land that not much in Dysart, but mostly in Minden Hills and Highlands East. But the most important thing, we're often talking about wetlands here. There's been quite a study done of that, and of the 100,000 odd acres, 17.9% are wetlands, but 2/3 of those wetlands are referred to as unevaluated, which means you won't find them on the usual maps identified by the MNR and so forth. And if we think about that, when we're looking at our own considerations, and people say there's wetlands in an area and we pull up, no, it's not identified. Well, in fact, they may very well be there. And Paul Heaven, who was at our last meeting, shared some great pictures and maps regarding wetlands. And it's something that, we may want to look at whether he goes to county council or not, or even come to our local council and kind of share with us some of his own insights regarding those. Other than that, I think the key points are covered in the minutes and presentation. Would highlight that 70% of our local greenhouse gas emissions result from transportation, needs, both, regular people driving cars and so forth to get around, to get to the shopping or whatever they need to do. But also some of that is off-road recreation. And although it's a much smaller component, it still is something to consider as we go forward and look at options in terms of how we reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions. Any questions? Happy to respond. Thank you.
Okay, so question from Councillor Clark. Go ahead, right through to.
Okay, yes, you, Madam Mayor. climate change has got huge implications with regard to community infrastructure. So I'm wondering, are there any plans on dialoguing or engaging the public works directors from the four townships? They're the ones who are going to have to kind of build the resilience into our municipal infrastructure to respond to the types of things that are coming up with climate change.
Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Well, we have, excuse me, we haven't talked about that so far as an advisory group. I will say, though, that it's something that Corey's been engaged as part of the county's management team and communicating with them. She and I had a conversation about that offline, not at the meeting, about that very topic. And so the fact that she's engaged as part of the management team, and I think, as you know, and we certainly talk with Rob here as a council, it's something on their minds. They struggle with the large equipment and the lack of options right now. As Rob has told us, when I buy a piece of equipment, it's going to be in use for 7 or 8 years. The stuff I'm buying today is still going to be here in 2030, right? And the stuff you're buying today is not electric vehicles because they don't exist for real, working vehicles.
So yeah, the short answer is yes. There's and maybe next time Corey hold that question if Corey comes back to this table. But this is the advisory committee, and we're basically going through different segments of the plan, but definitely all of public work. So there's sort of the two elements of it, like roads, bridges, culverts, all of that. But then there's the fleet, and the fleet is going to be probably the most difficult to reduce our emissions. But having things like anti-idling policies and that's kind of things that we've done now, and definitely making sure that our roads and bridges are ready to handle the 100-year storm every 5 years, so to speak. Any further comment, Councillor Clark? Nope. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sorry, the equipment takes a while to catch up on that. And I think our first concern is be able to provide services to our community or keep our community working. To have the electric equipment, going forward is nice, but maintaining a safe community so that we can access with emergency vehicles and everything else is the first concern.
Mm-hmm.
That comes to me, that's got a higher priority than trying to have low emissions tractors.
As well as this is just a little sidebar, but the IV charging station down by our Welcome Center, I was walking by one day last week and there was a technician there. So I pounced on him and I said, "Are you fixing that today?" He says, "Well, I'm trying to." And I don't believe it's still not fixed. So I've been sort of communicating with Corey through a resident who operates a B&B here, who had a customer staying with her who was anticipating using it and couldn't. So it's really frustrating. It's supply chain. They don't have the modem. So when they do, we'll make sure that that's very public. But we still don't have the infrastructure fully in place. It's one charging station with 2 plugs. It's a slower charge. But there's still lots that we can be doing forward. One of the interesting things out of I think our last meeting was talk about new builds. We're talking about construction of homes and that sort of thing. And it's all fine and well for someone building a brand new home, but probably the bigger thing is the retrofitting of all the current homes that are out there to try to make them more energy efficient. So I'm not sure what happens to this advisory committee when the term of council ends. I would suspect that they have to re-advertise and reappoint accordingly. So
yeah, it was struck for the 4 meetings, and I would hope councils may change the representatives that are available and decide to serve, but there's some wonderful community representatives serving on this committee that have deep knowledge and passion, and to Mayor Roberts' point about building, we have a local builder serving on the committee, and his insights are absolutely tremendous. One of the challenges, and I know Corey's working on this, are finding ways of providing the information that people need to make their own decisions, because almost everybody wants to do what they can in the battle with climate change. but they don't know, you know, and where's a credible source of information? You know, there's lots of people out there that'll sell you home upgrades, but, you know, as this individual talked about, many of those home upgrades are never going to make a viable contribution. And, you know, I won't offend any local business by naming some of those things, but he gave some examples where you'd be better off not to spend your money than you would to spend it. And so, you know, we need to get that out there so that people can make good decisions and ones that are really going to help, as opposed to simply contribute to the problem. And home renovations, because most of us don't live in homes that are brand new. We built them a few years ago. They were built to the standards of the day. The building code today is a lot different than it was even 10 years ago. And that's problematic. And, you know, maybe what we should be doing is establishing a standard that's more rigorous than the standard Ontario building code in terms of the degree of amount of insulation, as an example.
Well, and as well as heating source, we don't have, you know, everybody remembers the day when, if you, heaven forbid, if you were heating with electric baseboard heat, even, you know, the hydro bills were astronomical, and now people are putting in heat pumps, and electric heat is the way to go. So, which I do not have electric heat. Anyway, that was very good. I do have receipt of the, or rather a resolution to adopt receipt of this. So Councillor Smith and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the April 22nd, 2022 minutes and the June 24th, 2022 agenda and presentation for the County of Haliburton Community Climate Action Plan Advisory Group. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. I believe that next meeting is the end of August. So next we move into fire. Are we bringing our interim fire chief? Okay. Just wait for Dan to join our meeting. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to you. Your report's here, but if you want to highlight anything.
For the basic report there, it's my standard monthly update on how busy the fire department has been. As you can see, numbers compared from year to year. We are continually still apparently getting busier year after year, more and more people around. A comment there, again, there was 4 inspections that the fire department took place in this month. Which apparently is unusual in talking with the other fire chief, Mike Isles. So we are a little busier taking up some of these extra things. And then just a few comments, as you'll see the next part of the report, there's some equipment we were looking for on today's agenda.
Okay, so is there any questions on the first part, just the calls for the month? Can I just ask with this, it says under smoke/general alarms 10, that seems high. Is that smoke alarms going off accidentally, or what? Could you explain?
So it's a combination of things, smoke alarms, general alarms going off. We actually had some issues during the one storm there with some power outages.
Oh, okay.
When the alarms get activated, when the power come back on sometimes, and we had one place in particular we got called to, it was 3 times before they finally got it sorted out as well. And then it seems odd, but we've had a couple of one carbon monoxide call and some general alarm calls that you wouldn't think people are cooking this time of year, but one, simple as smoke blowing in from their barbecue into the kitchen. And setting off, but they've got the window to try and cool the place down. They're cooking outside the window, and the smoke after their food has been going into the house. So
okay,
some kind of a couple of odd ones that set things off. But
okay, so Mallory, I'll read both resolutions before we leave here. But while we've got Dan here, do you want to speak about the air compressor?
I'm just calling up on my own screen here, so
that's okay.
Just to be clear, as Colbert helped me out with this. So the basic background, the air compressor system that we have, although it's still functional, it does not meet current safety standards. We could very well be forced to install a carbon monoxide detector into it. It's an inherent system. It's not like your basic carbon monoxide detector that we could pick up at home hardware. It could be a very expensive component. And then as well, it's an old enough system that it doesn't comply to other safety features as well. The safety locks that lock it shut so that nobody can ever be exposed to the possibility of a full a cylinder failure while it's filling. So these are a couple of our concerns. And then the unit itself is approximately 23 years old, in which case we would also have to be hydrostatically testing the cylinders on a more regular basis as it gets older. So we were looking at getting this replaced to update our safety standards as well. And then the other thing too is the capacity of our current compressor does not allow us for any future growth. What's happening across the municipalities, a lot of them are going to larger quantity air cylinders, which would allow firefighters a little more of a safety margin for the time inside a hazardous environment. So we can go with larger cylinders potentially to increase our safety. And we do actually have one of those cylinders, and the system does not fill it to full capacity. That cylinder is actually our safety backup one that is carried in by a backup team as a rescue to help potentially bring an occupant of the building out, or also potentially as a safety mechanism to provide air for one of our firefighters in an emergency. So these are our concerns with having this updated, and due to the potential cost of the CO monitor itself, recommending that we look at getting the whole system taken care of ASAP.
Okay, so just through to Treasurer Tamara, the reason it's being brought forward in July's meeting is because you need pre-approval to purchase. I'm just going to guess that, like anything, these take some time to come for delivery, and you don't want to wait till, because the budget for 2023 won't be till sometime. The reason for the timing of this request today.
Yes, so we've just been updated. So Chief Isles had started this process, and I'm trying to play catch up, and I think I've got there finally. In my most recent conversation with one of the companies that has been servicing our unit, it's an 8 to 12 week turnaround for installation. So if we were not approved till I'm assuming February or March for budget, then we would be looking into the middle of next summer at the earliest at this point. So ideally, we'd like to see this happening now, especially because of the safety concerns, so that we could have it installed possibly in January.
Okay, so I do have some questions from the floor in this one. So Councillor Donaldson first.
Hi, I just wanted to know if there's any value in the unit that we already have. Like, will you get any money from selling the unit, or is it discarded?
I believe the unit will be discarded. They might be able to take components of it, but certainly the fill station itself does not meet the current safety standards, which was another reason why we're looking at it. So that component would not be able to be resold. Certainly the compressor has been maintained, but it is almost 25 years old. So I don't expect that there would be much value in that. The third component is the 3 cylinders that they use to fill from. And they have already got to the point where they're going to need to be hydrostatically tested on a very regular basis. I don't believe there'd be any value left in those either.
Okay. Any other questions on the air compressor? So this would be like a pre-approval so that they could start the process. And we do that often. Well, we do it, wait till we get to Public Works, wait till we get to finance for pre-approving all kinds of vehicles. You have to. And that's what that's what I was assuming, is that it was a pre-approval for the sake of timing. Okay, so I do have 2 resolutions. One is to receive the fire department report, if I could. Councillor Smith and Councillor Clark. Here's all. Council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for June 2022. All in favor? Carried. Yes, certainly. Councillor Smith on the second item.
Thank you. I have questions for Barbara, actually. The proposal here is to fund the new compressor system out of the fire vehicles and equipment reserve. Have we been putting away money? As is noted in the report, this current device, the one that's no longer meeting standards, was installed in 1999. So do we put away a bit of money each year towards a new compressor, or is this just drawing on the general vehicle and equipment reserve from the fire department?
So in the last few years, we have been putting money aside for equipment, fire equipment, and it will draw off of the fire vehicles and equipment reserve. And this particular asset here is, we are replacing an existing asset, and the rules around that particular reserve fund is for replacing current assets that are listed within the asset management plan.
Yeah, it may be determined that this is probably one of the more expensive equipment, but we have been putting money aside. And so the good thing for the pre-approval now is that we can get forward and start to source it. But then when come budget time for the next council, they can be looking at, are you allocating enough money for the equipment reserve? Certainly, we definitely upped it for the equipment in year one of this term of council, knowing that you buy a fire truck every 10 years, and in 10 years we projected it would more. So we're actually, I think we increased that by like $15,000 or $20,000 a year.
Yeah, I recall increasing the amount for the replacement fire truck, because the last one that we bought during our term, kind of a 10-year process, once every 10 years, we increased that reserve, as you said, quite significantly in terms of our annual contribution. But I was curious, and Barbara's assured us that we are putting aside other dollars, and this will draw on those other dollars. And this is 24 years ago that we bought this thing, so it's not like we need to spend $80,000 every year.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so there's a second resolution for that. If I could, Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council directs staff to procure a new breathing air compressor system for the fire department, and that installation of the breathing air compressor system be in 2023, and that the purchase of the breathing air compressor system be included in the 2023 municipal budget, and that the breathing air compressor system will be funded from the fire vehicles and equipment reserve. Before I even ask for a vote, I'm going to ask a question as I read the resolution. It said that installation of the breathing air compressor system be in 2023. What if we approve it today, it gets purchased, and it could be installed in December of 2022? So to Mallory, does that line need to be in as to the installation? Can you read the resolution, see the resolution that I'm reading, and could we take that line out?
Yeah, I don't think that line's necessary unless anyone else has any objections. We can just strike it out. Yeah, I see no objections, so I would strike out that.
Okay, I'm going to strike it out. So I'm not going to reread it again, but the purchase is included in the 2023 budget. It's funded from the reserve, and we're authorizing stuff. But I don't think we want to limit the resolution to say the installation of the breathing. Just in the event it could be a December installation. Okay, I'm taking that line out. I'll initial that.
Just before you do that,
yep.
Maybe Barbara could weigh in on the, can we install it in December when we're funding it out of the 2023 budget?
Barbara, question to you.
Within our authority, this council,
I don't know.
So it's a little bit of semantics on the way it's being worded. I think the intention here is to have it as a 2023 budget item to be funded from the reserve fund. So essentially, there is no impact on the municipal levy for the purchase of the equipment because it will be funded through the reserve. Now, in terms of timing, if we start procurement and it happens to come before January 1, then the equipment still can be funded from the reserve and have a zero impact on the municipal operating budget because the expense will be covered by the funds being drawn from the reserve.
So the
I
line
think-
can be struck from this because it sort of, could you imagine if we had a delivery and the company said, we can install this on December 1st. And we said, wait, okay. So anyway, to the mover, which was Councillor Wood Robertson, to the seconder, Councillor McKechnie, can I take that line out? Okay, so everybody okay with that? All in favor? Yep, carried. Hey, thanks very much, Dan. Oh, Dan, before you hit leave meeting, yes, I am good. All right, sorry. Can you hit on, I do have a question. It's not till the finance and, but I was just curious. I asked out loud to somebody during the break, why the fire department needed a 1 ton as opposed to a regular pickup truck. Lots of people tow boats and ATVs with a half ton.
So specifically, I was looking at a 3/4 tons as a minimum because we have a very large trailer that our snowmobile goes in. And in all honesty, it actually pushes the current truck around if it's being used to that, especially on icy roads. I wanted a heavier truck for that. I believe Jennifer Couvert had suggested we go that little bit heavier, even up to the 1 ton.
Okay, so thank you for that response. And we'll talk about it with Barbara when we get to that resolution. Maybe we can, I just don't want to limit the tender when it goes out. We'll have the conversation in the finance section, but thank you for that response.
Okay, I can try and be available that time if there's any further questions.
Oh, I think you've answered certainly the question that I had. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So now we'll move into Public Works, and we've already got Rob up on screen. And the first up is we have our speed limit study, RFP results. And so I'll let you speak to that, Rob.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. So this is a follow-up to a discussion we had back in May. So we did release the proposal. We did get 3 bids. There was quite a spread there between the 3. The Paradigm Transportation Solutions is the highest bid. It is the bid being recommended. And what we found is going through each submission is this was the only bid that actually drives every road, which I believe Councillor Donaldson asked prior to this going out. The other 2 either relied on Street View or they would drive it with a camera and assess them based on the camera footage. So this company here will drive every road. They'll actually provide mapping that's compatible with our GIS system, and they will present their findings to council. So should council have any questions at the conclusion of this study, then they would have a chance to ask the professionals directly.
Okay, so let's open it up for questions. Like I say, we don't have to accept the lowest tender because it may not exactly be what we want. So I see Councillor Smith has a question up first. Go ahead.
Thanks. And Rob, full confidence in your judgment in terms of the value that the Paradigm proposal will provide. Just want to find out if our tendering process, did it define the scope of work in terms of the things that we needed? And were all tenders compliant with our requested scope of work, or was the tender document struck in such a fashion that we were looking for creativity, and we were quite open in terms of how the work might be performed and the results that would be delivered to us?
We were very open in the proposal process because it's something we haven't done before. We didn't know what we wanted, quite honestly. So yeah, we left it up to the proponent basically to provide their own methodology on the best way they thought they could provide their service to us. And at the end of the day, it was the Paradigm proposal that really struck with us. Okay, so
as councillors, we haven't been through the tender documents, but you're fully confident that neither of the vendors that are going to lose here could come back and say, wait a second, I bid what you asked for, and you've decided to buy more than you asked for, and I want a chance to rebid. There's no basis for a complaint of that nature.
No, at the end of the day, it's yes, we're paying more money, but in my opinion, we're getting a better product. We're getting the professionals up here. They're actually looking at the roads. I mean, I don't know how they could basically assign speed limits based on street view, quite honestly, but even based on a camera. I don't think it's fair to the municipality to go through that process and base everything basically on a video camera. If they're up here and they see it, they'll get a better feel for the alignment of the road, quite honestly, even just on the hills itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Clark.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Rob, I'm 100% behind you. We've got a lot of very unique roads, challenging roads. And as you've laid out, somebody driving around with a camera in the car, taking a look at it from the satellite just doesn't do the job. A lot of the issues we have with people complaining about what's, speeding or inappropriate use of vehicles is based on the terrain that they're driving in. And I think your solution that you're talking about, where somebody actually looks at it, is the only appropriate solution to get relevant data that the council can use. So thank you for that.
Okay, and back to Councillor Smith.
Yep, thank you. Now, Rob, a different kind of question. Do you have a sense of the timing in terms of when this report might be presented to council, and more specifically, when you might be able to act upon it in terms of posting speed signs and so forth? Because that's what people in the community are concerned about. When are they going to see the results in terms of something that's hopefully going to slow drivers down?
As of now, it's looking like November would be the final report. Not sure how much signage we can actually get in place by then. But basically the way it'll play out is they'll present their recommendations, and it'll be up to council at that point if they want to, accept some, none, or all of those recommendations. Then we can modify our speed bylaw and we can sign appropriately after that.
Okay, this is great. I know I feel like I think we were almost down this road before, so to speak, and then we took it out, and then we talk about them on a one of, and I think this is really good moving forward for Dysart to finally have this. And either way, with the price coming in at that price, I think we're going to get something that Dysart can really use, and we do have the money that we set aside in the modernization fund, so that's great. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder for this one. Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council award the RFP 2022 PW-12 being a proposal to conduct a speed limit study on the municipal road network to Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited for $39,300 excluding HST, and that the study be funded from the Municipal Modernization Fund. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. Brushing tender.
Oh, yes, thank you. So this is an annual tender we put out. This one was a bit of a good news story. It came in a little lower than I thought it would, which was nice. What we did differently this year is we put traffic control in there. So it's automatic, it's mandatory. They have to supply traffic control everywhere they go now. Before, we kind of, depending where they were, we could change the level of traffic control they needed. But just with the roads getting so busy up here now, we're putting 2 flaggers with these guys everywhere they go. I mean, it's just the prudent and diligent thing to do. The work will begin after Labor Day, and it needs to be done before basically December 1st, before the snow flies.
Okay, any questions on brushing? Been nice to see a tender come in better than we expected. Mind you, what a spread. Like, when you see the different quotes there. Councillor Smith, I think I saw your hand.
Thank you, Robin. I appreciate you mentioning. So this work isn't going to start until September.
That's right.
And so what is the rationale for waiting so late in the year to do the brushing? Many people are complaining now about the condition of the roads. It's, I'll say the brush is at its thickest probably in late June, early July.
Well, part of it is the roads are less busy after September, or they used to be. Well, we'll see if that happens again this year. But last year we did it earlier in the season, and quite honestly, we spent more time fielding complaints about the brushing. And in particular, what the road looked like afterwards. So, if you go through a road, it looks like it went through and got chopped up with a lawnmower. If you go back a couple months later, it looks like they were never there. So it was a combination of, we should be fielding less complaints and the roads are less busy. They actually get more work done. So the work should take less time to complete.
Okay. Councillor Smith, you're okay with that response? There's no, when do you prune your hedges at home? Or maybe you don't. Yeah, there's a certain time that is best. And I do like the answer in terms of the safety on the road. With there definitely is less traffic in September. Kids are back to school. People are not on vacation, and so there's no absolute perfect time. Councillor Donaldson.
Also, I had complaints when it was done in August last year because of the milkweed that's in the ditch with the monarch butterfly. So I like it that it is starting in September.
You say no perfect time, but it's got to get done. What it looks like, what did I read? 42 kilometers. That's huge. Okay, so let's move this along. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council award the RFT 2022-PW-13 being a tender for mechanical brushing along various municipal roads to Yard Boys Limited for a price of $111,930 excluding HST, and the work be funded from the operating budget. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And we can all see the list of roads that were there if you want to tell people in your ward. Next, goodness, the supply of two tandem. Okay, go.
Well, no surprise, the prices aren't coming down. But you know what? All things considered, it's pretty reasonable price. It's pretty well in line with what we thought it would be. But again, we're waiting 2 years for these things. So, thank you to council for getting proactive on this. And at least we have some in the queue and we have our spot in line for these things to show up. We're still waiting on the truck that suffered a rollover in February. So, that's just a sign of the way things are, even to get a door fixed, and some body work done on these trucks. We're going on month number 6 now, waiting to get that back. So,
well, they have until end of October or so to get that back to us. Let's hope. So this is good, and you say thanks, but it's not just to us as council. We put things in place like our asset management plan. So these are just rolling expenses that we know, and it's good that it's the municipality is going to receive a truck in 2024. There you go. Okay, so mover and a seconder on that one, Councillor Clark, and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be resolved, the council award tender RFT 2022-PW-14 being a tender to supply 2 new tandem axle trucks complete with snowplow equipment for delivery in 2024 to Winslow Girolami Motors Limited for $669,738 excluding HST, and that the cost of the trucks be included in the 2024 capital budget, and that the cost be funded from the development reserve. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Just a question, are we doing the cameras as we purchased these in each? Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Just more of a comment, really. I knew the answer. Well, I was pretty sure I knew the answer. Winter sand, yowza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, this is an annual contract we put out for the screening of winter sand. This year we only received 1 bid, which was odd. We generally receive 3 to 4. But this bid was quite a bit higher than we're used to paying. Having said that, last year we got a really, really good deal on it. So I think you have to look at last year's numbers and kind of look at the top 2 and, make your judgment based on that. And, based on the amount of work that these guys are taking on, the cost of fuel and that type of thing. I don't think it's a number we could really argue with. I think that's the cost of doing business, certainly at this point.
Yeah, I think probably the biggest driver there is the cost of fuel. But I'm wondering on a future council, if it's possible, this tender's out, hope we support it, but should we be, we need sand every year. Is this something that we would do as a multi-year tender? You might only say 1 year, but if they wanted to bid for longer. You could look at it in that sense. So just get Rob and then I'll turn to.
Yeah, I mean, we could put optional extensions in there. But the way it was, I mean, we're into a better plan now is, you know, we're going to utilize one pit until exhaustion and then move on to the next one. But until we get there, like we have to do some more clearing up at the Carroll Road pit, for instance, before we can exhaust that one. So there will be something brought forward this budget in 2023 for some clearing at the Carroll Road pit, just so we can get at all that sand. And if we know how much is left in there, then yeah, absolutely a multi-year makes sense. We just don't want to lock into something and then something comes up and we utilize a different pit and then that contract would be void.
Yeah, okay, that's good to hear. I just, with the option to extend is nice because if someone knew I'm going to get that for a couple of years, that might get different prices. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And you've kind of asked half the question. I guess, you know, even prior to that, Rob, I wonder if you've chatted with the, you know, the organizations. As you said, we normally get 3 or 4 bids. So did you go back to the people who usually bid and didn't bid and ask them, is there any particular reason? Is there a way we could shape this differently that would have drawn you into the competition?
Honestly, no, we haven't, Councillor. This was let out the same as it was last year and it's for the same quantity. So I can only chalk it up to people are busy or they don't have the resources. I could follow up later on though.
Yeah, I just, you know, and I know these are organizations that some of them are local that you talk to anyway, to just ask them and say, is there a way that we could shape this differently, whether it's a multi-year deal or what have you, that would elicit a little more. When you only get one response to a tender, it's always concerning, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. I know I did speak with one contractor a couple of weeks ago, and they did make a comment. You know, I didn't ask the question, but they made a comment. Even to buy a screener now is over $500,000. So, I mean, they have their cost they got to cover too, right? So.
Okay, so let's move this along, if I could. Councillor Clark, Councillor McKechnie. Be resolved the council award the RFT 2022-PW-15 being a tender to screen 8,000 cubic meters of winter sand to Francis Thomas Contracting for a cost of $96,000 excluding HST, and that the work be funded from the operating budget. All in favor? Okay, carried. Well, the next one's not a good news story.
No, definitely not. So as part of the budget, we had $120,000 in there for capital work associated with the sidewalk work, which is going in its third year. You know, we've been trying to accomplish this. And so there's an opportunity for an ICIP grant came up. So we came up with a budget number for that. And as you can see, the submitted bids far outweighed even that. So what does concern me is we did have the intention to do some of the prep work ourselves, you know, which would have been absorbed by the operating budget. And part of that 120 would have covered the capital cost, the asphalt, the concrete, that kind of thing. Based on these numbers, even if we did the work ourselves, that 120 wasn't going to touch this project. So we did speak with our consulting engineers, and based on the fact that both of these projects were meant to be temporary, you know, once the road section came up for rehabilitation or reconstruction, this asphalt that we're putting down as part of this work would be torn up and replaced with concrete. So we just didn't feel it was money well spent at this point. And we are recommending that that $120,000 be rolled forward into 2023. And we bundle some further projects around town for sidewalks.
So Rob gave me the news last week prior to the agenda being posted, and you know, it is disappointing, particularly those of us who did the walkabout from here down to the gardens and on Sunnyside as it turns the corner there, you know, but looking at the numbers, I just don't see that it's possible, knowing that that's the $182,000, almost $200,000 shortfall for just asphalt that needs to be ripped up. You know, you want to continue to apply for the ICIP active transportation, but we also continue year over year to apply for the Connecting Link grant, which is incorporated into that area. We have the engineering ready to go. So I think we should support this recommendation, which is to carry it over. And it's very unfortunate for, you know, the commitment that we made to people that, oh yeah, the sidewalks are coming this year. I don't see how we could unfunded of $183,000. But anyway, I'm now opening it up to the floor. I see Councillor Clark and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. Rob, it makes sense that, the big work is done later on when it all makes sense. But is there anything we can do in the interim to kind of, some additional signs, some paint on the roads, additional sweeping, something just so that it looks like there's some attention and a little bit, the roads or the sidewalks are a little bit more user friendly for the seniors group out at the gardens?
From our end, we do have some pedestrian warning signage in place now. The Garden Retirement Complex installed the similar signage out on the highway with a flashing light on it. It's my understanding there's another one that's supposed to be placed within our connecting link, so which will bring some more awareness. But really, any work to do with the sidewalks itself, it's not something we can go in and quickly do. It's very much a capital project. So, as far as line painting, it's already got a center line with edge lines on it, and I'm just not sure what else we can do short of constructing the sidewalk.
Okay. Councillor Smith, you were next. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Wood-Robert.
Rob, how long do you think the construction on 118 at the corner there will take? Just a rough idea.
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what's really all entailed in it. They did give me a rundown on it, but it's quite a large undertaking for such a small area. So, I mean, if I were to guess, I would say a few weeks.
So we have a decent sidewalk on the other side of the road. Would there be any benefit or could there be any consideration to putting a pedestrian crosswalk straight across the sidewalk that is a temporary measure?
I know that was brought up when the ministry was involved with the site plan agreement with Gardens, and they were not in favor of a crosswalk at that location just because of the alignment of the road.
Yeah, I remember talking about that. It's too close to the corner, unfortunately. So I know that certainly that's where people are crossing to connect to the crosswalk on the south side of the street, which is there, but it's not ideal. And so it's not recommended that we do a crossing there.
And that was the intention of the flashing pedestrian signage for, I'll say, eastbound traffic on 118, was just to draw attention to pedestrians around the corner.
Okay. So then now to you, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks. I also am very concerned about this and looking for alternative solutions. And even though the ministry may say, we prefer there not be a crosswalk there, can we go back to them and say, well, like on a short term, we're not talking about forever and ever, but even for a year or two, because, if you go out there right now, I mean, they just in the last couple of days took down all the trees across the road, cut them all off. Clearly, if you look at the work that Levesque and others have been doing along 118 all the way over from Carnarvon, there's big work coming this year and next year. It ought not to just be about dollars. I mean, it would be terribly unfortunate if there's an accident there, a senior trying to get across. And, I think that, we need to push the ministry and say, okay, we need something here on a temporary basis until we can get this sidewalk, get all of the construction done, because it's been highlighted to us and it's obvious to any of us that drive around, or we did that walking tour last summer. And, the people from the health unit make very valid points. It is a safety risk. And so waiting, because we haven't got a grant, and waiting because the long-term solution can't be installed in 2022, doing nothing is just not acceptable, I guess, to me.
So I know the courtesy crosswalks are not, what's the word? They're courtesy. They're not legally binding. So is that, but you know how, so the pedestrian crossover that the county installed was about $175,000. So then you might as well just dip into reserves and do that. So, I mean, I don't think the ministry, we can ask Rob if he can check back to see if what their thoughts are and report back at committee of the whole on a courtesy crosswalk, but a pedestrian crossover similar to Halbium in 21 is not a cheap alternative. It's not a alternative either. So Councillor Clark.
Maybe as another option, or another way of looking at it, the Dymo bus, any way we could set up something where, let's say in the morning, in the afternoon, there's a little run downtown for an hour and back again, so that people don't feel that they have to use the sidewalk.
I think that's a bit of a whole separate issue. We'll just stay in Public Works for now. The gardens development themselves, I believe, are looking at having a vehicle to do transportation, not just to town, but to other things. But that'll be up to them. It's what can we do? And the question is, or the resolution basically says to transfer the money that we'd set aside in this year's budget to bundle the work as presented in part of the 2023, but we can ask Rob to inquire with the MTO into a temporary measure, albeit a courtesy crosswalk. Pretty sure I know the answer, but Rob, if you can, they're not quick to respond either. Councillor Smith.
Even red flags or something. I mean, for a period of time, people coming in right now, the one flashing signal that's there, it seems like it's a quarter of a kilometer before you come to the curb.
Exactly.
By the time you get to the curb, you've completely forgotten there was a flashing sign back there. And if you're coming from the east heading west, you're heading out of town. And that's when people hit the gas. Oh, I'm out of town. Now I got by that last house and I'm going to let it rip. And son of a gun, there's a senior that stepped out in front of you. We just need to do something more. And it's not a permanent solution for lots of reasons. It's not just about money. It's about what's the sense of doing something when they're ripping the road up. But we got to slow traffic down and allow people to get across the road. Not just once a day. I mean, when we did that walking tour, they were talking about a chap that gets up about 6:20 in the morning, if I recall, is walking across that road before breakfast. We got do something.
So Rob, you can inquire with the MTO. We do have a resolution though. So was there any comment to do something differently than what is recommended in the resolution, which is to carry over? Okay, so then can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Donaldson and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council cancel the call for tender for the provision of the construction of a pedestrian walkways being tender RFT 2022-PW-16, and that council authorize staff to include the work associated with the tender in a bundled capital work project for the 2023 construction season, and that the bundled capital works be presented as part of the 2023 budget deliberations. Oh, yep, I won't call for the vote. Go ahead.
Before we vote on that, could we add another, I guess, and in there that says that staff is directed to implement additional safety precautions for people crossing the street. I mean, we can't, as council, we may not define what they need to do, but
they have to investigate, not implement. Mallory, does that need to be added, or can it be a verbal direction?
I've noted it in the minutes, and I saw Rob write it down, so I think it's going to get investigated, would be my take on it. So.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to change the resolution. We've got it in the minutes. So to the mover and the seconder, Councillor Donaldson, Councillor McKechnie, you're okay with the resolution as read? So all in favor? Okay, so that's carried. Where are we? Supply of a 1-ton pickup.
Yeah, so again, tales from the procurement side of things is we did issue an RFP for a 1-ton pickup. We didn't get any bids on this. I'm not entirely surprised. I've spoken to vendors in the past, and part of it is if they have something sitting on the lot that we don't need until 2023, they're not going to hang on to it for us. They're going to sell it as soon as they can. And if they have to order something, they can't guarantee it's going to show up on time. So at this point, it's kind of what's out there, what we'll do in the situation we're in. The truck we ordered last April has just now arrived in Ontario, so we should have it the end of the week. But here we are, we're well over a year waiting on that one. I don't think we want to go through that again. So staff are asking permission from council to call around, see what's sitting on a lot somewhere, and pick the lowest bid that will, the truck will do what we ask it to do.
Okay, so I just want to also ask Barbara, because it's not until the finance reports that we get into the request from the fire department for a similar vehicle, of which I just asked our interim fire chief whether he needed a 1 ton or a 3/4 ton. Should we not, can we not in one RFP kind of include these together? So this is to Barbara. Are they
I'm
two
thinking
separate?
that these are, they're somewhat unique in characteristics in terms of special purpose. So I would defer back to Dan in terms of what the specifics are for the fire truck, for the fire 1 ton. He did indicate that there was some special purpose there, which required specific capabilities. And so as far as public works, I'm sure that there's some specifics there as well that would differ from the fire truck.
Okay, so we won't combine the two, but this resolution says that we authorize staff to acquire a 1 ton pickup by utilizing a single source procurement. So basically it's like me going out and buying a truck. We can just call somebody up and order a truck without, is that what we're looking at doing? Is that what this resolution means?
Yeah, we'd be calling multiple vendors, basically, because when the RFP went out, we didn't want delivery until 2023. And I think that was a big hang up for them. If they had anything on the lot, as I said, I mean, they're not going to hang on to it for 6 more months. They're going to ship it out the door. And if they have to order something, the person I talked to, they just said they got away from doing municipal tenders because they just couldn't commit to a delivery date. They just didn't know when it was going to get built. So I think it's to our advantage to call around, say, hey, what do you have sitting on the lot? Does it meet our spec, or is it the closest to our spec? And how much, quite honestly.
Okay. So Councillor Smith.
I understand the trucks may have a little different configuration. I'm struggling with, okay, one department's going to acquire it this way and the other department's going to acquire it that way. That's, you know, we got one person that works in procurement that presumably looks after these things. Does it not make sense that even though, you know, one truck could be white and one could be red, or this feature versus that, there's still, you know, 1 ton pickup trucks? So is what the proposal is. And I struggle with why we can't procure them both in the same fashion.
Well, that's yes, my point too is that when you, and I'm not trying to move one item ahead on the agenda, but I guess we talk about that when we get to it. But I same thing, if we're going to have trouble with a specific delivery date, the resolution later on for the fire is exactly that problem. I have no problem with doing it as to acquire, doing single source. I think that's the, you know, we have, yeah, and we have good rapport with you know, a local dealer, there's another local dealer, we can, you know, and so I don't have any problem with doing it this way. I think that's the way we're going to probably have to continue to go forward. It's just that later on in the agenda, we have something else. Tamara?
I think as staff, we can go back and look at our methods of procurement in terms of the 2 trucks, but I think overall staff need to know whether they can proceed with the planning for it more than anything.
Okay, I realize the trucks are different, and a truck, obviously this one says a snowplow, electric sander, warning lights. These are completely different than what the fire vehicle will need. It's the principle around how we acquire vehicles, and that local people, local dealers, or some dealers altogether are not bidding on them because of the hard and fast delivery date. It's better to have staff, you know, set a budget amount and have staff go shopping. Sorry, Councillor Wood Roberts just said that. The way I just said it, the original, the way I would buy a vehicle, you know, I would get the best price for and the specs that I need and order. And we have that. So anyway, I'm confusing things. Let's just deal with this one. Does anyone have any questions of the resolution in front of us, which is regarding this vehicle? Shall we move this forward? Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor Clark. Be resolved, the council acknowledges that no competitive bids were received for RFT 2022 PW-17, being a tender to supply a 1 ton pickup truck, and the council authorized staff to acquire a 1 ton pickup truck utilizing single source procurement as outlined in municipal policy. And that council further authorize staff to procure a snowplow, electric sander, and warning lights that are required to place the truck into service, and that all of the purchases be funded by the development reserve. All in favor? Okay, so it's carried. Surplus equipment of the Dymo bus is next.
Yeah, and my apologies, Madam Mayor. This should have been on the last report for surplus equipment. So the Dymo bus, the new one has arrived and is now in service. And it was my intention to place this bus on the last report with the other surplus equipment to go into auction.
That's okay, but it's here now. Anyone want to comment on it? I hope somebody can use it somewhere. Moved by, yeah, moved by Councillor Wood Roberts and seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council declare the municipal paratransit bus Dymo being a 2009 Ford E250 as surplus, and the council authorized staff to place the bus into the online auction site at www.govdeals.ca, and the proceeds of the sale be placed in the Specialized Transit Reserve Fund. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. And end of life. Service life, pardon me.
Yeah, so this report relates to Tattersall Road. I mean, it shouldn't come as a real surprise that the road has failed. We've been patching it for years and years and years. This year just happened to do it in. If you look at the pictures we provided, we have complete base failure. Although we do have maintenance money in there to patch, pothole patching isn't going to fix this road. So staff are recommending, failing a departmental surplus, that we draw some money from the reserve. We utilize Miller's pulverizer when they're in here, pulverize what's left of that surface, and apply some granular aid just to raise the road a little bit, give it some cross section back, and commit to resurfacing it next year after we have a chance to do some drainage improvements.
I see Councillor Clark nodding. Did you want to speak? Did you want to speak to that?
Thanks for that, Rob. Because you were aware, I've connected you with a few of the calls I've had on that road. But it's it needs something done, and it's going back to days where you had roots sticking out and rocks poking up, and people complaining about damage to the cars. So this is a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll be able to communicate to them that because we're pulverizing, it takes a whole nother cycle to the road resurfacing. Won't happen until 2023, but it'll probably be a little smoother driving on that than what they are driving on now. And that's Rob, and then to Councillor Smith.
Yeah, not only that, from a maintenance perspective, I mean, we could spend tens of thousands of dollars in cold mix on that road, and every time it rains, it's gone back into the ditch. So, I mean, even from a capital investment, it's worthwhile. Once every couple of weeks or 3 weeks, we can run the grader up and down there and hold it until the next time.
Okay, Councillor Smith, you had your hand.
Yeah, thank you. So Rob, I was just questioning, I guess, how we got here with a needing to declare a road at end of life, and why this road wouldn't have been part of your recommendation to resurface as part of the 2022 road plan.
Quite honestly, Councillor, it's because the road, this didn't just happen. We've been watching it for years. Say this is the year that broke it. To Councillor Clark's point, we get phone calls on roads every year all through the municipality. We've received calls on this road before. They're very much warranted now, quite honestly. And, if the road came up, it was going to be presented for next year for sure. Looking at the pictures, it can't wait till next year. It just simply can't wait.
So, when we're going through the proposal of roads that are going to be resurfaced, you don't give us a line of sight as to what's, out a year or two. What you're saying is that Tattersall was on your schedule for 2023, and it's just deteriorated a little quicker than you expected.
That's right. And it goes back to, we've had, several conversations on roads, and that's why it's hard when we live, we hang our hat on road need studies to forecast 10 years out. Our roads we're at a point right now is even going 1 year out. It's really tough to commit to because you got a road like this that might fall off the radar or, fall off the PCI chart. We have several roads up around your ward that are in the same boat. I mean, they're within a year or two of, we could be in the same position. It just depends on what kind of spring we have, in all honesty.
But I think to Councillor Smith's question, it very likely, because he can look on that dot software and see 2023, 2024. We just he didn't want to present that to the public because it's always shifting and changing, but it definitely was on for next year. But the benefit of doing the pulverization now is it's probably going to be a little bit safer to travel on. And the people on Tattersall know that it's definitely not a question. It'll definitely be on for the resurfacing next.
Yeah, I'm not,
Yeah, no.
I'm not debating the recommendation that come forward. Let's
Yeah.
pulverize the road and add some gravel to it. I'm just going back into our process. You know, when recommendations were brought forward, these are the roads that need to be done in 2022. You know, frankly, I'd never been on Tattersall Road until last month when I went out there for a committee of adjustment site visit and kind of said, wow, this is a terrible road. You know, but it wasn't on the list. Like, we didn't see the schedule for 2023 or 2024. Some of the roads, presumably, or hopefully, Rob, that you identify of my area, we've talked about sections of different roads that are, you know, have crumbled and are going to need to be addressed, both with repairs and, you know, a longer term solution. But I'm just trying to understand how, with the additional commitment we've made to putting hard top roads down and so forth, why this one got to this point. And it's good to know that it was on the schedule for 2023. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, so mover seconder, Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Resolved, the council authorized staff to pulverize the remaining surface of Tattersall Road in 2022 from Harborne Road for 2.2 kilometers to the end of the municipally maintained portion, and the granular A be placed on the pulverized road to provide adequate crossfall and increase base strength of the road, and that Tattersall Road be placed on the 2023 road resurfacing schedule for drainage improvements and surface treatment, and that the work in 2022 be funded by the development reserve in the absence of a departmental surplus, and that the work in 2023 be funded by the development reserve. All in favor? Carried. Yes, Rob, before you hit leave, just a further question from Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. Rob, with no committee of the whole meeting for July, we didn't get our regular status update. I was wondering if you could provide any perspective in terms of the work that Miller's going to be doing, presumably starting, you said before, in early August, last time we talked about it. And in particularly the folks in West Guildford are wondering about, you know, what's going to happen with Nyla Road and Marigold, the ones that they're supposed to fix up the inadequate work they did last year.
So they're supposed to be moving in August 15th was the last I heard. And if this last report was approved, so I've directed them to start on Tattersall, you know, get that surface off there so we have something to work with. I have talked to them further about Nyla Road, and I don't have a solid update at this point. I can tell you I have a solution and they've agreed to it in principle. They just have to sign off on their end. So I will have something at a future meeting for that, but that work will be done when they're in the area.
And as well, you can just follow up with an email if you have further information prior to the August committee of the whole meeting, if you want to share with council. So, okay, that's it for Public Works. Phew, we spent a couple $1 million there. Seems not quite. Just looking at the time, but I'm hoping I'm going to ask the council if we can keep going just a little bit. We've got lots. Certainly, let's get through Parks and Rec. I believe there's lunch and coming and to take a lunch break, perhaps around the 12:30-ish mark. So we'll wait and see how everybody's feeling. Okay, so we will go into Parks and we'll bring in Andrew Wilby and Andrea Mueller. Just wait till they're on screen. Hi, Andrew. Wait till you unmute. There you go. And Andrea, hi there. Okay, so first up we have is your just your update for us. So Andrew, you want to go through that?
Yep, just the regular update. Since the last update, several planned projects have been in progress, including the tennis courts getting resurfaced right now. Also, the installation of a new piece of playground equipment on Rotary Beach and repairs to the dog fence. And also a full list of projects have been attached for your review. One thing is regarding the Harcourt Ball Diamond, we have a lighting issue there. And the thing is, the light bulbs have become obsolete. So we're trying our hardest to find some just to get us through, but we're going to need to try to budget for a replacement or an upgrade to LED in 2023.
Okay. So any questions, any comments on just the basic status report start? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Andrew. Just a quick question. I think your report here on the Eagle Lake Beach notes that the swim platform ladder was broken and you removed the broken ladder. But you need to budget approximately $500 to replace the ladder and put that down for 2023. Am I reading that right?
Yes, that was originally the idea, but park staff, we were actually able to repair that ladder and we reinstalled it. That happened after I wrote this report.
Excellent. Okay, well, I was hoping we didn't need to wait a full year to spend $500. Thank you.
No.
Well, you're very handy to be able to repair things. That's great. I was out at Eagle Lake Beach and let me tell you, it was a busy happening spot. I've also, with a friend, attended the dog park for the first time this summer. And oh my gosh, that is so well used and so well loved. And it's funny because when we did the Head Lake Master Plan that was put in, I remember Deputy Mayor Kennedy really, being one who wanted to see a dog park. And I thought, oh, that takes up a lot of space, but it's very, very much appreciated. And it's great. So that's nice. And I know we had some vandalism there, which was extremely unfortunate, but these things happen. We do our best to create stuff for people to use. And sadly, there's a few that misuse. So anything on this update, or we want to move this and we'll talk about the playground equipment next. Anybody? So moved by Councillor Clark, second by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that the Parks and Recreation update for July 26, 2022 be received for information. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Yeah, very helpful to have that detailed report. Okay, so next is the Head Lake Park play structure, which I referenced a month ago in my mayor update at the beginning of the meeting that we would be having a report brought forward. And, and I also I've apologized to some people in the community that this is something that came to council in a report in October. It wasn't a surprise, but we do also deal with hundreds of items on our agendas every day. And sadly, this, we didn't address this at the time. So here we are now, and I'm going to turn it over to Andrea and Andrew to go through their ideas.
Thank you. I'll let Andrea talk about what kind of equipment we're looking at and stuff like that. But the basic background is we removed the play structure from Head Lake Park due to safety issues in June. And on any given day in the spring, summer, or fall, there's 30 to 100 kids using that playground. And like it's come to our attention that lots of kids and lots of families really miss that one structure. And while staff at the same time have been making grant applications, we have been unsuccessful at this time. But we'll keep on trying. And Andrea can speak more to the kind of structures that we're looking at.
So as you can see from the attachments, some of the structures that we're looking at are a more natural based play structure. We've talked to a few different companies about them. The idea is that if we go with a natural based play structure, it may encourage more imaginative play. It also fits really well with the environment, given the history of Halliburton and how there were many sawmills and lots of logging, the whole idea of using trees and that type of a resource for the playground seems appealing, and it seems to fit within the scope of Head Lake Park. As far as maintenance and everything goes, they require more upfront maintenance, but then as time goes on, they require less maintenance than a plastic play structure. So as you can see, some natural playgrounds have up to a 25-year lifespan. And if you look at the attachment, these are just some suggestions or ideas. There's things that progress. So you're not just dealing with something that's there for toddlers or for older kids. You're looking at a playground that can meet from like 2 to 3 years old up to 12 years old or older. So there's some images and some of these things that are we can pick and choose. It's just, this is to give an idea of what we might be after looking at with beams that you can climb up, slides, some climbers. There's things for agility. Or kinesthetic kind of play. We already have swings in the playground, so they can be moved or relocated to fit with the design. Swinging and that kind of motion is really important for kids and for development up to ages 8 to 10. It helps with their vestibular motion, but kinetic play and that whole agility is important as well. And then with this type of playground, somebody will progress if they're able to. If they're not able to, they'll be at a certain level, but as they increase their ability, then they can play more and do more with the playground. So this is what we're asking council to look at, something along these lines.
So yeah, so we've got a couple of things to talk about. Is this the route that we want to go, to look at a sort of this natural look, natural playground? Like Andrea said, the swings will stay, not necessarily in the exact location. In terms of the footprint of the play area that it currently is, how much bigger would the new play area be?
So if you look at sorry, I should have attached it. The Head Lake Park Master Plan shows a location for the playground. So if you imagine right now, our playground is parallel. If you think of it as parallel to the river, and it's a rectangle in that way, if you take it and turn it perpendicular to the river, that's more of the footprint. So it's slightly larger than what we have, the existing base that's there. But not by much. It's slightly larger and shifted a little bit more to the east and running more in a north-south orientation, if that helps at all.
And the other thing is this would all be OA
CSA approved.
DSA approved, but also the accessibility in terms of you can see the wood chips, the base. And Andrew, how thick is the wood chip base?
The wood chip base is a minimum of 1 foot.
Yeah. So we'll talk about the natural playground first, and then also the thought that we would do a municipal fundraising campaign as a second item to talk about. And also then the resolution does say that regardless, because this is our last meeting before lame duck, so that we can authorize an expenditure so that staff can go forward and hopefully procure. So what about the natural playground, Councillor Clark?
Well, my question first, $200,000, that's just 2 one-ton trucks. I take it, guys, that this is a breakdown between the equipment and the site prep and everything else that's involved, is, to get a more comfortable feel for that kind of dollar figure for some playground equipment.
May I address this, Andrea?
Yes, please.
We have just started speaking to companies now that specifically look at this type of equipment. Excuse me. And initial indication is this $200,000 is for some companies a connecting walkway between 2 pieces of equipment. So it really ranges in price. And I think what we've heard so far is you could go anywhere from $250,000, $300,000 to well over $1 million for a similar size structure to what we need to replace, depending where we can get with both council funding, whether you choose to go after community funding, but we don't know those exact numbers today. So it's a bit of a crystal ball trying to establish a goal at this moment. But that said, if council today commits to an amount, because we're just going into lame duck, then we still have the opportunity to provide updates to council as we go along through the rest of the term in terms of nailing down the costs and everything else and getting any other funding mechanisms in place that you require. Does that help?
Yeah, Councillor Wood Roberts, did you have, yes, go ahead.
I was just thinking, if we are going to turn this into some community fundraising, should the community have some input on these sort of structures? I mean, depending what's there, people might feel differently about how much they want to contribute.
That's a very good point. Andrea, did you want to address that or?
Before that, I just wanted to say that what we're looking at too, obviously it's going to be larger than just one piece of play equipment. So yes, to Councillor Clark's point, it would include the prices we're looking at would include installation and some site preparation. So as far as the community consultation goes, that's, I think, a council decision, whether how we do that or what we want to go. There's so many different options and opinions out there. So
I would suggest for us trying to get prices, we need to sort of nail down something specific based on the expertise of staff and community input they've heard from the community as well, and use and their knowledge of play structures through the courses and programs they take. But I would suggest to Councillor Roberts' comment that if we were to initiate a fundraising campaign, that you would have something like the exact structure in mind, because then we would know the price. And if you all agreed, through say it was in a future meeting that council agrees to which structure, once we know pricing, then we can use that as the basis so that people know ahead of time what they're contributing to and can decide for themselves, as you know, whether they want to or not contribute, if that's the direction you want to go.
Yeah, I think the key and why it had to be on today's meeting, as I referenced already, is because of the lame duck. So it authored the last portion of the resolution is saying that we will spend up to $200,000 out of a reserve. That doesn't mean that we've decided what the playground equipment's going to look like or how much it is actually going to cost, or we're going to continue to apply for grants. We already have letters of support from the BIA for grant applications and for this project. So, you know, I definitely think some community consultation is really important. But that said, you know, you'll never get anyone to agree. Ultimately, it's going to be council. But if we authorize the spending today, this is the last day that we can do that. And also, we talked in a meeting prior to this, because there had been lots of people approaching me about fundraising, and you know, I said I didn't want to dump that on staff, but we've done this before. Municipality have done this with the skateboard park, and we've done it even with the library many years ago, and with other things. So we definitely can take the lead on this. And we can also, while we didn't necessarily take the lead with mural fundraising, we can funnel it through Municipality of Dysart. So if someone wants to do, we can have two things. We could have a GoFundMe, which people love to see the little, you know, who donated in the comments and that kind of thing. But we can also do similar, which is to donate directly to the municipality, and then upon, I believe $50 is our threshold, that you could receive a tax receipt. And so all of that could be set up through the municipality. And we would look for members of the public to participate in this. We're not, you know, I have some names, I won't say them today, they can reach out after, who want to participate in this. Councillor McKechnie, and then councillors here. No, Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is $200,000 going to be anywhere near enough? I know we're going to raise some money in that, but I think it's really, really important that this is done right. Not that it wasn't done right before, but our park is a big part of our community. A lot of people use it, a lot of families, and I'd like to see us make sure that it's really first class. And if we have to spend an extra, I don't know, I'm not throwing around $100,000 bills, but if it's another $100,000 to me, that's very important. That's good money spent for all our families and our community. Thank you.
So I guess that's really a question to look back at this table to Councillor McKechnie's suggestion. I mean, we do know we sold some property. So and later in the meeting, we have our reserve and reserve fund policies. Mind you, they're dated at January 1, 2022 as a point in time. So we know that some other funds have come in from there. But in the finance department, we're also spending money on a ski club garage. I don't know. I suppose to stop to Andrew is 200. You know, a reasonable amount, and if it deems that that the resolution says 200, but the ideal piece of equipment with community input and etc. is 250, then what happens?
I think your numbers are low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, we are the goal is to still apply for a grant, but I think it's very important to what Councillor McKechnie just said. We want to do a first class thing. This is, you know, we want to do something that's going to last for many, many, many years. And this is such an important piece of equipment for our community and for our visitors and everything that, you know, should we change that figure in the resolution? I think that's Councillor McKechnie's question. So is there support to change that? Councillor Smith.
Well, I'm troubled by the I don't know, it's the state of the discussion, because we're you know, we're throwing around numbers without really having you know, an end vision other than we want it to be something good. There was a question asked of us by staff whether we like the you know, the natural structures as opposed to you know, I'll call it traditional steel or plastic equipment that you often see in the larger cities. I personally do like the natural, but I say that based on looking at some pictures. I'd like to see a chart, if you like, that kind of lists a little bit of detail in terms of the pros and cons, because, you know, between the pictures of the ones that got logs in them as opposed to the plastic and steel that I see in the city, yeah, the logs seem kind of nice, but it mentions in the report that the maintenance for the first couple of years will be a lot more. I don't know what a lot more means. Will Andrew be back saying, oh, well, you've signed off on those, I'm going to have an extra full-time person to provide maintenance for those things for 2 years? I don't know. So I'd like to see more details before we get into making decisions about whether it's going to be natural or it's going to be, I'll call it more city oriented for the lack of a technical term. You know, in terms of establishing the dollars, like it sounds like in some ways we're taking a shot in the dark. It sounds like 200,000 is the absolute minimum. We haven't set a goal in terms of, you know, community fundraising. Is there a way of structuring the community fundraising, you know, such that it creates some motivation? If we just say, well, council's going to fund whatever's left over, you know, the community could say, well, we're not going to contribute much because you're going to take it all out of our taxes. Whereas if we did have that, you know, understanding of A versus B in terms of the type of structure and some sense of, well, here's what you can get for 200,000 and here's what you can get for 400,000. And okay, well, now everybody's drooling over the 400,000. Well, then we can say, well, as a community, you need to raise 200,000 or whatever, pick the number. And when you do that, the council will kick in. How do we do that in a fashion that we don't eliminate the opportunity to apply for a grant? Because another report in today's agenda talked about how we had gotten to a point that, oh, we did this, so you can no longer qualify for a grant because you've issued an RFP or some, I've forgotten exactly what it was, but there is that threshold. So this is going to be a big investment. This is going to have a lot of community engagement. This is going to last a long time. And we've got a pretty casual report here that's kind of an open-ended commitment. And so that's what I struggle with, you know, where we're at. How do we allow staff to go ahead and do some more investigation, bring a more comprehensive report back to us, and still have a playground in place for the summer of 2023?
Tamara, I think you would like to
Yeah,
talk about that.
I think that's the intent, is to bring back the more detailed report. But since we've met with these companies, we are still working on getting responses in terms of all the details, because we have to provide them more details too. It's a bit of a back and forth. These aren't simple estimates for them to do. In some cases, they'll want to come up and look at the area. But I do think we can get all that detail to you, and I understand why you wouldn't want to just approve something without knowing what it is. But as noted, we're not agreeing to what it is today. It's more on the fact that you're going into lame duck, and if you want this equipment for next spring to be ready, we have to start moving on it, because if we wait till the fall, again, you're pushing back that purchase date to even get anything out to the public to gauge whether there's any public interest in contributing. I think if we found out, I'm just throwing numbers out there, I have no idea, but I think if we found out that the ideal equipment that council likes at the end of the day is 500,000 all installed and everything else, and you'd agreed to 200 today, because that's what's on the table, that we would have to put it out to the community to say, okay, right now we've got 200,000, we need to raise another 3, and there's still no guarantee with that. We may not raise anything. And then it might be up to the next council again to come up with more money or change direction and look for a simpler structure. But I just don't think there's any way possible without the companies committing to these costs to give you anything more concrete today, other than to say we'll bring back more information definitely, and won't be deciding any of this on our own as staff.
Yeah. Andrea?
And speaking to Councillor Smith with the regards to maintenance, so it's our understanding that in the first few years with the wood, with any type of wood material, there's at 6-month intervals for the first few years. There's some treatment required of the end of the logs, not the entire log, but the end of the logs to put a finish on that helps to keep them sealed and secure. Once that's been done, after I think it's 2 years, there's a lot less maintenance. It's just the regular checking with the CSA, the playground safety person checking to make sure it meets all the requirements. With plastic and metal equipment, and Andrew can jump into over, like when you get into like 3 years, 5 years later, there's more wear and tear. Some things end up being stripped. Plastic is harder to replace. We ran into that issue with the Head Lake Park playground, where I think it's only, I want to say it's 10 or 15 years old, and the play structure had to be removed. So Andrew can jump in if I'm mistaken there.
No, that's right. It's hard to find replacements for play structures that were built 10 or 15 years ago, and it'll happen again. And the plastic in the direct sunlight is what really hurts the plastic. It deteriorates it pretty quickly, and it can be a real big safety hazard, especially on slides and stuff.
So, you know, I suppose we all want to do something. We want to do something nice. Is there support for the natural look? Because it's going to take a lot of investigating to price out the particular structures, et cetera. But I did see lots of nods, and I'm continuing to see nods. Yeah, it's so unique. When I saw the pictures and I did a little more research myself on them, I mean, anything's possible, right? It's they're custom designed. They have some certain features that they use over and over again, but it really would be a reflection of our community. And it's pretty neat to think that the sawmill was there, and now we're going back and putting some logs and wood chips on. And it's actually, I like the idea for the, and Andrew, you know the terminology for this, the sort of more natural play, like just climbing on log to log. And, you know, like it's you know, there's that one, just simple, the logs crisscross just to go up and down. And I don't know what they call that. There's a name for
Exploratory play.
There we go. I knew she'd know the recreational term. So, I mean, personally, I am comfortable with the resolution as it stands, which is 200,000. That's still a big chunk of change. It is not defining the limit of what the playground equipment could cost. It's not defining what it's actually going to look like. And that we are asking that the staff we would be the ones to initiate the fundraising campaign. We'll be reaching out to members of the public to participate with us on that, but that it could be the monies flow in through us as opposed to a lemonade stand by a really cute little 4-year-old, so which was adorable. But we need more than 25 cents per lemonade. Councillor Wood Roberts and then Councillor McKechnie.
So I would like to move the recommendation, but I would like to increase the that council fund any balance required up to $300,000.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm just saying, in the top line, it's installation of a new play structure. Would it be better to be worded as new playground equipment? I just don't know if that makes any sort of difference in verbiage makes a difference or not, but I would recommend that we fund a balance up to $300,000.
Okay, so there's a mover. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor McKechnie, are you seconding to the 300?
Yeah, I'm seconding that for sure.
Okay.
I agree with that. But I'd like to make a comment also, please.
Sure.
And I just like to say something along the same lines as Councillor Woods Roberts, that I think that it should not be just set $200,000. If we need more money, whatever it's going to take to do this right, I think it's got to be done right. And we've got to get it ready for next spring. So it's very important that we get that money started right now to be exploring what we're going to be putting down there in the spring, because all our families are looking forward to it. They miss it. So thank you.
And so I do have a resolution on the floor, which I will read. But just before I do that, I'll say that the last line says, and fund any balance up to, and you've asked that it be changed to 300. It doesn't mean that in the meantime, there's a grant coming forward in August that is open to us applying. We could get $100,000 towards this project. I think it's once, the thing that Councillor Smith was referring to is once you've embarked on a project and done an RF, purchase, you can't then backwards fundraise. At this point, we still could be qualified for a grant. So that's only up to, it doesn't mean that is exactly what Dysert's going to spend. So can I read the resolution then? Because we have a mover and a seconder, so I really should, shouldn't I? So it was moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council authorize the procurement of supply and installation of a new play structure for Head Lake Park, and that further that council approves the initiation of a municipal fundraising campaign to support the project, and further that council fund any balance required up to $300,000 from the Buildings and Facilities Reserve Fund. All in favor? Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Well, just a question probably for Tamara. When the motion says authorize the procurement, how far does that get us down the process in terms of disqualifying our ability to apply for grants?
Right. Good question.
I checked with Jennifer on that prior to us putting this in. I think we're still okay with that. Regardless, we're still not making any, even with the resolution though, we're not going to go ahead and make that final decision on procuring until we come back to you anyway.
So is the word procurement the right word there, I guess?
That's a good question.
That's what I'm really questioning, because I don't want somebody pointing and say, oh, well, you guys agreed to spend all that money and you don't need a grant.
I think you still need to authorize the procurement to meet the lame duck requirements, because you're authorizing the money to go with the procurement. But like I said, if we don't get the money, we're not going to procure anything. And if we need to come back to council for more money next year, it's not going to go ahead either right now. But
yeah, I know. It makes it sound, reading the resolution, that it is being procured. You couldn't put authorized.
it will be procured. It's authorizing us to procure, but not necessarily now. It doesn't say a timeline.
And procurement doesn't bind, does it? When you go out for an RFP or when you go out to get prices,
part of the
you still have
procurement.
to, right? Okay.
Well, procurement is actually
Final.
Is final. You've procured it. When you procure a new truck, you own the truck. There needs to be a different word. The word authorizing,
Procurement process.
the
Authorize the
start of
procurement.
a process and investigation. We could even say, I don't know if we want to authorize tendering, because if we've tendered it, then the grant, according to the other report, the grant's off the table.
So I've got an idea, which is, I've read it, but I haven't called for the vote. So could we take a lunch break and we can do some investigation into whether that word is correct, Mallory? Can we do that and then come back to this resolution?
We could.
I know it's unusual, but the semantics is important. To Councillor Smith's point, is that it might find us that we aren't eligible for a grant. That's the key right here.
I think Tamara said that we're fine though, unless there's more investigation needed that we can get. And do you think, Tamara, would you like to investigate further? You're not
Well, we will be bringing back more information, but I'm just honing in on the piece of council authorizing the eventual procurement. Maybe it's the eventual procurement.
We could add the word future in there.
I think, let's just
Sure.
call the lunch break and we can chat amongst ourselves. And I don't know if Jennifer's in or if we could reach her. I think it's really important because I would hate to say, oh my gosh, I think we're all on the same page. The resolution's increased or the mover and a seconder. So the last line is up to the 300,000. I think it's really important that we get that first line right so that we don't bind ourselves with a trillium or a whatever grant. So let's just take a lunch pause and this resolution is just sitting here and the vote.
Yeah,
Okay.
that said, I don't think there's an issue because you're allowed to contribute certain funds, like municipality can contribute, fundraising can contribute, and the grant, that can all be part of the grant, is that there'll be.
Even if we said something about, authorizes the allocation of up to $300,000 towards the future procurement. That doesn't commit us to a procurement, but it commits the funding.
Sure.
That's why I'm the chair and I'm just going to say, let's take a break. Let's take a break. I'm hungry. My tummy just growled. Let's take a half an hour break for lunch. Do we have something?
Mayor Roberts, one thing I do want to note is that we have someone booked and closed at 1. So
I forgot. So we'll take a very quick.
Yeah, and it's fine that it's late, but we'll go into close when we come back into open. So we figure this out when we get back into open and then we'll go into closed is what we'll do. Okay.
Okay. All right. So back at 1. Okay, so we're back in open session with the one resolution that was moved and seconded but not voted on. So we have some rewording and I'm going to read the resolution and then look to the mover and a seconder to see if they are in agreement with that. And then I will call for the vote. So change the language. It says, be it resolved that council authorize staff to source options for the supply and installation of a new playground structure for Head Lake Park. And further, that council approve the initiation of a municipal fundraising campaign to support the project. And further, that council fund any balance required up to $300,000 from the Buildings and Facility Reserve Fund. So to the mover, Councillor Wood Roberts, you approve. And to the seconder, Councillor McKechnie, you're approved with that. So all in favor? And that passes unanimously. Excellent. And thank you for that. Thank you for finding some wording that we could all feel a little more comfortable with. With that, we are going to go into close next. So I just have to find that. And we'll come back to our regular meeting after that. So let me just find a resolution to go into closed. There we go. So I'll need a mover and a seconder to go into closed. Councillor Clark and Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 1:06 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. It's a property standards file. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. So we are in closed session, but we take just a minute to transfer us. Can everyone just turn your video off for just 1 sec while we go into closed? If anyone needs. Okay, we're back in open session. We still have lots on the agenda. That's the way it goes. So up next is quite a lot of items in our finance department. So, but the first few items, Barbara, if you want to just go through revenue expenditure.
Yes, good afternoon. So we have here the revenue and expenditure report at the end of the second quarter for 2022. Essentially trending along the municipal budget. One item of concern that we're watching is the utilities for heat. As it stands at the end of June, we've actually reached 100% of our heat budget. So definitely there will be a cost overrun, and we'll continue to watch that. Definitely this is a sign of what's happening out in the economy. Of heating that's gone up exponentially.
It just right there was a couple things that cut out. So I'm going to assume you said heating and fuel cost in general.
Yeah.
Heating and also, yeah, so sorry, there was a little lag there.
Forms of heating, whether it's propane, whether it's furnace oil.
And as well, not to mention just our in transportation and just fuel costs of our own vehicles. Yeah, that's something that, you know, that really took a curveball from things that changed in late February in the world. So, and it doesn't like to, you know, when it say woohoo, it went down and it's still $1.82. That's certainly not what we budgeted for. So that is something to keep an eye on. And we've been lucky to have surpluses other years. There may not be a surplus in that, but overall. So any questions on the revenue and expenditure report? Councillor Smith?
So thanks, Barbara. I appreciate the additional perspective on heating and fuel costs. Beyond those two items, is there anything else going on in the budget that is causing you concern that based on 6 months performance, you'd look and say, wow, we've got a big risk here or there or what have you? Is it other than those two items, which, you know, on our budget are, I mean, they're large, but they're not overwhelming. Should we as council be unduly concerned about anything?
Well, for the most part, we are tracking on budget for 2022. There's quite a few large capital projects taking place right now. And to the best of my knowledge, they're all working within the budget. However, you know, once some of these projects wrap up, there could be a little bit of a cost overrun or cost underrun. So generally speaking, for the most part, we are tracking budget and there's nothing alarming that I'm aware of at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And we all know that the capital project, particularly road work, which is biggest capital project, is sort of just getting started. So thank you.
Okay, so mover seconder to receive revenue and expenditure, Councillor Wood Roberts, and seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be resolved, council acknowledges receipt of the revenue and expenditure report at June 30th, 2022. All in favor? Carried. Next is our check summary.
Yes, so total disbursements for June 2022 is just under 5.2 million. Of that amount, 3.6 million represents transfer payments to both the county and the education boards. So other than that, pretty much a typical month for June.
Okay. Mover seconder for that, Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges the receipt of the June 2022 check summary. All in favor? Okay, carried. And metered sewage.
Yes, so it looks like we're trending upwards compared to last year. If we look at a 12-month average, we're up about 11.3%. So that's encouraging. And it appears that both in the extended care and the high school seems to there's more usage there generating the increased revenue.
And that's sort of what we anticipated. The only one that I thought was a little odd was the Stuart Baker, but you know, maybe they changed some plumbing fixtures that we don't know about or something, or I don't know how that works. Stuart Baker seemed a little bit down, but anyway, it's nothing to consider to worry about at this point. Mover and a seconder for this report, Councillor Smith, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the quarterly metered sewage readings report for the period ending June 30th, 2022. All in favor? Carried. And then some tax adjustments.
Yes, so here we're looking at section 357 write-offs for demolition of buildings, and the total write-off is $1,254. Of which $561 is the municipal portion.
Okay, mover and seconder for that. Councillor McKechnie and seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved that council authorizes tax adjustments for the applications made under section 357 Municipal Act 2001 as amended as follows, and the amount is there. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so here we are going to talk about the fire truck.
Yes, so the request is for a 1-ton truck. However, sought further clarification, and that should actually be a 3/4 ton truck, which is a little bit more robust than the typical 1/2 ton. And so our procurement coordinator has done some background research, and it's noted that neighboring municipalities are looking at a more robust vehicle as well. For example, in Highlands East, they're looking at 3/4 ton to allow for more flexibility in terms of towing.
So that makes sense to me. When I first saw this in the agenda, I didn't understand the 1 ton. So the resolution needs to be changed. And we had our explanation. That's why I had the explanation. I didn't know. I know what can tow. So I'm going to change that, Mallory, there. Now, it still does say in the normal procurement process, but we'll see how that goes. It doesn't say for sole source or sole procurement. So we'll see what happens here. For one. Okay. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this? Councillor Wood Roberts, it's seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to release a request for tender for 1 3/4 ton truck for the fire department, and that the delivery of the truck shall be scheduled for 2023, and that the purchase of the truck be included in the 2023 municipal budget, and that the truck purchase be funded from the fire vehicles and equipment reserve. All in favor? Yes, sure. I did carry. I don't think we would. I think that's okay. I think in this case, that's okay. The delivery or the truck shall be scheduled for 2023. I think if we put it out for tender, it's going to take a whole nother month or so to receive the tender and then to accept the tender. Councillor Smith?
I thought based on the conversation we had with the Public Works truck, although it was a 1-ton truck, that staff has the discretion here. This, based on our experience, we just issued a tender, didn't get any responses because dealers aren't prepared to make commitments. If staff wants to communicate outside of a tender and see if they can find a truck.
I think part of it is, if I understand, we went out for tender on the truck in the Public Works, didn't receive any. So then it came back to do that. And I think if you've shown that you've gone out for tender, then you have the ability to go sole source, but I'm going to check with Tamara or Barbara on that. And also the specs on the Public Works vehicle might have been different than the specs.
It was a 1-ton truck.
Yeah.
I wonder, to Councillor Smith's point, I wonder if we just add to that resolution something similar to what we had to the other one, that we do the tender and then failing bids, that staff be authorized to sole source.
So I unfortunately did read the resolution, but I can ask the mover and the seconder. So Mallory, the third line down, it says after that, the delivery of the truck shall be scheduled for 2023. And failing, or what could we add to this resolution, or are we just gonna have to, I've read it and I've taken the vote.
We can add, but I'm just sorry, I was on another page, so I'm trying to track
Yeah.
everywhere. And that failing,
If we receive no tenders, that the.
that should the
staff-
tender be, should there be no bids or something like that?
Yes,
Yeah, failing receipt of any bids, staff be authorized to directly procure or sole source.
Yeah, I think it's single source.
okay. Are you okay with that
Sorry,
now?
I'm just, yeah. So failing the receipt of any bids, staff be use single source procurement, does that kind of cover?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, I'll give you a copy of this resolution. It's kind of messy at this point. We've edited a few spots. So the final line would say that failing the receipt of any bids, staff be directed to use single source procurement.
Yes.
Okay.
So I believe, so I'm going to look to Councillor Wood Roberts, who moved, Councillor Smith, who seconded. And all in favor of that?
Staff be authorized, is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah, to single source. Yeah. That means it doesn't have to come back to council if we don't get any bids, but it follows that. Yeah, excellent. All in favor? We did, yeah, as amended. Thanks, Mal. Thanks. Next is the ski club garage. And this is the second time this bid went out. I was very concerned that we weren't going to get any. So I have to say I'm quite pleased that we got a tender or a bid. Some of the local builders are pricing for 2024. Yes. So are there any questions regarding this tender? Go ahead.
Just one, Wilby's not quite as common as Smith. So could we have confirmation that this Wilby Contracting Limited is not creating any conflict for our CAO or Parks Director?
It doesn't legally create any conflict. There could be perceived, I suppose. It's my brother and his company.
I asked Tamara about that, and that's a good question publicly to ask, though. I asked it previous to being on the agenda because we went out to tender, and it was full, open, and transparent, and the tender was available for anyone to bid on. It happens that her brother is a contractor, so there's nothing untoward. And it's not one of us. If it was my brother, I believe I would declare. But it's
I wanted to raise the point because
is.
they said Wilby's not as common as Smith.
Yep.
And I think the process has been followed. It's not surprising for a $180,000 project that we only got one bid. Frankly, it's hard to get contractors to take on any jobs that small in this day and age, given they're also busy on big. So that's fine. And Tamara's given the answer. That's her brother, and we all know that. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. And also to the, if we could inform the Nordic Association that it's been awarded in the event if there's, I can't recall in the tender if there was like specific color of the siding, that type of thing. I thought we did do it's a dark gray with white trim, but I just want to be 100% sure that if if they want any input in the detail, that does not change the pricing whatsoever. It doesn't change the contract, doesn't change anything, but just to make sure that they're informed, the stakes are there, and it's pretty exciting. It's great. Okay, so I'll move her in a seconder then. Councillor Clark and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council receive and acknowledge this report concerning the results of the request for tender number 2022 REC-08, being a tender to construct a ski club garage in Glebe Park, and that council award the tender to Wilby Contracting Limited for a cost of $181,000 plus non-recoverable HST, and that the ski club garage be funded from the Buildings and Facilities Reserve Fund. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. My understanding is once the garage is complete and the ski club can move their equipment over, then the determination of what is exactly happening at the other location, as well as the band shell, can be determined at that time. And be done, something done with those in the early spring. Okay, just to note that. Trillium Foundation funding from Harcourt and West Guildford. Anyone wanting to speak to that?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. So we were successful in getting a grant for $162,000 through the Ontario Trillium Foundation. And the project is for outdoor rinks at Harcourt and West Guildford. So the project was tendered. We received one submission. And with that submission, there was a recommendation to increase the additional styrofoam pad to assist with frost protection and lessen the chance of the cement pad cracking. With that, though, there comes an additional cost. So there's roughly $20,000 over and above the $162,000 grant money, and staff are looking for council approval to include the extra work within the scope of the project.
Okay, I think I'm seeing some nods, so we'll see if there's any questions or comments. Once these are complete, is the maintenance going to be up to municipal staff, or are we going to try to engage our community to help? Because any little snowfall on outdoor rinks it's really helpful. I mean, we do it at the rink here in town to try to promote, public participation in maintaining these things. So I'm not sure what the ongoing maintenance of these are.
I think that'll be a question when it's up and running. I think so far Harcourt does do a good job of keeping it cleared. I think we maybe help with initial floods, if I remember, but
yes,
it's a hard thing to guarantee because you don't know year from year what volunteer base you have, what their abilities are and so forth, but we certainly look to work with them on that kind of thing.
Okay, that'd be great. Councillor Smith, did you have a question on the
yeah, thanks. I thought these were about the same size, and I'm surprised, or I'm wondering why the Harcourt is $20,000 more expensive than West Guildford.
One is larger than the other.
So Harcourt is larger?
I believe so, yeah.
And the rationale for that?
I wasn't
bigger hockey players out there. Oh, I see.
It could have been based on the current sizes of what's there now. I'm not exactly sure. Didn't develop the bid for the grant, but I can find out and follow it with you. But there was some differences between the two locations, whether it was what had to be done. I'm not positive.
Yeah, we hadn't seen this breakdown before. We heard about the $162,000 we're getting, and I always assumed it was about $80,000 each. So if I'm going to be asked. So if you could, if Harcourt already has a bigger pad than West Guildford, and we're just using the same area, if you can confirm that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
maybe just send out to all the council. So that's a good question because everything else is the same. Okay, mover seconder then. Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved, the council receive and acknowledge this report concerning the results of the request for tender number 2022-PW-10, being a tender to construct the new outdoor rinks in Harcourt and West Guildford, and that council awards a tender. Is this spelled correctly? Harcourt Sand and Gravel? Interesting. Sorry, little sidebar there. That council approve the procurement of additional construction and materials in order to include styrofoam insulated pad for frost protection, and that the additional construction and materials be funded from the Building and Facilities Reserve. All in favor? Okay, so it's carried. And lastly, I think it is the reserves and reserve fund balances allocations.
Yes, so this here, the schedule supporting the policy, I've included now a column on the right-hand side of the schedule to give perspective of where the reserve balances are at January 1 of 2022. It does not include the current year activity. There's a lot of moving targets right now. So just to get a starting point and give some perspective, total reserve balances at January 1 are just under 2.4 million. Obligatory reserve funds are 1.8 million and discretionary reserve funds are 3.8 million. Just a couple of items to note. Working funds under Schedule A. The target does indicate 900,000 and currently we have just over 1.7 million, of which just over 200,000 has been allocated for projects within the municipal modernization funding. And under the discretionary reserve schedule, we've kind of broken out and become more granular in reporting what we always historically see as the development reserve. And so the different reserves that fall under that specific development reserve are the buildings and facilities reserve, the fire vehicles and equipment, the general vehicle and equipment, the gravel rehabilitation and the road capital, and the waste management reserve fund. So with the new policy, we're able to get better insight into the different capital projects that we carry out on a regular basis and making sure we have enough money there and working with the asset management plan to make sure that we're building those reserves accordingly.
So this is great, Barbara. I think we're ahead of the game. I know the county is just going to be looking at having reserve fund policies as well. And I think this will look quite different of January 1, 2023, because we have to pick a point in time to start, but we know, well, look at our agenda today. Where do we take? We're taking out a reserve, but that's because we actually had been put in. We also had, like I say, we sold some property. And so, but I think on a go forward basis, year over year, this will be really, really good for council to see where they're at, where their targets need to be, and make sure that we are funding properly for those things in the future. So any comments, Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thanks. I had jotted down here, when I look at the Building and Facilities Reserve Fund, our balance on January 1st was $681,000. It says that our annual contribution is $135,000. Our target is $2.6 million. So we're almost $2 million short of our target. And today we spent just over $200,000 out of that reserve fund. So is that correct, Barbara, approximately? We've gone backwards there. We're $2 million short in that particular fund, and we moved backwards in 2022.
Barbara, do you want, like I said, we sold some property, but that went into general reserve to development reserve, and she just said like working funds is at 1.7, and it really only needs to be at 9.
I understand that, and in fact, you'll recall earlier this year when we were setting the budget, I had asked council to consider making the working reserve fund smaller to reduce the size of our tax increase. And Barbara's explained now there's 200,000 has been allocated out of that, but we still have, roughly 600,000 there, more than we need. And so it does raise the question, will it be this council or a subsequent council that will be involved in reallocating dollars that are in different reserve accounts and dealing with problems like the building and facilities reserve that's, you know, currently $2 million short of its goal.
Barbara, do you want to?
So Barbara,
try to
will
tackle
this
that?
council get another report
that's
on this
you, Barbara.
topic, or is this the last we're going to see of it?
Well, if this council wants another report on it, I mean, that's definitely their decision. But again, I just provided these balances for, context of the actual policy. It is a living document. If this council here has recommendations on how they want to allocate out working funds, that's their call. Again, that target there of $900,000 under the working funds, it's an estimate. It can be increased. We've been very fortunate that, we do have some surplus there and obviously some opportunity to channel some of that money into different areas to mitigate any a dire increase in the municipal tax rate. Now, on the other hand, it was noted here, buildings and facilities, our target is 2.6 million and we're sitting at 680,000. And certainly there is quite a deficit or a shortfall there. So there's different, I believe, different opportunities in any sort of surplus of the working funds, whether, council may decide, well, we might fund a project from that and we might put some into our reserves for future capital replacement, or we might use some of that for mitigating any sort of dire tax increase. Now, there is a tax stabilization reserve fund that doesn't have anything in it at the moment because it's new. We may wish to channel some of those working funds into that fund there. So there's a lot of different options here, and definitely it's at the discretion of council on how they want to allocate that.
So I know Councillor Smith wants to ask a further question, so maybe I'll try to clarify it because it's my question maybe too, so we picked a point in time to present the actual amounts, which is January 1, 2022. Between then and today's meeting, we've made a lot of changes. Some money's come in, we've allocated money out for future expenses. Is it possible for this council, because it isn't anything to do with lame duck, we're just moving the same amount of money around to different, can we review now where we're at a more current point in time?
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying,
Yes.
because we as a council, it seems to me anyway, have an obligation to sort of clean things up. We started this process. We've established targets. We've established annual goals in terms of how much we get added to them. And we've got some accounts that are way short. We got some that are way over. We had a big property sale this year. And so, if this was a job in a professional world, we'd be saying before we gave it to the next person, we need to sort of finish cleaning things up for the 11 months that we're here for 2022. And that's why I wondered if there was going to be another report next month or the month after where we could do that cleanup.
So that Barbara, go ahead, Barbara.
So I can prepare a forecast where we're at the end of the year based on budget, and I can also provide information on what has been committed for 2023, and share that information with council to give them a perspective of where we're heading. And then, if there's any sort of further realignment, we can use that document as a discussion point.
I think that's fair to say, because it isn't, like I say, it's not spending any more money. It's just sort of reallocating and a little shift, and you may have some recommendations that you can make. So, even if that come to a September or as late as our last meeting in October, we can be doing that. September would be nice to I think would be a good target to be looking at that. you know, the very first one, where is it? The very first one is called Build Dysart Reserve Economic Development. So it says as at, you know, that there was 10,000, but this council passed in our budget adding another 10 for 2022. So I know that that should be sitting at 20. That's just one little line. So how about aiming sort of for September, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. But I do need a resolution to receive this, and I don't think we need anything further in the resolution. We have staff have direction to bring it back when they can. Okay, so Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the reserve and reserve fund policy number 70 with balances at January 1st, 2022, and further that council approves the allocation of reserves and reserve fund balances at January 1st, 2022. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. Thanks so much, Barbara.
You're welcome.
I think that's everything in finance, although you stay on the screen. Goodness, we have a long meeting, don't we? We've got administration and then planning. Okay, because we took two very short breaks, I will ask council when they're ready in between admin and planning if they want another 15. I know it seems strange, but we really didn't get a lunch. We had 12 minutes to inhale a sandwich. So administration, procedural bylaw, Mal, that's you.
Yeah, so we first reviewed this on June 28th at our meeting. This was to incorporate petition correspondence guidelines, which can't come a moment too soon because we've a lot of that coming our way this month, particularly, and it's good to have some guidelines so people understand the best way to format and kind of get the word out there on what's going to be on our agendas as well. So this just amends the procedural bylaw to add, since the last amendment, this has incorporated that we're going to be removing emails and addresses when we post the public agenda, but obviously it's still available for viewing in the municipal office. And other than that, the notice is complete and it's ready to be passed.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you. You know, we had a good discussion about this at our last meeting, and I've had some feedback, you know, from folks who are positive about those changes in terms of redacting personal information like email addresses, phone numbers, and physical addresses and so forth. A concern was expressed as to why we would need to display signatures on our website. Why can't they, you know, simplify the process? And in fact, as one individual pointed out, even simplify the process of doing the redacting by blacking out the whole page except the names. Right now, we've got a form that's got the names on the left-hand side and it's got the signatures on the right-hand side. And we're going to redact, you know, what I'll call a column down the middle. Can we just redact everything that's right of the names?
I'll look to, well, I mean, Mallory could comment on that, but really it's up to all of council. I think once somebody's signed something, the point of it is to make, you know, they've put their name on a public document, and it's helpful for council to, and the public to see who's signed. Yeah, Mallory?
Not
Well,
suggesting the name is a problem, suggesting the signature is the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that concern as well, Councillor Smith. I will say I can't comment because I'm a clerk, so my signature's everywhere. Anyone can steal my identity. So we also have several planning applications where we have signatures all over them. There's frequently signatures on our public agendas. They're not considered. I think people go back to the time before we were very electronic in our society. There's other ways other than a wet signature to steal someone's identity these days, and they're very frequently available. So I understand the concern that's been put forward. We're tighter in our restriction already than other municipalities around us by even removing the contact information because it's a petition. So when you sign a petition, you're saying, I want this presented to a council. And I understand though, if council chooses to go that way, we can redact further, but we're already being quite conservative in our redaction. So I just remind council of that we're already redacting more than others do. So.
Well, I would note that for the petitions we saw today, redacted everything and just told us there was 100 signatures or 400 signatures. So going to a world where we release the names even without the signatures is a lot more than we've been doing in the past.
I'm fine with the name and the signature. They're like Mallory, just for the point she just said, the signatures are all over the place. I don't have a problem with some. Well, and the signature too. I don't have a problem with it as presented, but if somebody really wants to get sticky, if not, okay, so we'll pass it as is with the name and the signature going. Okay, needed first and second then. Councillor Smith, Councillor Wood Roberts. Sorry, I didn't say Councillor Smith. I know you didn't. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's 5 after 2. I'm good. And I wrote Larry Clark, Councillor Clark. There you go. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-75 being a bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceeding of meetings be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached chair 2. All in favor? Okay, that carries. I think the next term of council, I'm going to get the clerk to read, or well, it won't be me, to read all the resolutions. I think I've talked too much. They do that at the county. Okay, but not today. Sale of land.
Yeah, so this is the sale of land. That doesn't follow Robert's rules, by the way, just so we're clear. But the sale of land is to Gary Birch and then he just asked that it go through his company, which is fine. So there's an amendment included in the bylaw at the end there. So this is just to pass the sale. And this is on Mallard Road for anyone who's watching, an industrial sale.
Yep, I'll read the resolution because that's Robert's Rules of Order. So I'll read and not me, Roberts, the other guy. Mover and seconder, Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved that bylaw 2022-76 being a bylaw to authorize and confirm the sale of the land described as part lot 12, concession 9, and further described as part lot 23, registered plan 19R-2953 in the geographic township of Dysart, United Townships of Dysart et al. Industrial Park, Mallard Road, sale to G.J. Birch Construction Enterprises Limited. Be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, carried. Next we have, speaking of petitions, a petition received by the Friends of Grass Lake. That file is not on today's planning agenda. And I've been speaking with planning staff and we're looking when that is complete and we have all the comments from county or however it works anyway. I'll just leave it with planning staff that there may be, I would suggest a special meeting, a special public meeting for that so that we allot enough time. So we'll make sure that everybody's able to be in attendance and councillors do have the opportunity to zoom in as well. Just let myself know. So basically we have this petition. Kind of mover, yep, mover and a seconder. Okay, Councillor Wood Roberts, I'm sorry, seconded by, is that Councillor McKechnie? Yeah. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the petition from the Friends of Grass Lake expressing opposition to the Harpen Holdings Limited official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications and requesting that council undertake a green infrastructure plan. All in favor? That doesn't mean we're going to, it just means we're in receipt of that. Councillor Smith?
We don't have Jeff on here, but has anybody assessed what would be involved in creating a green infrastructure plan for our community?
No, we haven't. I don't even know that we've had that discussion, but you can have that discussion with planning staff when they're on board.
Okay. I think we should understand what's involved in that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, I should have spoken to that. So because the request was the receiving of the petition and the request. So basically we're just receiving that. It doesn't mean that we're going forward. So when planning staff are on screen, you can ask them what's involved in that. Okay. So all in favor of the resolution is read. Okay. So carried. Next is another petition from Val Jarvis on behalf of some county residents requiring paper ballot voting.
I can speak to this a bit. I had a good conversation with the petition organizers, organizer at the front counter, and it was interesting to kind of get a look into how the provincial election was running in the background, because these concerns came out of the way that the paper ballots and the tabulators were working at the provincial election. And provincial election's funny because there's a certain amount of time that you have to count, and then you have to rush your ballots to a different location as well. So it's a very different kind of setup than a municipal election. But it was interesting just to hear some of the experiences from the back end, I guess. So as a result of kind of that conversation and the concerns that were calling for paper ballots and specifically hand counting every ballot, we released an educational video about our voting process, which is of course entirely different. There's no tabulators used. But also we're going to start putting out some videos about the actual company and the software they developed and the receipts you get from your voting, which will hopefully help ease some of the concerns about transparency and security and so on. One other part of this was a concern from the 2018 election and the voters list. Municipal voters lists are interesting because we wait for quite a long time to get information from, of course, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. And then we have a certain amount of time with the limited knowledge we have, basically, to try to reorganize what we get from them. So we're trying to take out duplicates, and we're trying to add, we're trying to account for deaths, or we're trying to add people who we know to be tenants. So there's kind of a mad rush to kind of update that list at the very end. But obviously, I know when I voted in the provincial election, I needed to update my voter information right when I went in. So we know that that's going to be a given in this election. And even though we have information from the provincial election for ours, we know that we vote by ward here. So we don't have it in the detail that we needed for the municipal election. So there's going to be a process where we are going to be open in the office for all sorts of changes like that. So it's just getting the word out that it's not a completely remote process. You can come in to vote if you want. We'll be there to help you, and just trying to reassure voters a bit, just based on their experiences from different levels of government in their elections. So that was my comment on that.
That's great, Mallory. I appreciate that. And also the in your report, you mentioned the voterlookup.ca, and you said you guys are going to be promoting that from now until the end of August. So anyone from the public can go on voterlookup.ca to see if they're currently on the voters list, and if they're not, they'll be for some reason there is a mechanism once they're on that website to go to get on the voters list. Is there a
yes,
phone
there is.
number?
Yeah, they would update. So one of the issues people have been experiencing is, especially if they're a tenant, they go on and they try to search their name, they can't find themselves, right? So there's a number at the bottom that tells them to call MPAC, and that would be my next suggestion, because at this point, MPAC is controlling that list at the moment. So the next step would be to call them. So there's been a few, it's quite easy to search yourself if you've got a roll number, right? But if you're a tenant or a boarder, you have to go to that additional step to make sure you get on that list. So right now it is under MPAC, voterlookup.ca, and at the bottom there's phone numbers. Great to call MPAC right at 8 a.m. because you might, because you get to the front of the line. But yeah, so that's what I've been advertising to people, so that they get ahead of updating themselves on the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I also like what you talked about is the promotion information, et cetera, about our voting system that we have chosen and has been chosen across the county by all the other townships as well. So, just the safety protocols in place for that. And if people are having difficulty, they can come into the municipal office. I believe the libraries are going to help get involved with having information at the libraries for that type of thing. Any questions, Mallory, on this? Councillor Smith?
Mallory correctly pointed out that the provincial process was quite different because there were paper ballots there. And so if someone was concerned about the result, the accuracy, the integrity of the result, in an election that was close, they could ask for a recount, and there would be physical ballots for even a judge to sit and witness and participate in the physical counting of those paper ballots. We're not going to have paper ballots. And so if there's an election in our municipality where a candidate loses by 6 votes, according to the count that's published, he says, I want a recount. How are we going to administer that recount? What do we have to go back and say to the judge, there's been a request here, a judicial requirement to do a physical count? What do we got?
So the recount in this case is performed through the software. So the reason that the software has so many receipts, and it actually is an app tied to it where you literally log in and you view your vote, is that it's showing in the back end how it's recorded your vote properly. And this is something you actually don't get with a paper ballot, right? You submit it in, it goes off to be counted separately. At least then you can see, you can keep checking that software that your vote's recorded as you say. So I think there's this worry that with some people, that for some reason this company would mix up voting data after they get it. Their software would be faulty or they'd mix it up. But the recount is literally, they recount through the software. That's how this process works. So, I mean, you can check that your vote was cast properly, but there is a certain amount of, yeah, we are using software. We're not counting stones that have been put into a bucket. This is the way that municipal government has gone towards in their voting. This method of voting has been used in other townships for years. So we're actually pretty late to the process. So I think there is concern about, well, you can't sit down and watch someone recount. No, it is electronic. The software's counting for you.
And that's the concern that some people have. And they have situations like the Rogers outage where an error was made in software, and there always talks about computer glitches and all that sort of stuff. And we have no fallback. Some people just don't trust technology. And that's the concern that they're raising, in addition to those that point to people who are uncomfortable with technology. And the fact that we don't even have a paper ballot, for the odd person that says, no, I don't touch a phone, I don't touch a computer, I want to put my X on a piece of paper. And I think it would be great to have had a paper ballot even here at the municipal office for those who want to do that. And by the way, we wouldn't normally print those things until after August 19th. So that's still possible if council wants to do it.
Mallory first and then Councillor Clark.
I will point out that often townships use a combination. So if the concern is that the software is wrong, but it's okay because we have 200 people that voted by paper ballot because they wanted to come in and vote, that argument is not relevant because you're still getting the majority of your votes from your software. So I understand the distrust of technology, and it's something that we have to kind of push through. But when you're using a mix of services, you're still getting a large amount of your votes from from software, and then the other amount, whoever came in for paper ballot from that. And that will comfort them in the fact that you can batch count that whoever voted with paper, but you're still using that service. And in terms of accessibility and allowing our residents to have the best access to their vote, paper ballot is just way too far behind, unfortunately. Only doing paper just because they would like staff to physically count. The pros of being able to vote and giving your residents that accessibility outweigh it to me. And it strikes me because I've heard people say voting is a privilege, it should be paper. Well, no, it's not, it's a right. We should all be able to vote. I should be able to vote if I'm on I won't be on vacation, I'm the clerk. If I'm on vacation, I should be able to vote in my township. I shouldn't have to go into an office. Or if I'm a wheelchair user, I should be able to vote from home without having to get into the office. So there are vast majority of benefits to this method, and that's why other townships have used it for years.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Councillor Clark had a question or comment.
Handling paper and storing and managing paper is very, very expensive. There's only a few people who do not feel comfortable with it. You've got a better audit process. You've got a better, multiplication or security process with electronics, a lot better system than you have with paper. So there's some people who are not with the times. is hugely expensive, and it's at the cost of other things in the community when you're spending that kind of money on paper as opposed to doing it modern and electronic. So people have got to get with the time. You know, it's, sure, change is not comfortable, but change is happening.
There's going
I
to
hate
be
to put a
lot-
price on
Counselor Smith-
democracy.
Counselor Smith, you have to raise your hand. It's not a debate. You didn't have the floor. If you want to say something, my concern over this upcoming election is that we have more than 50% voter turnout. And we have this opportunity with the method that we're doing with the last provincial and federal elections. It's very disheartening for people, all of you counselors in this room, because you're probably involved, we're involved in the process. I'm sure we all vote every election that we can, but there is an enormous amount of people that just don't. And so that's my concern. And I had that in all the elections to see what the results, the voter turnout for the provincial election was sad. So I think enough on that, unless there was something further that Councillor Smith, you really wanted to add. If not, I will look for a mover and a seconder to receive this petition. Anybody? Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Clark. Here's all that Dysart et al. Council acknowledges receipt of the petition from organizer Val Jarvis on behalf of the Haliburton County residents requesting paper ballot voting and hand counting in the 2022 municipal and school board elections. All in favor? Okay, carried. Lastly is the recruitment of an integrity commissioner. Oh, I missed the toll bridge. Okay, toll bridge. Sorry.
Okay, so this is our kind of our standard resolution. This is not a new request. We get this yearly from the Lions Club. They're doing their typical toll bridge Saturday, July 30th. And typically in the past, we ask them to maintain liability insurance and make sure they're wearing the proper safety vests when they do their toll bridge event. So council usually approves this. I think through COVID, the EOC approved it because there were additional safety precautions to take, but it's back to council and the letter's there for everyone to view.
Okay, and I heard Councillor Wood Roberts wants to move, so moved, and the seconder will be Councillor Smith. Be resolved that council authorizes.
That's the question.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm just running ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just, have we ever had any complaints about this?
A little bit. Slowing down traffic, and there's some businesses in town that are in the vicinity that feel it impedes their, it's not good for sales on that day. Nothing formal, just on the street chit chat with me. So if somebody wants to complain, they'd have to do it a little more formally.
So should we find a way, do it this year, but suggest there's a bit of a process to collect some feedback? It seems like a good, I'm happy to second their move or whatever I did, but it just, most things when you act, you kind of say there ought to be some mechanism to know that we made the right decision. Obviously the Lions Club's enthusiastic about it because they collect some money.
Yeah, I guess
But
if
if
people
three-
don't
if-
like it,
if-
we need to hear about it and would have to be rational,
Yeah.
why. So if people aren't happy with it, it's this weekend. So, so we have a matter of days. So I did have a mover and a seconder, but if someone isn't happy with it and maybe through the BIA, if you want to talk about it, not till you meet in September, but ask if you've received any complaints. We need to receive the complaints formally. Not just on the street. So where was I?
Can I just say something?
Yes, you may.
I've been going through that bridge like we all have for a long, long time. I've never heard a darn complaint. The Lions Club does a great job, and I just can't believe that we're even discussing a complaint. I wouldn't know anybody in this community who said, geez, I wish the heck they'd gone that or moved that.
I understand, and I've seen it in other
Okay,
communities.
Councillor
I didn't
Smith?
personally complain. I asked the
Yeah.
question if we'd ever had a complaint.
Yeah.
It turns out apparently two of you have had complaints.
But there's anyway, nothing formal, and it does slow traffic down through there. So if you're trying to get through town to the other side, it might take you an extra 49 seconds. So just be it resolved that council authorizes the Haliburton District Lions Club to hold their annual toll bridge on Saturday, July 30th, 2022 from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. in the vicinity of the bridge on Maple Avenue between Victoria Street and York Street, with the following conditions: that the Lions Club will obtain liability insurance naming the municipality of Dysart et al. As additionally insured and provide a copy of the certificate of insurance prior to the event, and that all volunteers working in the traffic lane shall wear approved safety vests. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. And then now lastly, the recruitment of an integrity commission.
Perfect. So this is a joint initiative with the county and the local municipalities. So as we all know, we're legislated to have an integrity commissioner, and since 2018, we've shared that position with our neighboring municipalities. So this report is just asking that council support the collaborative recruitment of our next one, and that we're going to go out to interview for these services and provide a recommendation after the interviews are completed. So the report kind of gives a breakdown that I guess it will come back to council for the appointment with the new term. And August will be the interviews for the integrity commissioner as well. So, and then obviously, even though we share integrity commissioner, you're only billed for what your municipality is using. So that's the way that service works.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the current one is expires on December 21st, 2022. So
exactly.
Everybody okay with that? Any questions to Mallory? Understanding we did this at the county last week. Okay, so mover and a seconder. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that Dysart Council gives approval for staff to work with all local municipalities within the county who wish to collaborate on the recruitment of an integrity commissioner. And that further that approval be given for staff to invite expressions of interest for these services, interview prospective service providers, and prepare a recommendation for all participating councils. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. So that's the end of administration. We've had a very long day and we still have a lot in planning. So I'm going to look to council and see if you want to do a quick another 15. I've had yeses. So sorry to make another adjournment, but we really didn't get a proper lunch. I think there's a few people that just need to stretch their legs and do whatnot for 15 minutes. So we'll reconvene at 2:32. Is it 2:40? Is that okay? 2:40? Okay, so we're in recess till 2:40. Okay, we're back in session. And we've got our planning section is next. So we'll bring in our planners, bring in Jeff and Chris. And I'm going to check with them before we start to see if we can move a file around. But I'll wait till they're on screen. So, hi Jeff, hi Chris. I'm just wondering, because we do have on item 11F, we do have the people from Rogers here, Christian Lee and Eric Bell Chambers. And I'm wondering if it's possible if we could move that, start that item now so that they could get on with their day. Is that,
yes, that would be reasonable for sure.
Do we know if they're in the meeting?
I
So
believe
can
they're
we
in
promote
attendance.
them?
Yep, they just need to be brought forward.
Okay, so we'll promote them. Hopefully, yeah. Okay, I see Eric. Hello. Christian's just coming forward. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
We're having a marathon day here, but I thought, even though that's the last item in planning, I thought if it's okay, we'd bring your item forward first so that we can have the staff report first and go forward on that with any questions. So basically, I'm going to turn it over to staff to start first, if possible.
Thank you. And just, I'll try and go quickly. Rogers Communication has proposed to construct a 90-meter guide tower on the north side of Minnecock Lake Road near the intersection of Glamorgan Road. The proposed tower is designed to improve service in the area as part of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network Cell Gap project. The municipality has adopted Policy 38, which is a policy to establish the protocol for review of telecommunication proposals. Staff have reviewed this proposal for compliance with the site selection and design criteria established in this policy, and the following applies. In terms of significant natural area, the proposed location is not located within a known significant natural feature area. The site plan does show a small stream located on the property. The tower is proposed to be located 20+ meters from this stream. According to the key map provided, there appears to be a feature resembling a wetland located approximately 65 meters northwest of the proposed tower location. This feature is not included in the county wetland data set, nor is it a provincially significant wetland. These are the features we predominantly use when looking at buffering of wetlands, and they have adjacent land areas of 60 meters and 120 meters respectively. And then all other features are the adjacent area is 50 meters. So this does not fall within that 50 meters. Lastly, the property was screened for species at risk, and there are no species occurrences on this site. The tower will be located approximately 230 meters from the nearest residence and 55 meters from Minnecock Lake Road. Policy 38 encourages towers to be 1 kilometer to the nearest resident and 60 meters to the nearest road. These setbacks are not prescriptive. However, council may wish to question whether the tower could be moved back to meet the recommended setback of 60 meters from the road. Rogers has noted that co-location is not possible for this site as the closest tower is more than 8 kilometers away, and they currently are already co-locating on that tower. As mentioned, a 90-meter guide tower is proposed as opposed to a monopine style tower, which is preferred by the policy. Rogers Communication notes that a monopine tower can be constructed to a maximum height of 40 meters and therefore is not feasible in this instant. They note that the line of sight is important here, and that due to the local topography, a 40-meter tower would service a much smaller area, requiring approximately 4 additional towers to achieve the same coverage as one 90-meter tower. In terms of lighting, the applicants have not provided lighting details to date. They have contacted Transport Canada with regards to their proposal. They note that it's safe to assume that the tower will require lighting to comply with the Transport Canada, NAV Canada aeronautical safety requirements. However, they do note they plan to use environmentally sensitive lighting and mitigation measures to reduce light spill below the tower from the aviation lights. If the proposal proceeds, an entrance permit will be required from the roads department. If council chooses to offer a concurrence on the proposed tower, staff suggests that the municipality recommend increased setbacks from the road, perhaps a vegetation buffer to screen the proposed tower from immediate neighbors. Council may also wish to include language to minimize lighting impacts and mitigate potential impacts on that stream. As required by Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, which is formerly Industry Canada, who are actually the approval authority for towers, Rogers has undertaken a public consultation process. Notices were mailed to all property owners within 500 meters. The property was posted with the required notice sign, and they held an open house on June 14th, 2022. The public consultation is complete. Rogers has summarized the responses received and submitted the comments for council consideration. I've attached all those comments to this report for council. A summary of the concerns received included concerns with health and the Health Canada Safety Code 6, wildlife protection and species at risk, construction traffic, lighting and dark skies, environment being lakes, wetlands, and vegetation, proximity to residential development, and that other areas may be available, the public consultation process, tower height, that the existing cell service in that area is already adequate, and impacts on property values and rental income. So Rogers has provided a consultation summary as mentioned, and now requests that the municipality indicate its position on this project or express municipal concerns. Lastly, I forgot to mention at the bottom of the report, staff provided reference to the municipality's economic development strategy, which includes communication improvement as the first item. It notes that the municipality should work with partners to enhance internet and cell communications with a vision of supporting an innovative economy, and values to support employment opportunities and recognize the importance of meeting needs of all the community's residents in all age groups. So that's basically the end of my presentation. I do seek direction related to the public comments and requests and the request from Rogers. If council choose to provide concurrence with the proposed tower, a resolution has been provided, and I have included some conditions in that resolution.
Okay, so thank you, Jeff, on that. We do have Eric Belchamber and Christian Lee on screen. We did have a delegation this morning that you may have likely been listening in on. However, we're not here to talk about an alternate site. We're here to talk about Dysart site. That would be up to Rogers. So we're not really going to address that issue. So in terms of the public consultation process and some of the comments, and also some of the recommendations by our own staff, whichever one of you want to take the ball, do you want to comment on anything there?
Sure, I'll definitely take the lead. It would seem as though the condition to increase the setback to 60 meters is reasonable and can likely be accommodated. And I'm available to answer any questions from members of council.
Yeah, can I just ask one other one? The recommendation of a 30-meter vegetation buffer. I mean, I imagine that the land is fairly treated and with natural vegetation as well. But so maybe back to Jeff. What did you intend by that recommendation in there?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And perhaps it would help Eric and Christian if I read out the conditions that were proposed in the resolution.
Yes, please do so, and then we'll talk.
Okay, thank you. So the first condition was a 30-meter vegetation buffer shall be maintained around the proposed tower, and lighting shall be the minimum required to meet the safety standards. The tower shall be located 60 meters from Minnecock Lake Road, and the access road is to be designed and screened with vegetation to minimize the visual impact of the tower by immediate neighbors. During construction, proper site preparation and construction methods are to be used to prevent sedimentation of the adjacent stream. The proponent must obtain an entrance permit before constructing the access road. And that's it.
Question, Jeff, when it comes to the 30-meter vegetative buffer, the plan would be to simply clear the trees along the 6-meter wide access road and at the base of the tower, and along the 3 guy wires. So from the sky, it would look like a peace sign. Can you describe in more detail, please, the vegetative buffer that you're suggesting?
Well, it's just to keep the existing vegetation without removing anything more than that's necessary for construction.
Yes, that's absolutely the case.
Oh, okay, anything further to add with the recommendations? And then I'll open it up to questions, or did you want to comment on anything else, Eric or Christian?
No, we can abide by all of those recommendations.
Yep.
Okay. So now I'm going to open it up to floor from councillors, which is Councillor Clark first, and then Councillor Wood Roberts. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
I've got some real concerns. Our policy 38 and your own guidelines state that you try to be at least 1 kilometer away from residences. And it's not 1 or 2 residences, it's 40 residences within the 1 kilometer radius, which me to bodes that there should have been additional effort by Rogers to find sites that are less contentious for the neighbors. The presentations this morning identified a few other spots that should be considered. I'd like to see considered before I put any kind of support behind this current site, just to see whether or not they are viable. The sites that were brought forward have no residences or occupants living in the area, to me, which is provides a more appropriate location for such a facility as what you're proposing. But other than that, like I say, I'd really like to see Rogers put some more effort into a better location. Thank you.
Before I turn it over to the next councillor, do you want to speak to that and how this particular area got investigated?
Certainly. So this is part of the EOR and CellGap project. It's a $300 million public-private partnership, a joint venture, and funded by $150 million by Rogers, and then $70 million each from the federal and provincial governments. Rogers was awarded the contract for this to improve service and provide coverage for 99% of the population in Eastern Ontario so that they could make phone calls. We were provided with a search area, and we're really constrained by this search area to make the greater puzzle work. And shifting a site 4.5 kilometers south is simply not viable. Having a tower a kilometer away from where people live isn't practical. It's not economically, it just doesn't make economic sense. We have a commitment to the EORN group to ensure that we are within a certain distance of what are called search nominals. And from there, it's up to us to find a viable property that can accommodate a tower and a willing landlord that's willing to have a tower on the property. In this case, we reached out to a number of potential property owners, and Mr. Butts was one of them, and he declined the opportunity. But we are really constrained by finding a spot within a specific search area and having a site a kilometer away from where people live. It does not have a meaningful impact on improving service and achieving the EORN goals.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it over next to Councillor Wood Roberts, who is next, and then.
Afternoon. I just had a question in your presentation that in your background and coverage requirements that it would provide subscribers with wireless network coverage and capacity for products and services such as their phones, tablets, and wireless internet through the Rocket Stick. So is this only going to benefit people who are with Rogers right now, or will other companies be bouncing off your tower as well?
Through you, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
This tower is definitely a Rogers tower. Rogers and Fido subscribers will benefit from enhanced coverage. The tower will be available, and we're required to allow co-location if another carrier, be it Freedom or Bell or TELUS, wishes to improve service for their subscribers in the area as well. There's co-location available for them on that tower.
Okay, yep, good question. Councillor Smith, you're next.
Thank you. I'd like to preface this by saying that a few months back, I sent an email to Mike Rutter, the CIO of the county, and also the lead at EORN, to express frustration with the lack and poor communications on the part of Rogers regarding this project. At that time, it was about 15 months since the contract had been awarded to Rogers, and very little had been communicated with the community about cell tower upgrades and the pace at which rollouts were going to happen, and so forth. And then in the last couple of months, I see this one tower that you're requesting, and I would call it a debacle in terms of communication with the public. And that frustration is reflected in the uprising that has occurred in the area around this proposed tower location. Our policy 38, Dysart's policy 38 was enacted in 2014. It's before I became a councillor, but it's very clear in outlining certain requirements. And you appear to have ignored most or all of the requirements in there. Have you guys read policy 38? Did you share it with your engineering team before you decided on selecting this site and bringing forward this proposal?
Through Madam Mayor, yes.
Yes.
We're very well versed with policy 38, bearing in mind that it was written in 2014 with what seems to be a sentiment of not wanting towers. It's one of the most onerous policies that I've come across in the 10 years that I've been in this industry. We've complied with all the requirements of public notification and public consultation. Again, I can't stress more, the search map that we're provided is what we're provided with to ensure the integrity of the network and the viability of the communication infrastructure for your constituents.
Thank you. You know, that was Councillor Smith's personal opinion of the communication with Rogers in general and overall. You know, I know from sitting in this chair, and sometimes the wheels of municipal government work very slowly, and we don't, you know, get so where we can get information out to the public of things we're working on. It doesn't mean we're not working on them. They're working in the background. Rogers has been working on it since the day they got this contract to be doing what they're doing. There's a lot of information that could not go out to the public. There's information if the EORN board had to keep their cards close to their chest because it's confidential information. And I think Roger, I'm not touting that company, but I'm just saying that it doesn't, you can only share information when legally you can share that information, and the cell gap was identified. And even then, at the last county council meeting, there was a section that was enclosed because it is still confidential information. So I also think the policy 38, I don't know, I was around when that was written, and it's so onerous and so restrictive that looking at that policy, we won't get any towers in Dysart, and we don't get any towers in Dysart. This isn't just about making a phone call to chat to your friend. This is about the way we talk, the way the world is going. This is about an ambulance attendant on the phone with a doctor going down Glamorgan Road or anywhere and having their call drop. This is extremely important. The county has been supportive of this project since the get-go. The remainder money that Eric just mentioned, the $10 million, came from us, came from County of Haliburton and all the other counties across Eastern Ontario. So we've committed funds, we've committed to this project, and this is an identified site. So go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Well, thank you. And I haven't said that we don't need cell coverage. I recognize we do need cell coverage. And I've got no issue. I'm very supportive of the concept of enabling that cellular communications and access to the internet and so forth. But I do take issue with the approach of Rogers, even some of the statements they make in their report here that, you know, the trend of future telecom is to become truly wireless. That is the delivery of voice and data communications via conventional telephone lines, such as telephone poles along streets and such, will become virtually obsolete. That's hogwash. The fact of the matter is that there are large and credible organizations that have been installing fiber across our country and in our community for years, and they're still making those investments as we sit here. Not everything is wireless. That may be the technology that Rogers has chosen to deliver services, but it need not be the only way things get done. The fact that policy 38 is in place, put in place in March of 2014, if Rogers had a problem with the terms of that policy, it would have been appropriate to come to council and talk about it rather than engage in a public consultation process that they turned into a farce by basically ignoring most of the conditions in our policy. And for us to sit here now and be asked to provide support of their application to the government of Canada is again problematic from my point of view, when we have clearly said, we've signaled to our community, we are not going to support cell towers being installed within 1 kilometer of residences. As Councillor Clark pointed out, we're not talking about even 1 or 2 residents that are near a tower. We're talking about 30 or 40. Our policy also says that it's the responsibility of the proponent to submit an analysis of other possible sites and the rationale as to why these sites are not acceptable. I haven't seen any analysis of other sites. I saw a map that has a bell tower on it, a couple of bell towers on it, and saying that Rogers thinks this is a good place to put a new tower, but it doesn't address the requirements of our policy 38. And therefore, if council is to try and submit a letter that expresses support, it says that we're ignoring our own policy. If our policy was a problem, that should have been called out back at the time that EORN was going through its process, or in the months, well, year and a half since the contract with Rogers was agreed to. And to have it put on the table here as part of the first tower within Dysart, to me is extremely problematic. And as I said, the lack of analysis of other locations is, we had a pretty well-informed and well-spoken resident this morning that outlined there is another location. It's on Crown land. Nobody is anywhere near it. We haven't heard anything from the Rogers people.
Yeah, he's
about
trying,
about these sites.
Okay.
And, again, our policy laying out the requirement for monopine and so forth. Guy wires are discouraged. Everything that we've said we don't want, they're putting in place here.
We definitely should have reviewed policy 38 before, from 2014 to now. Eric, would you like to respond?
Well, certainly, again, Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor, we cannot put a tower a kilometer away from where people live. It simply won't provide the service they expect. It won't form the integral network that people rely upon as they're driving and living and working and visiting and playing in your community. I cannot stress it enough. We can't have a tower a kilometer away from people and where they live. It's simply not viable.
We have another 4 or 5 towers in Dysart that are in the pipeline right now, and none of them will be compliant with respect to that part of the policy, because it's just not practical. Like back in the 1990s, when everybody's just using phone calls and maybe text messages, one tower used to be able to service a really much more sizable area than it can now. But as technology, as ironic as it sounds, as technology improves, but meaning more services, faster connectivity, that kind of thing, each tower doesn't service the same geography that it once did. That's why EORN, the EORN Cell Gap project exists, and that's why Eastern Ontario needs 300 new towers. It's just not, it's not practical. There isn't anywhere that's a kilometer away from any residence where we could service. So all of the other ones that we will be proposing are also within a kilometer of residence. There's no other option.
Okay, thank you, Christian. So I just want to go back to Jeff's little chart here. I know you've had the floor a few times. So Jeff, your chart in terms of compliance of proposal. So we've heard that it's not possible to get within a kilometer of the residence. It says encouraged, it's not mandatory. Use existing towers where possible. That's not possible. The monopine style, it won't fill the cell gap. It doesn't even do anything. And they are,
and it's technologically not possible.
Technologically not
That was
possible.
an,
And they are
an important point that was missed, but it's
Thank
actually
you.
not a feasible option.
So that's okay. It happens to say that in our policy, which again is very outdated. 60 meters from a public road, they've just adhered to that. They said they would agree. So that X becomes a check mark. So I just would like to point that out. I'd like to hear from some other councillors. I know Councillor Smith, you've had an opportunity, and you will have another opportunity, but I'd like to hear from some other councillors if there's other thoughts. Councillor McKechnie, please.
Yes, I live out in the Eagle Lake area, and we have a tower up there. And I mean, there was some controversy at the beginning, but I mean, now I haven't heard anybody say anything in a long, long time in regard to a negative factor. Everybody is extremely happy. I think it's really unfortunate that, at the beginning and people have these concerns and they're rightfully have the right opinion, their opinion of making their concerns are very important. But I think this is something that our community really needs. And there's always going to be somebody who's going to be offended, but believe me, it's a tremendous service. I know in the Eagle Lake area, people are very, very happy with the tower that's there. So I guess it's unfortunate that we can't please everybody, and that's the problem, I think, with these towers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKechnie. Was there anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak yet that would like to speak? Councillor Donaldson?
Yeah, I just have a question. Because 5G is very converse. What is the difference between what is on? I don't think that the residents have a problem with the tower per se. It's what's going on it that may be the issue, because there's so much controversy on G5. So can you tell us the difference between what is out there now and then G5? Because I feel like your 1 kilometer radius is correct, because you have to be closer to the people that are using it, which then makes it higher of whatever radiation or whatever. And that's what the people, the 40 or 50 residents that are, I think, the most worried about is their health. So, and I could see that if that was me and I'd been there for 40 years and I wasn't planning on moving anywhere, and you're moving a 5G tower into the area, I'd be a little bit concerned too with everything that is negatively said about G5. So is there anything else besides that you have to be closer to your customers and the radiation?
Okay, so
Through you,
Eric,
Madam
go ahead.
Mayor. Sure,
Yeah.
through you, Madam Mayor. Health Canada has what's called Safety Code 6. And Safety Code 6 has a 50 times margin of safety from what could potentially be harmful to humans. So there's already an enormous margin of safety built in. At the tower itself and the base of the tower surrounding it, the amount of RF exposure will be hundreds, if not thousands of times below the allowable threshold, because it is 90 meters up in the air. It's not healthy to be immediately in front of an antenna, and all of our sites, whether they're tower sites or rooftop sites, as we've got thousands of them across the country, are designed so that that exposure in front of an antenna is simply not physically possible. When it comes to 5G versus the difference in technology that LTE and 4G provided, they're still the same radio frequency waves. They're similar to RF waves for your television and radio broadcasting. There is absolutely no risk to health to humans, whether it's the LTE now, the long-term evolution technology that's currently being used, or the eventual 5G technology that will be added to all of the sites by all of the carriers across the country.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
there
you.
is no health risk whatsoever.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Any further questions? We do have a resolution that was included in our package, so we had plenty of time to read it and see what we are concurring with. Councillor Smith.
One follow-up question to the comments from Christian and Eric. You said that you can't install towers that are 1 kilometer from residences. How close together are you going to have towers then?
Through Madam Mayor, it will depend on the use of the towers themselves. We have propagation maps that show where there are areas of poor service. We typically find a range of 6 to 8 kilometers, depending on geography and topography and usage patterns. Even the time of year, whether there are leaves in the trees, affect the propagation of the RF signal. So typically, we're looking at a range of roughly 6 to 8 kilometers, potentially 12 or so if it's an area of very low usage. But if you've got 10,000 people using their phones, watching Netflix, listening to Spotify, and sending emails, then the amount of service that coverage, the amount of service that tower provides shrinks down like a street light. So that's why we're trying to maximize our service with 90-meter guide towers to minimize the proliferation of these through the countryside.
As a kind of a ridiculous, but I think illustrative example is if you take that one kilometer radius as an example and take that measurement from the intersection at Yonge Street and Front in Toronto, I believe it's about 120 different cell sites within that 1 kilometer radius. Just to illustrate how, you know, service needs to mirror the usage and the population and needs to be close to people. So yeah, I mean, it's just as people use their devices more and their phones more and the internet more, you know, the reality of having a cell site, you know, 5 kilometers away just isn't.
Well, there are no towers with you know, guy wires at the corner of Yonge and Angleton, just as there aren't in my old neighborhood in Etobicoke. You've found other ways of getting the towers in those neighborhoods. And, you know, and if you need these things to be so close to residences to provide access to Netflix and all of that streaming and so forth, I thought the objective here was to address emergency services in terms of a cell signal. And if you're trying to get capacity to sell other services, you know, that's frankly beyond the scope of the emergencies that we're trying to address. And again, I point to the terms of policy 38 and the fact that you could be further away. The tower that serves my neighborhood is probably 6, maybe 7 kilometers from our residences. And when it was built, there certainly wasn't a residence within a kilometer of that tower location. It's 120 meters feet, if I recall correctly. It's got 3 or 4 guy wires on it. There might have been a residence or 2 built since then within a kilometer, but you know, it's meeting the requirements of policy 38 to a much greater degree than you are. And that's my concern about this particular proposal. Thank you.
Yep, Christian, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just to kind of clarify a point on there, we did make reference to the EORN's objective of serving 99% of the Eastern Ontario population to be able to make phone calls. That's not the singular objective. I believe there were three kind of core objectives. The 99% basic voice call, you know, at least to be able to make an emergency call if somebody's having a medical emergency or something was one of them. But the other 2 were to facilitate economic development, you know, ability for people to work at home, et cetera. And I'm going by memory here, but yes. I believe it was 95% of the population being able to at least have a standard definition call like this for Microsoft Teams or Zoom or what have you with work, and 85% of the population having access to adequate bandwidth to have high definition streaming calls and things like that. So it's not simply, you know, for Netflix, and it's not also to the other degree to just make calls. It's a multifaceted
Absolutely.
objective.
You know, I just want to go back to that 1 kilometer, and that I don't even know who drafted policy 38. Even though I was here, you know, could have been our planner, or could have just taken a template from somewhere and thought that was the most restrictive of all. Keep in mind what Christian said earlier is that there are, I believe you said 5 or 6 other sites within Dysart, and not one of them meet this. So, you know, we turn this down because there's some public pressure on this particular site. What's going to happen with the other sites? Are we turning them all down? Are we going to turn down every site in Dysart? Honestly, I'd be embarrassed if that's what we did, to be truthful. We have to trust some things. I have to trust Health Canada. You know, Rogers has done the work with looking at locations. I believe it was Eric said earlier, you can't just pinpoint on a map. We have topography of rolling hills and trees and rocks. There has to be some kind of road access to get to it, to be able to build the tower. And you have to have a willing landowner. We don't have Crown land here in Dysart. And so, you know, and I know that there's landowners talking up in the Haliburton Lake and Percy Lake, Ross Lake areas. So, you know, that's my 2 cents on it. And it's clear where some people are going with this. We do have a resolution on the table. Unless there's any further information or something new that staff or Eric or Christian want to add to it, I think that we should see if there's anyone that wants to move the resolution as presented in our package forward, and we'll take it to a vote and see where we go. Is there any further questions or comments from either staff you gentlemen, or I will look for a mover and a seconder. No, seeing none. Is there a mover and a seconder for the resolution as presented? Moved by Councillor McKechnie. Seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Yes, yeah, I did say we'd have a recorded vote. You heard me say that, right, Mallory? Yeah, yeah. So actually, just because we've been in a meeting since 9 o'clock and I've read a lot, I am going to ask Jeff if he doesn't mind reading the resolution. No, I'm serious. He said he would. Is that okay, Mallory? I'm going to need somebody to go out to the drugstore and get me some cough drops.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to read that, and bear with me. My voice is starting to go a little bit too late in this day, but the resolution before you states, be it resolved that council concurs with the proposed telecommunications tower on Minnecock Lake Road, which is site C8506, civic address 3470 Glamorgan Road. A 30-meter vegetation buffer shall be maintained around the proposed tower, and lighting shall be the minimum required to meet safety standards. The tower shall be located 60 meters from Minnecock Lake Road, and the access road is to be designed and screened with the vegetation to minimize the visual impact of the tower on immediate neighbors. During construction, proper site preparation and construction methods are to be used to prevent sedimentation of the adjacent stream. The proponent must obtain an entrance permit before construction of an access road. This resolution confirms that the consultation process, completed by Rogers Communications Inc. met the requirements of the municipality's special policy number 38.
Okay, so we had that moved and seconded. So through the clerk, will you do the vote?
Yep. Okay, so Councillor Clark?
No.
Oh, you need to put your microphone on, sorry, as we go around the table.
Sorry, yeah, I do not support.
Councillor Donaldson?
No.
Councillor McKechnie?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Smith?
No.
Councillor Wood Roberts?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberts?
Yes.
So that's tied, so it's defeated.
I want to say something, but I'm not going to. I don't think. I'm not sure what the next steps are. I'm very disheartened because this is something that the county, I don't think people realize with their vote what's happening here. But anyway, I don't know what to say to the next steps for this project.
Based on the fact that not only is there not a better option within the serviceable area, but based on the noise, I'll say, around this one, I think it will be very, very difficult for Rogers to find anybody who would want to work with us to enter into any kind of agreement and subject themselves to what this landowner had to go through as well. So it is definitely disappointing.
Good job.
Go ahead, Eric.
Sure. I've been in this industry, as I said before, for 10 years, and never have I come across the level of vitriol and angst and anger towards a project like this, where our signs were defaced and vandalized. It's really unfortunate. I think Dysart will unfortunately be left without the cell service that people could and should and expect to have for the long term, because as Christian mentioned, we've got a number of other sites that are, in the works, and we're about to start municipal consultation. But if this is the tone with which the town views cell towers, then the resources will have to be deployed in other ways. It's really unfortunate.
And a roadmap's been painted to show exactly what needs to be done to defeat it too. So.
Like I say, I may have the microphone, and we know how I voted. I'm extremely discouraged because I know the work that has gone in to date, and we'll be left behind in the dust. So if this is the legacy this council wants to leave, that's what it is. It's really unfortunate. So I'm sorry, gentlemen. Guess we'll have to-
Can I say?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor McCacken.
Yeah, could you please consider the Halliburton Percy Lake site before you pack up and move away?
Well, sorry, Councillor, it's not about packing up and moving away. It makes it sound as though it's in our control, the decision that council has made in this instance. I feel the same sentiment that Madam Mayor feels in terms of the disappointment, given the time and effort, and quite frankly, tens of thousands of dollars that have been spent as part of this project to get to where we are, only to be defeated by a small but vocal minority that, based on a protocol that was written 8 years ago and is clearly anti-tower. I think that it behooves the municipality to review policy number 38 and come up with what I would consider to be a more reasonable approach to cell towers, based on my experience. And it's disheartening. It really is. It's remarkable.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, I have no further words. If I say something, they should be offline. I'm going to get myself in trouble.
I would like to thank Jeff Isles very much. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Jeff, thank you for your help through this process, and we'll see where things go for any potential future sites.
Thank you. Jeff, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And through you, it's in terms, perhaps council could give Rogers some direction or some specific areas of concern that they could look to improve upon for the next tower proposals. There were some areas in the site selection design criteria that they didn't meet. On the opposite end of things, they do comply, or this is strongly supported in the economic development strategy. So it is a bit of a balancing act, but perhaps some specific direction to Rogers as to areas they can improve upon might help the next process.
I have no idea because I know how I voted, so I can only look to the people who voted against. It makes no sense to me. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Well, to begin with, Rogers could come and provide some feedback to council regarding the policy 38, so that council could deal with the public regarding the terms in policy 38 as opposed to Rogers. Secondly, when Rogers engages in a public consultation process, I think the members of the public that take the time and effort to be there should be respected and be engaged in the process rather than simply having to listen to the Rogers people. And the minutes that you provided us of the meeting to actually suggest that one of the opponents of your proposal might have been trespassing. I couldn't believe that you put that in a document. It's outrageous that you would make such a claim. And finally, again, as policy 38 says, you're supposed to tell us how you considered alternative sites. You didn't do any of that.
Okay.
So,
just constructively, is there something they could do? To move
constructive.
forward?
Tell us about the alternative sites that you considered and why they won't work and why this is absolutely the only site that will work.
Jeff, what I'd like to do from our point of view, from what we can do, I can do at this table, is there are 3 other townships in our county. What do they have for policies? What do other and beyond those 3 townships in terms of policies regarding telecommunications towers? Ours was written in 2014. It's never been reviewed. I don't know where we even got those guidelines to have in the first place. I think that's the only thing I can think of as a starting point, is that we could look at our policy.
Well, I do know Highlands East is currently going through the process of developing a policy. I'm not sure where Minden Hills and Algonquin Highlands or what they have in terms of policy. It's something we can go and look at, but
yeah, that's just.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Tamara?
I was just saying, given this is a countywide project and the different townships looking at the policies, if we're looking at a review of ours, it probably doesn't hurt, as you mentioned, to have some discussion with the county over on what should maybe be more practical to be in these to move projects like this ahead while still protecting public right for input and so forth.
I'm still not really clear what the objection was here today. And maybe I'll talk to counselors individually after and find out what, and be able to get some more information. Counselor Clark? Mick?
To begin with, we've got a policy 38 and it sounds like it's out of date, but we're obliged to consider our policy. And if it needs to be revamped based on newer technology or newer information or what's being done with the other townships, then that's what should be done so that we are working towards our township guidelines. Also, there's some issues around Rogers not doing their homework. As Councillor Smith has reiterated, and a call I sat in on the consultation, it was not interactive with the people. It could have been better in terms of the consultation with people. So, but the bigger issue is the policy 38. We need something specific or a guideline that we can work with. It's fine to say it's out of date, but we've got to know what's not relevant anymore. So give us a proper guide, give us a proper policy to work with so we can, this is just the one we're talking about. We still got another 3 or 4 by the
So
sounds
this
of it.
project just died. Like, I mean, go ahead,
Well, see,
Eric.
it's the
Eric
one-
and then Councillor McKechnie.
Well, I would like to refute Councillor through you, Madam Mayor, the perception or the opinion that the public meeting that Christian chaired and I attended along with 7 members of the public was not interactive. Christian outlined exactly where the project was planned and proposed. He explained what was deemed by Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada to be a reasonable and relevant concern. It's our contention that people felt that they had their legs cut out from under them because they wanted to bring up health concerns and property values, which are specifically deemed to be unreasonable and irrelevant by ISED. We afforded 20 minutes for Christian to speak and go through the presentation. We then afforded 40 minutes for the public to ask questions, 7 of whom chose to. We then very carefully identified the fact that Christian was available further for one-on-one discussions, that he could be reached by phone or by email with any additional questions, comments, or concerns. It wasn't as though that was the only opportunity the public had to comment. So the mischaracterization of this public meeting that was held, it needs to be resolved because you attended it and I attended it. And there seem to be 2 sides of this, but it's our contention that adequate time was afforded by Christian to provide details of the proposed installation, and that adequate time was afforded for the public to ask questions and provide comments. And again, super clearly, they had an opportunity for one-on-one follow-up if they had questions or comments or concerns that weren't addressed in that forum.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKechnie, one last thing, and then I guess we have to move on.
Yeah, Eric, how often do you have these projects turned down like this?
Extremely rarely. This
So
is
we're not alone?
I would say you're the second potential EORN.
Second.
The second one, there was one up in Round Lake Center, up in that vicinity. And there was a great deal of opposition and it was turned down. But that is 2 out of the 80 to 85 that we've successfully acquired.
So this isn't your first rodeo?
No, Councillor, it's not.
But what I think you're saying is, I'm sorry, what was the number you said of sites that you have had approved as opposed to?
Personally,
Yeah.
With my consultancy, I would hazard the number to be in the 75, 85 range. I don't recall off the top of my head, but dozens and dozens and dozens of sites exactly like this one in the middle of a forest, near people, providing coverage, meeting the objectives of the EORN Cell Gap project. And this is the second one that has not been successful out of dozens and dozens. It's very disheartening, councillors.
It certainly is. Tamara, sorry, getting tired. Yep, Tamara.
You're muted, Tamara, to see.
Sorry, just referring back to our strategic plan from this morning discussion under Pillar 3, Economic Development and Prosperity. The number 1 item under expand access to broadband services says continue to support ongoing initiatives and update municipal policies to promote the expansion. So I think their council sort of adopted that approach that they want to at least look at their policies with that regard. So I don't know if that's how quickly that can happen in regard to this particular project or not.
I don't know if
desire.
councillors are voted, I can't understand. I can't get inside somebody else. If and this is democracy, you have a right to vote against something. But is the reason you only voted against something is because because we're not adhering to the policy? to the, and first of all, in the staff report, it says, it doesn't say that it's a hard and fast. It says what is the line? It says generally, so exactly, encouraged. So like, what's going to make a difference? If we pass a policy, then you want this file to come back. This file can't come back. If we just voted on it, it got turned down. So that's a decision that was just made, and I don't know, you can't go back unless you want me to call for another vote. Like, I don't understand.
I think if there was substantial new information came forward, you could consider the vote again, Mallory.
Well, maybe the landowner doesn't want to, maybe Rogers doesn't want to anymore. Like, the landowner has been reached out to me, and also to the deputy mayor, who unfortunately is not here today to vote on this. And that's, the landowner is being harassed as well. So, Mallory?
The resolution as it stood was defeated. A new resolution could be brought forward. There's nothing saying now it's done. But again, it's who wants to go through more if it's going to be the same answer. So this is the thing that council has to consider, or if we need to update a policy, or what we need to do, or if more information is needed to kind of satisfy some of the concerns, perhaps. I don't know, but it does. Yeah, the resolution was defeated, the one that Jeff wrote. But again, I don't know.
Okay, so I will look then to the councillors who defeated and ask, is there something that if there was some new information that came forward that you would want to see this file brought back? So if I might start with Councillor Donaldson first. Or was your answer the same?
I think my answer would be the same. It's not, policy 38 was not the reason. The reason more so was because this has been going on for years, trying to get cell service, but then when 5G is a possibility, there's so many people that are against it. So there's against it for a reason, and I haven't researched it enough to know why all the reasons, but it's kind of a red flag that the whole area wants cell service, but then the first one that comes, that's 5G, there was over 100 people that didn't want it. So I don't have enough research to say, yeah, 5G, I want it in my area. I don't have cell service where I am. And if somebody come and put 5G in my area, I would be questioning it as well. So it's a 5G thing. It's not a tower thing. And I think that the concerned residents that live in that area, that is their main concern.
Okay, so so I did see Eric, and then I'll go to Councillor Smith and round.
Well,
So
again,
yeah.
there's no difference in RF technology between 5G, the next evolution of speed and connectivity and low latency. There's no difference in safety with that. We have to be compliant with Safety Code 6. Our spectrum license is dependent upon it. There's no one in the back room trying to turn it up to 11 to make things go further or have a negative impact. It is exactly like the FM broadcasting and over-the-air television broadcasting. You're exposed to RF frequencies from the sun. There are different wavelengths, and there's no health safety concerns pertaining to either what's there now or 5G technology.
And I said specifically requires that these types of concerns not be part of this decision-making. It's specifically listed in there that this should not be form part of your decision-making in this process. It's one of the very clear black and white exclusions, because Health Canada and the people who have done the research, who have gone to school for this and are brilliant, have found it to be extremely safe. So it's something that doesn't sit well as being used for this to be knocked down.
That's a very good point. Councillor Donaldson, one last thing.
It's, I guess, one of the other red flags then is that you cannot be more than 1 kilometer apart. So it's obviously not the same technology that's already out there. So you have to be closer to your customer that's using it. which is kind of another red flag that it's not like what everybody else is used to right now up until 5G.
I'll let Eric answer. No, that's not. It's
Sure.
there's gaps. But anyway.
So having a tower a kilometer away from residences will definitely improve service for trees and birds and turtles and things that aren't people that need coverage. People that need coverage need a tower in proximity to them because that's how technology works. If I've got a Wi-Fi router in my basement and I walked into my street, my Wi-Fi router is not going to provide service. It's no different. There are no risks to human exposure. And as Christian iterated, it is specifically deemed to be unreasonable and irrelevant, according to ICED, because we should not have to litigate the merits of Safety Code 6 with every cell tower consultation we do.
Absolutely. Okay, so we'll turn to Councillor Smith. Is there any new information that could come forward that would change your decision? Or is there any new information if we reviewed our policy 38?
Well, I had a different set of issues than Councillor Donaldson. I'm not concerned about the health effects of 5G. I'm going to say that that's really out of scope. The fact of the matter, though, is that first off, there are technology alternatives to this height of tower with the required guy wires that have been proposed here. And those are pervasive in terms of the technologies that could be employed. And the location, to me, is problematic. And if you can't find a location that comes closer to policy 38, we should have had a conversation about that beforehand. We, by having that policy on our books, a policy that's been on our books since March of 2014, provide some assurance to our residents that we're going to take those things into consideration when we're considering a tower proposal. And we allowed a process to go ahead without any consideration of that. And to me, that's problematic. If I was one of those 43 people in that bandwidth of that, I might have signed that petition too. But whether or not I did, the fact of the matter is it's a discredit to us as a council that we would have such a policy on the books and then just simply ignore it when a proposal comes forward. We should get the policy correct, one that we feel comfortable with, and deal with that with the community as a whole, as opposed to tackling this on a single neighborhood. You know, and I'd also point out that earlier this morning, we approved a strategic plan. And we said in our vision that we would prioritize our natural environment. We didn't say that we were going to make it second or third. When you say you're going to prioritize something, that means it really matters. And here's our natural environment. Whether this wetland is in our county maps, I believe the proponent or the folks that came and appeared today say the wetlands, there's a creek going right past this site. And that's problematic in terms of our natural environment. So that's the basis. And, you know, I'd be happy to approve a cell tower, you know, nearby this area, but get something that maybe it's no residents within a kilometer. Maybe there's only 2 or 3, but to have 40 within a kilometer says you didn't even pay any attention to the criteria that council put in place.
Yeah, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. I disagree. And I think Eric might have something to say to that.
Well, sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Smith, it's encouraged that it be a kilometer away. If we could accommodate that, we would. It does not fit within the search area provided by EORN and our commitment to EORN to provide coverage to 99% of the population. We're not trying to improve service 4.5 kilometers south on some crown land where there's only a bunch of trees. It's to improve service for your constituents so that in the event of an emergency, they can place a phone call. So if someone's driving down the road and they have an accident, they can place a phone call. It would be one thing if policy 38 described this 1 kilometer that people seem to really be fixed on as being mandatory, but it's encouraged. And we did our best to find a spot within our search area with a willing landlord where access and hydro were reasonable and we could minimize the impact on the natural environment. You know, it's unfortunate that you're really stuck on the 1 kilometer because it's simply not reasonable or feasible in our experience.
Okay, and lastly, I'll just turn to Councillor Clark. Is there any further information that you would require for this file to be brought back?
Yeah, I'd like to see this policy 38 rewritten. or at least updated. It'd be a better way to approach it. Our residents, the number of concerns they've raised have been based on policy 38. But the sounds of what's happening is our policy 38 may be out of step with what the other townships in the county are doing. So let's have a review to see what needs to be changed and what and whether or not it can accommodate what's being currently proposed by Rogers, and if it can be revised and the proposed site work within a revised policy 38, then I'll support it. But I would like to see some updated information because our residents are relying on us or looking at us to the policy 38, and that's what they've responded to. So we've got policies in place. I think we've been trying to support our residents based on that. So the appropriate thing to do is say, fine, the policy is not consistent with what the other townships are, or that the information is somewhat out of date. I don't know about the health issues. I can't.
And we're not to talk about the health issues.
That's out of whack. I'm not talking about the health issues.
We're not only not talking about them, we are not to take them into consideration in our decision making. It is about land use.
It's not a consideration. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, I don't think we can say anymore. We've been a long time on this subject, and I'm very disappointed that this is the outcome, obviously. And I hope it doesn't. Pardon me?
Just a question of clarification. If council would like us to review the policy, what is the timeline? Like, what's the maximum time? If it was done within a month, say it was brought to committee of the whole in August and brought back to council in August, will that work with current timelines for this project? If it changed the outcome, if the policy changed the outcome of the.
I have no idea. Staff can do what they can do, and I think we need to just move on. I don't know what to say go ahead, Jeff.
I guess just kind of following up on what Tamara said. So if we were to look to update our policy, what is it that council would like us to change in order to better or just to update this policy to make it more agreeable with these proposals? And just going back also on a second thing with what Councillor Clark said, that we're not in alignment with the other municipalities. That's not necessarily true. In discussions with Highlands East, they were actually looking to use ours as a basis for their policies. So we are working together trying to make our policies similar. So it's not that we're out of alignment with other municipalities with our policy.
Okay, one more last thing. I really want to move on. Tamara, did you want?
I was just going to say, if we're all in alignment, it might be more of an issue that we need to review more with the county to really understand where we're limiting the growth of the project.
It almost seems embarrassing. Say we end up coming back with policy and we say, okay, we're going to have a policy that says 200 meters away from a nearest residence. Then would a councillor pass it because our policy says it? Like, it says it right in there. I honestly, I feel like I'm just going to lose my mind. It says it encourages. They did. We encouraged them. They looked. They can't find in the cell gap analysis any place in the circle that does this on the radius on the big maps that Eorn determined of the cell gap analysis. Everywhere, every single place in Dysart will be closer than a kilometer and probably much closer. So I think we just have to move on. If the policy said must, that would be different. The policy says encourage. We did encourage them. They looked, they can't find a spot. So no cell tower.
Like Eric said, we're not new to this. We're not looking to disrupt people's lives and make people upset either. We don't want to be public enemy number one. So our approach is try to find the, excuse me, as we often refer to it as the least worst spot, try to find the maximum setback possible. We try to make sure we're off Glamorgan Road. We thought that was a plus, in a mostly wooded area where virtually nobody could see this tower. It's actually a genuine shock that there was this much resistance based on that. We were actually expecting it to be fairly straightforward. But yeah, when the policy is written in a way that says things like generally and recommends, that doesn't suggest that its strict adherence would be required, or else or else the motion would fail.
Okay, we still have lots on our agenda, so I think we have to move along, and we'll say goodbye to you, gentlemen. And we will go back to the item A, which is in planning, which is the zoning bylaw amendment from this morning's application. So Chris, I'll believe I turn that over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so if staff don't have any further comments, and if council is looking to pass this bylaw, then the recommendation in the report is appropriate.
Okay, so mover and seconder, Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor Smith. I can read it, it's fine. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-77 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Pollard, known as Part Lot 14, Concession 13, Part 1, Plan 19R-1206 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone on the subject property from waterfront residential type 4L zone to waterfront residential type 4L exception zone, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, passed, carried. Next is the shore road allowance and a deeming bylaw.
Yes, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Wong have made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property. The cottage, which is located on the shore road allowance, is recognized, its location is recognized pursuant to the official plan. Due to an internal processing error, a resolution to declare the land surplus is being presented at the same time as the bylaw. So this is a bit unique, but a bylaw 2022-78 is a bylaw to close and convey the road allowance, and deeming bylaw 2022-79 are provided for council consideration. The notice and circulation requirements are complete. The purchase price is set at $4,300. And staff recommend approval of the resolution and bylaws, and are happy to answer any questions council has.
Any questions to staff? Councillor Smith?
Jeff, can you confirm that that the violations that are in the pictures that accompany this report have all been addressed?
Yes, I can confirm that as per the report. The applicants have resolved the encroachment issues and the compliance issues, sorry.
Including the shoreline shelter?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so mover and a seconder, Councillor Smith, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council approves an application by Mr. and Mrs. Wong to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Bitter Lake in front of their property in Part Lot 17, Concession 10 in the geographic township of Guilford. These lands are declared surplus, and further that bylaw 2022-78, which is a bylaw to stop up, close, convey a portion of the original road allowance in front of Part Lot 17, Concession 10 in the geographic township of Guilford, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further that bylaw 2022-79, which is a bylaw to deem Lot 52, registered plan 404 in the township of Guilford, not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50-3, pardon me, of the Planning Act RSO 1990, be amended, as amended, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow Lot 52, registered plan 404, to merge with the road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2022-78. All in favor? No, carried. Page. Purchase shore road allowance, Blue Hawk Lake, Armstrong.
Yes, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong have made application to purchase their shore road allowance in front of their property on Blue Hawk Lake. There is a dwelling, 3 sheds, and a small kayak or canoe storage structure, and a privy located on the property. The dwelling, which is partially located on the road allowance, was constructed in 1969. Therefore, its location is recognized by the official plan. The watercraft storage structure appears to be located on the shore road allowance, and it does not appear to comply with the water setback. We have no record of a building permit for this structure, and it has not been assessed for tax purposes. Therefore, its location is not recognized by the official plan. And based on this, the official plan policy, staff recommend a condition that this structure be removed or brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw. There appear to be other compliance issues on the property which are not located on the shore road allowance, specifically with regards to the shed and the number of accessory buildings. Again, a resolution is provided for council consideration if council chooses to direct staff to enforce those compliance issues. Other than that, staff request direction with regards to that watercraft storage structure and request direction and approval to process the application.
Okay, there probably will be a question, but I'll kick it off if I could. It looks like there's a roof and maybe they were planning on filling in the roof. If there's no roof and you just create a structure for canoes and kayaks to be off the ground, is then that considered still a structure? A lot of people have those. We just don't want less roof lines along the shoreline. Like, so if they take the roof off, does that make it into compliance to just keep those good enough? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, that would.
Okay. So open storage, if you will, with no roof. Did anyone else have a question on that? Go ahead.
Well, on that, I assumed there was no roof because we've talked about one of those previously, but there are other compliance issues on this site. And, all compliance issues should be addressed before this is approved. That's what's part of the resolution that staff's looking for input. Yes. Hold them and consider this as one more example of why we need stiffer penalties for people who go ahead and do reckless things, put up structures and so forth without getting a building permit, without getting the appropriate approvals. It's crazy that there's not a more rigorous penalties and enforcement. In fact, we could afford more rigorous enforcement if we had stiffer penalties.
Anyone else? Question, comment, or mover and a seconder? Okay, Councillor Wood Roberts seconded. Councillor Smith. Be resolved that council approves for processing an application by Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Blue Hawk Lake in front of their adjacent property in part lot 22, concession 1 in the geographic township of Dysart. Pursuant to section 3.2.7 of the official plan, the structure located on the shore road allowance shall be removed or brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw. Lands are declared surplus. And further, that council directs the bylaw enforcement department to review the subject lands for compliance with applicable bylaws. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Next, we have Gardens of Halliburton. Oh,
yes, thank you. This is kind of a corrective.
You know what? I know this is a backlog. I did not declare at the beginning of the meeting, and my mother and I have a family member who's in attendance there, who lives there. So it's a little late in the game. I'm sorry, I did not declare that. I didn't even think about it.
Okay, you've declared in the past, have you, Mayor Roberts, on this?
I did, but that was on a financial.
Yeah, I don't see. Is there a way of you getting financial gain out of this situation?
No, none,
Okay,
zero.
I think we're okay to proceed.
Okay, thank you. The other one had a financial impact. I know, but I just for perception, I declared on gardens before, and I'm really.
Thank you. I will proceed, and this is a corrective issue. So in July of 2008, council passed a road closing bylaw and a deeming bylaw for the purpose of conveying an original road allowance to create one lot for development purposes for this property. It appears that the deeming bylaw was not properly registered on title. This permits portions of the subject lands to be conveyed separately, which creates compliance issues with the zoning bylaw and the site plan agreement. So the deeming bylaw before you, deeming bylaw 2022-80, will correct this issue and merge the lots with the road allowance, creating one lot for development purposes. The owner has consented to this application, and staff recommend approval of the deeming bylaw.
Questions? Go. Would you like to move? Okay, so Councillor Clark has moved and seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-80, which is a bylaw to deem lots 1, 2, 7, and 8, block 2, registered plan number 1, and lots 2, 3, 4, block 6, registered plan number 1, in the geographic township of Dysart, not to be within a planned subdivision for the purpose of section 50 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, as amended, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signing the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lots 1, 2, 7, and 8, block 2, registered plan number 1, and lots 2, 3, 4, block 6, registered plan 1 to merge with the road allowance which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2008-67. All in favor? Carries. Carried. Next.
Next is an application or a request for access across the lands of Dysart, as well as an application for permission to use a municipal road allowance. The applicants own a hunt camp in part lot 9, concession 11 in the geographic township of Dysart, which is off the old Halliburton West Guilford Road down a hydro cut. They would like to sell their hunt camp and are requesting that council provide the hunt club written permission to recognize access to the subject lands. The applicants note that they have received permission in the past to maintain the access and install a gate at the entrance of Highway 118. And that's what they wish to continue to do. They note they will continue to maintain the road with no obligations or liability to the municipality. Staff were unable to find any documentation or written records for permission for access or for the gate. Based on the information provided, it appears to provide legal access, various approvals would be required. Council permission, again, would be required to use the road allowances and to maintain those 2 road allowances. Legal access to cross municipally owned lands is typically provided via an easement through Planning Act consent. This would ensure long-term legal access is deeded to the subject lands. Similarly, legal access to cross the 2 private properties is also generally provided via consent application. A license of occupation may be appropriate to provide permission for the gate to be located on a municipal road allowance. In addition, the roadway uses lands where a hydro easement and a snowmobile easement appear to exist. So prior to making any approvals, council may wish to obtain and consider comments from both those organizations. Therefore, the resolution provided, staff recommend that the permission be deferred and the applicants be directed to make application to obtain legal access across the municipal and private properties, and to obtain those comments from those organizations. One thing I didn't include, if council is agreeable to maybe to provide legal access across our properties, a resolution saying so, basically that council is willing to entertain a severance proposal for an easement to cross municipal properties may be appropriate. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'm seeking council direction how to proceed.
Okay, so Councillor Smith.
Jeff, when I looked at the map here and the lands that Dysart owns, I was wondering why we wouldn't declare some of this property surplus and offer it for sale. If you took the parcel that, for example, that's to the right of the subject lands, on the map, we've got property there that has the old Halliburton West Guilford Road running to it, and if it was merged with the subject lands here, you'd have access to their property without necessarily impinging on some of the other things. So have we considered selling or considered declaring that surplus and making it available for sale?
Sorry, Councillor Smith, if you're asking me, I'm not aware that the council's declared this surplus or considered selling it to the adjacent property.
I think that would be there, for many years, and Councillor Wood Roberts will remember this, there was talk of opening that road up as a bypass. And as well, I don't know when we start to go down and look at the whole big picture as to where our landfill, there may be a reason to have that land. And he's only outlined those lands. I don't know what goes to, I think Dysart is directly south of that as well. There's quite a chunk of land that Dysart owns in and around there. It has never come up that we have had an intention to declare it surplus. That's a really big picture conversation. For now, these people are looking to sell their land. And I think the resolution does say to defer. I think we have to have legal, you know, years ago, you could just on a handshake and say, sure, yeah, cross over and go into the property. It doesn't work that way anymore. So Councillor Clark.
Jeff, for somebody obtaining a hunt camp, are the requirements a little bit different for a hunt camp where they don't have to have municipal road access or private road access?
Well, in this instance, they're not creating a new road. So, I mean, sorry, a new property. So I think that's what you're alluding to, our official plan requirements, that to create a new lot, you must have frontage on a municipally maintained road, or sorry, a publicly maintained road or frontage on a lake. This is an existing lot. Access to some of these existing lots, as the mayor mentioned, back in the day, people just had handshake agreements going across their properties, and there's prescriptive rights and similar other, I guess, permissions to cross other people's properties. Unfortunately, that's not possible anymore. And you can't have a prescriptive right unless it existed at a certain point in time. So legal permission would be required to get a consent application, permission to use road allowance. And there are 2 private properties, as I mentioned, that they need to address.
Yeah, I concur with what Mayor Rouse was saying, that there's need for a legal opinion on this. We can't do anything with it until we know how they can use the property, and it can't be declared surplus until such time as we know how they can access it. So, thank you.
They need to get permission, legal permission. Yeah, they need to, not us. We're not getting legal. Okay, so mover and a seconder. Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Clark. We resolve that council defer their decision to grant permission to the registered owners of roll number 013-000-05300 to cross municipal land and use a portion of the road allowance for the old Halliburton West Guildford Road in lot 10, concessions 11 and 12, and part of the original road allowance between concessions 11 and 12 and lot 9 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al. All in favor? Okay, carried.
Before Jeff gets away, I'm going to ask him that question.
Yes, okay, so that's the last on the thing, but a question for our Director of Planning.
So Jeff, I don't know if you were listening. We had a petition from the Friends of Grass Lake earlier today. And one of the requests they made was that that the municipality council undertake a green infrastructure plan. And I was curious if you had a perspective on the effort that might be involved there and the value of that in terms of making decisions around further development in our community.
To be honest, I don't have a perspective on that right now. It's something that I would have to look into.
Would it be appropriate for council to request that our planning staff do a little investigation of that?
That would, yeah, I think that would have to come as a notice of motion. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I thought so now. So we'll hold that to the end and see if there's a mover and a second report. And Chris may be able to add something to that.
Yeah, just a little clarification on the green infrastructure as well. Usually there's a couple assets to it. You have your natural, you have your enhanced assets and engineered. And typically you think of your assets throughout the municipality, which would be your significant natural areas, cultural spaces, urban agriculture, your parks, features, trails, greenways. So there is a lot that can go into these type of studies or I guess documents. So just something to consider. I don't know how big of a scope you would want to consider, but definitely something that we could bring back of the nature and scopes and stuff like that of what these green infrastructures would detail. Kind of go from there.
Yeah, good point, Chris. The only thing I would caution, I know you can make the notice to go ahead, but we are nearing the end of a term. Of all of the departments, everybody's busy, but planning has some particular pressures on them right now to get a few files forward in the next couple of months. I honestly don't think it would be very reasonable to ask our planning staff to do anything extra at this point. I think if somebody in a new term of council wants to, take note on whatever a green infrastructure plan would entail. I think we've done plans after plans. We do have some, great policies and everything in place. I just think it would be a little unfair to staff to ask them to spend time on a new project at this time in the calendar. Jeff?
And council may wish to look at section 3.7 of our official plan. It does talk about some green infrastructure. It encourages green roofs and south-facing buildings and ensuring municipal infrastructure is designed and sorry, I'm just reading, constructed and maintained to address good community design and potential risks from natural events, retention of vegetation. So there are things that it does address in terms of green infrastructure, but to go into details, I was looking at it quickly, but before going into detail, I would like to do a bit more research.
Okay, I just had to change microphones. Can you hear me, Mallory? You've been in a meeting too long when your microphone's saying you're like powering down. So sorry. Either way, Jeff, I appreciate that you looked into it, but I don't think it would. Anyway, we'll see when the notice of motion is made, if that wants to be made, but just to caution to add anything new to staff at this stage in July. We've got a couple months to go. Chris?
Sorry, and just one more thing. And like when considering for site plan and those type of things, you, again, sort of the engineered side of things when it comes to green infrastructure would be your porous pavements, rain barrel cisterns, and just even like stormwater management, storage on site or filtration. So those all sort of go under the green infrastructure as well. Just sort of something to note.
Okay. Alrighty. So let us move on to, there's just a couple of things left. And Councilor Donaldson, you're going to need, I hope that mic still works. The first up is the minutes from the, yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Cultural Resource Committee meeting from June 23rd. So the minutes are there, but we'll discuss one of the resolutions in the minutes. Is there any other questions on the minutes, or can I have a mover and a seconder for those? Councilor Smith, and seconded the minutes, Councilor Donaldson.
I did have a question.
Okay, so
I noticed that the Sculpture Forest received an $85,000 grant. And is there any additional detail? It says for trail work and landscaping, and they're going to spend some of it on a new sign.
Yes.
Will that have any implications? So, the Sculpture Forest has in the past asked council for money to help them maintain their trails. And we, in fact, took on a piece of work that we gave to our Parks and Rec staff to do some of that, $5,000 worth. Are we? Do they now have a grant to do that work, or are they going to be expanding the trails and coming back to us in the future, looking for us to take on a bigger effort? What's the plan there?
So that question did not actually get asked, and there was just a little bit of detail from Jim Blake regarding that. But we can check where they're at. If I can finish here in time, I'll be heading over to the Sculpture Forest for an unveiling tonight. Not sure if that's the exact time to ask him, but there's a good question. I know we didn't make as much of a contribution this year as we did the previous year before, but nonetheless, it was for some work there. So he didn't go through the details exactly of what the breakdown of the financial one of that was. And if it's over a couple of years, I'm not even sure of that. So I can ask him, if not tonight, at another time and get back. Okay. So moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor Donaldson, be it resolved. The council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the June 23rd, 2022 Culture Resource Committee as information. All in favor? Okay, it's carried. And then lastly, the motion that came out of that, I'm going to ask Councillor Donaldson to speak to that, and I can as well.
Well, it's recommended on what we have here that the Sam Slick Park be rededicated, and we've all seen the high school students present, and I think this is just to agree. The cultural committee has spent a fair bit of time on this, and the students. So this is just the summary, and we can move to agree with it or not, about renaming the Sam Slick Park. I guess it's the Cultural Resources recommendation. And we just have to agree with it or not.
Yeah, I think one of the things we talked about, and I said it many, many times, it's, that it's a character in a novel and what next and whatnot. And I think we kind of turned away from that and not looking at the negative connotations of Sam Slick. And the recommendation was to take the plaque and put it in the museum and do all that. So it's more of a go forward, and it's not, they give some examples, which we had in our training, if you will, or education session. So I liken it to, it's a much bigger project, but the Confederation Bridge, there's nothing wrong, and there's nothing racist, misogynist with the name Confederation Bridge, but the changing of the name is more reflective of what is in that community. So I look at it as not as a negative. Let's stop talking about, is it racist, isn't it racist, etc. But is this more of a reflective name for the area? Now, the other option was, and I think it was way back, is to just incorporate into Head Lake Park. So that's something else to consider. But the fact that the students from the high school did come up with this, I think it should be something considered. The recommendation does certainly say that it has to go forward to, and Tamara, I don't know who we use as our advisors for Indigenous appropriateness for the wording. There was no way we would do a plaque or call something with the name that is not approved by. So I'll just sort of turn to Tamara and see what.
I don't know that answer yet. I'll reach out to perhaps Curve Lake and see if I can start there.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Smith?
Well, I have to say first that I was extremely impressed with Landon and Olivia and Bronson, the three high school students who did excellent work, came and presented to us with, I would say, passion, sensitivity, and deep knowledge that they had gained as a result of their research. And so they know more about this topic than any of us. But we do use the Cultural Resources Committee for this. And so my thought would be to support the recommendation here in terms of the resolution, and happy to move it. But I would ask the Cultural Resources Committee to take up the task of identifying and communicating with the appropriate Indigenous people and get their input in terms of the name that they had proposed, because they in fact did bring a name to us. But if you're like me, you have no insight or knowledge in terms of saying, yeah, that's a good one or that's a bad one. So they've got that as a starting point. They've got a lot of knowledge based on all the work they've done, and I would trust them to go away and do that consultation and come back and say, hey, here's who we engaged, here's the type of discussion we had, and they have approved this particular name.
Back to the Cultural Resources Committee to do the work.
Yeah.
And there was a subcommittee of them. So that could happen, do you think, Councillor Donaldson? Yeah, there was a subcommittee. No, I'm not sure if I believe that's why it was Jim Blake, Aaron Lynch were the two that moved it. And I'm not sure, I can't recall if there was someone else on. There was a subcommittee dealing with that presented. So is that is not in the resolution?
Mayor Roberts?
Yes.
I found an easy way to add it if that's the will of council. So where it says further, that's the selection of a name for the park, we could say, that's the second. Further, that the selection of a name for the park will be delegated to the Cultural Resources Committee and made in consultation.
Yep.
Continue the sentence. So then that would be clear that council puts this in their capable hands to do that.
Okay. The other thing is, and I'm on the Cultural Resource Committee, or maybe if you can remember, Tammy, too, the current plaque that's there, not the one about Sam Slick, the one about the area, is very weathered. it's very weathered. And I don't know if those were ones done by the Ontario Heritage or something like that. And if we could look into either replacing that, or are we allowed to touch those to clean it? It's very difficult to read because it certainly needs some restoration.
I think we did pay someone several years back to do some refurbishing on them all, to look back and see if we can find something.
Well, because they're all across Ontario everywhere. There is an Ontario Heritage Department that does that, but I don't know if you're allowed to touch them and clean them or it's certainly probably easier to do that than to get a whole new plaque, but it's difficult to read. That's another little sidebar. So I did have moved by Councillor Smith, so I'll look for a seconder, and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved, the council approves the recommendation of the Culture Resource Committee that the park currently known as Sam Slick Park be rededicated in recognition of the Indigenous peoples of our region. And further, oh, sorry, Mallory, repeat that and further.
Further, that the selection of a name for the park will be delegated to the Cultural Resources Committee and made in full consultation with Indigenous knowledge keepers. And I'll let you keep going.
And whereas there are 2 commemorative plaques at the currently named Sam Slick Park, one from the Archaeological and Heritage Board of Ontario and one from the Rotary Club of Haliburton, be it resolved that the Rotary Club of Haliburton plaque will be removed from its current location and donated to the Haliburton Highlands Museum to be used as a visual artifact of the history of the park, and that the Archaeological Board plaque remain in its current location, and further that a new plaque detailing the rededication of the park be created to commemorate the rededication. It's a mouthful. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. So that constitutes our meeting. We have, I know, my, how the time flies. So we've done closed. Yeah, we missed the farmer's market. We missed actually everything. So there's no reports from closed. Any notice of motion? Okay, I know. Did you want, I mean, in light of what I said, you want to give staff more work? I'm sorry. They are looking into it. So I just don't know. I think it's on the radar. It sounds like it's more something for a city. But anyway, you're going to stay silent or you want to make a notice?
I took you, I took your words to heart.
Okay.
And, let's go for that.
All right. So then I need a motion to confirm the proceedings of today. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-81 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on July 26, 2022, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn. Anybody? Councillor, I see many hands. Councillor Wood Roberts and seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved, the council adjourned its regular meeting held on July 26, 2022 at 4:20 p.m. All in favor? And that carries. We are adjourned.